cloak and dagger. We are hope and fear. Score one for Tandy.
Lights out. Score one for Ty.
A boom of life.
By the eye of Agamemnon.
My time to shine.
Suffer in the darkness.
Co-op time. Us against the world.
Random table. Sweet.
Widow standing by. Target neutralized. The Widow's bite is lethal. Hit them till they don't get up. You can rest now, Bucky. No way to miss now. Plasma burst! Widow style.
Let's race! You had that coming. Don't get back up. Coming at you. Maximum! Come on! Berserker! Rage! Told you I was the best.
Eat nuts and kick butts. Got him, Tippy! Hey, check out this big acorn! Score one for the squirrels! Ah, it's a squirrel nami! Huh, where do you think you're going? Squirrel stampede! Anybody want some nuts?
My power is a gift from Solal the Undying. Struck down by living chi. Dragon kick! 爆元手衣。Perfect hit! The dragon unleashed! 气贯长虹! My fist is unrivaled!
Time to go nuts. Ha! Hey, check out this big acorn. Squirrel stampede!
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon. To drain. The moon haunts you!
Psionic burst! Disappear!
That almost hurt! I've got you! Fantastic! Ha! 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 Oh! Ha! Ha! Now for something truly fantastic! That was simple. I've got you! Double the failure! Maximum! Let me return the favor! I'm as strong as Ben! Success!
Who wants to see something fantastic? Next. Force burst! They'll never see me coming. Clear the way! You have no clue how long I've wanted to do that, Namor. Disappear! A clear winner.
You have been sheltered by the light for far too long. The time has come for darkness to reign. Soon your resolve will begin to crumble. You'll be stretched too thin. There will be nowhere left to hide, and your fire will cease to burn. For no light shall survive in my empire of eternal night.
Ultimate being used by Kanga. No support elements left for the side of Oz endgame, and this does mean that people are starting to fold. Purification, Nikos, both supports are down from Oz
And
endgame.
off angle as well. Tarax on a massive off angle. 3-piece coming through nice and quickly, and that will be the clean enough for the rest. Rude's used that off at very low HP. Tricky survives, gets enough healing to be able to make it work. Isaac follows up on Oz 6, and this is a situation now where Fury looks to be able to get a full reset on Oz endgame. I don't think Oz endgame are going to really throw much more into this one. They don't really have a lot. Isaac's going to make sure nothing happens. Another double stun on the back line. And there's a reset. It costs an extra ultimate. It forced him out.
That Eternal Bond feeling at least is going to keep that Invisible Woman standing. I've got news for you though. It's time for Kraken Edge once more. Inspo going to be hit by that one going low. That's the reset. And there's more where that came from. Crimson desperately trying to get away with that tainted voltage and secure the kill and give another reset. Hypnotic using it more for mobility than anything else right now, which I think is completely fair. As Trixie will be surrounded and dragged down.
When their tanks get low, but it's going to be Ramsey with 2 KOs. They get Donald extremely low, and they're able to heal it up at the start, but not for long as Ramsey cuts them up.
Gets caught out there. That is brutal stuff. Tries to go in for an eye of Agamotto, but it ends up being their undoing instead. And that's Adam finding a double. Nasty little meteor, and my goodness, Inspo and Crimson, both Lunar Snows in that moment, taken down. A moment, but it should be a decent showing for Kanga. They've lost Inspo, however, Platinum Star just don't want to lay down. They are not taking this one. That is Ace going absolutely ham, man. That is a double off the clap. This guy is ridiculous.
I mean, just some insane plays there from Ace and Platinum Star. I mean,
Fate of both spells. Battlefly being used by 6 as well. They will be able to get a KO onto Netra. 76% on the point right now. But wait, it's slipping.
Making the comeback. You get the combo though. What you see there is Niang comboing off a Tinny Falk who goes down. The Eye of Agamotto hits first, allows then Niang to be able to drop in the extra Horn of Proteus.
No strategist ultimate up here for Platinum Star. This is dangerous now for Cronus to go in. This damage will stick. Again, the Dagger Storm though, good in the pinch for AoE skilling. If you don't have one of those strategist ultimates, Pyrax, I think this is going to be way too much now. It is going to be a complete wipe, folks. Pyrax for 3. Absolutely dirty stuff with the Goddess of Death.
Now Aces once again goes in, gets one pick, gets 2 picks. Going for another reset, and another reset, and a 4th reset. Is that a 5th?
Last minute left to go here, so not quite last fight. Right, there will be more to come through, but the problem here is
Atlas using the God of Mischief on the other side, trying to use one as well. So you do get one of those big key ultimates out. Oh, no! Sick KO there. Kanga. It's going to be Tyrax actually finishing off Shroods in midair.
Bruce was trying to go for the move. Yeah. Looking for Dance of the Butterfly in midair to deal with Tyrax, but it falls
Dude,
back.
Tyrax going crazy.
For both of these duelists end up looking straight at Truth again.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Marvel Rivals Invitational for Asia. I'm Mitch, and with me is Tom. I am so excited to be here today, Tom. We have got a lot of action for the folks at home lined up and ready to go. But before all that, at this early hour for you and I, how are you doing, Tom?
I think the energy of just getting to like commentate a brand new game for us is super exciting. Like I think we saw so much in terms of competition yesterday that I wasn't necessarily expecting. Like there was a lot of heroes that I was looking at and going, okay, maybe we get this, and then towards the end I was like, oh damn, teams are bringing in Black Widow. Like there's so much that could potentially come up today, especially as we get later into the tournament, because that's probably where a lot of these teams will save their best till last.
Yeah. Maybe that's what that composition you're referring to is, the best of the best. We haven't seen it all too often, but your Widow, your Hawkeye, it was a Psylocke to dive as well to finish up anyone that you don't one hit. It's a dangerous combination. Of course, Mantis for the buff as well. I'm very excited to get our teeth into those comps later on and see those matches. I mean, we were watching the games back for yesterday, and well, I guess the question I'm going to start with for you, Tom, is today the day that we get to see it pushed past, you know, the 2 zeros, the 3 zeros, the maybe even the 4 zeros.
To be honest, I think at the moment we need to sort of like talk about what you can be getting within the game. Obviously, there's still got the anniversary bundle, the wedding bundle, which is going to be in the game at the moment. And of course, with everything going on with the Fantastic Four, 2 new heroes coming out as well, I think you're going to want to get this while it's hot. I'll be honest. I think these heroes are going to be popular for quite a while because of all of the combinations you can have with them. And you got to flex on your friends. Mitch, you are a big advocate for flexing on your friends by getting as many skins as possible. So,
no idea what you're talking about.
with the deal on, I think this is the best time to get it.
Listen, it might be. I'm just curious how you get those threads Mr. Fantastic has. I mean, it's a nice looking suit.
Who's your Mr. Fantastic? That's the question.
Oh,
because I know you're already playing that Invisible Woman.
Hey, that's true. But man, it's impressive. You ever see him go for the block and he widens himself out? The suit stretches with him. I mean, that's value for money right there. High quality material. My suits don't do that. Let me tell you, I ate a few too many hot dogs and it wasn't pretty. But yeah, listen, let's take a look at the schedule because we've obviously had some tournaments already pass by. Oceania happened the other week. It was a lot of fun to watch and sort of get an idea of what we were expecting. But now we're into the patch 1.5. We've seen one day of Asia already happen. This is the final day. We'll get into the grand final at the end of today. We've got 3 series for you. And then, of course, there's next week EMEA is kicking off, 2 weeks of that. Then we go into North America as well. The Marvel Rivals Invitational's got a jam-packed schedule when it comes to this month. And not only is the schedule packed, but the bank accounts are too. Let me tell you, balances are going up. $100,000 is the total prize for this Asian leg of it. 40K for top place. Tom, what would you do with 40K?
I'd probably get that anniversary skin to start off with.
Damn right. Damn right. That was a test, and you just passed. You just passed with flying colors. Well done. Yeah, no, listen, it's quite a bit of cash. It'll be divided 6 ways. It could be 8 ways. Some of these teams have got quite a deep talent pool in terms of the players that they're bringing to bear, and I think maybe even part of that because it's so rich and historic in terms of the events that they've played in before. But let's talk about this event right here. It's the one that I'm concerned about. Tom, we've got our bracket up in front of you, and I want to ask you right now, it might not be too hot of a question, but who's going all the way? Who's taking it here?
Well, this is the thing. Like you spoke about the other regions that are coming up, and like if you're watching now, you're in the right place because there is a reason that people will have eyes on Asia, and that is Koreans. Koreans, when it comes to hero games, are always at the very top. So I think Euphoria, NLE have got to be my favorites. Like they have players that have played in other like hero games and have been fantastic within them. I think Happy 2 was one of my highlights, but we'll talk about him a little bit later on. But yeah, I think that they're definitely the team to watch. Also, obviously, we have to say a sad goodbye. We didn't get to commentate RSG, who went out yesterday, I think maybe being slightly outclassed by the opposition. Yeah. But it does set us up wonderfully for today. I think that's the exciting thing is that, like, you never want to see a team get destroyed. But if you do see a team get destroyed by 2 teams, maybe those teams will have a great matchup. So I'm looking forward to seeing if Reject could maybe come up later on. And of course, I think this first match, it could kind of define for us like maybe where this tournament is going to go later in the day, because this upper bracket match, obviously the winner gets to skip match number 2 and watch the game and be ready in the grand final, and the other team has to grind back to potentially play them again, or maybe the Japanese squad of Reject can take them down along the way.
Well, this is it. Reject had a pretty impressive run of it right up against RSG. It was a 3-0 lights out kind of game. And I'm excited to see what they're going to be bringing, because I think a lot of what we saw yesterday was teams maybe losing that rock, paper, scissors, you know, bringing in a Groot solo tank to try and defend. And then you've got the Thing and Venom diving in your backlines and just pushing past. Once those walls are gone, it's done and dusted. And I think a lot of the maps came down to that.
Reject yesterday in their first map, I remember watching it, they were 99% on the first domination and lost. And so it's one of those, like, it really shows you how quick the game can flip, and how just like a slight adaptation. I think that's going to be the biggest thing for me today. Is obviously we have our bans, we have our shields, but in the moment, if you can go, okay, what I'm doing is not working, let's bring something new. And you know what, Mitch, I think we should bring something new right now. Someone.
That's a great idea. Yes, we've got someone sitting on the sidelines, a VIP of today. We've got Nurse Rachel. Let's bring her in. Welcome in, Rachel.
Hello. Hi, you guys. Thank you so much for having me.
Hey, thank you very much for coming along. I imagine the time zone is ideal for you right now.
Oh, it's perfect. It's 1 p.m. I'm here in Singapore.
Beautiful.
Usually when I try to watch tournaments, they're like in the middle of the night for me, so this is perfect.
Yeah, tell me about it. We're here bright and early, but listen, it doesn't matter, because we're here for some good Marvel Rivals, and that'll wake us up, and the extra spoons of sugar in the tea obviously help out. Listen, I wanted to start, let's just do a little intro for the people at home as to, you know, your position in Marvel Rivals. What are you playing? What perspective, what lens are we going to hear from the game?
Yeah, so I've been using Invisible Woman. I am a nurse. I love being a healer in like any game that I play. But I like that she can do good damage, and she can also like push people off the map.
I knew that was coming. I knew that was coming.
It's my favorite thing to do. Classic. It's my favorite. Yeah, I'll be watching the healers today.
I wanted to, yeah, that's what I was going to ask, is like, obviously, well, we've already had day one. We've seen a lot of the players play already. Was there someone that you had your eye on yesterday and went, okay, this is my guy. This is the person who sort of impressed me?
Yes, I'm gonna be looking for Flo. He was Invisible Woman and Luna yesterday for Reject. He even had an interview, so I'm gonna be watching out for him. And then Happy 2 from Euphoria. He was a warlock, but he was like super aggressive and like DPSing. So I can't wait to see him again.
Yeah, so obviously, I think Warlock especially, such a good agent or a hero in this meta. You're going to see a lot of more range. I think they changed his missile so he does more damage and less drop off over range. So perfect for taking down players like Storm, like Human Torch, who we've seen used a little bit, sometimes separately. And Rachel, I was curious to get your perspective on this, because just playing ranked, just jumping on and maybe trying the hero out. Look, Human Torch, he can stand on his own legs, maybe fly on them too, but when it comes down to the combo at Storm, so powerful. But we saw some teams actually run Human Torch on his own. Curious what you think about that. Without Storm, does he work?
He does, because he has his like firewall where he can throw, you know, a bunch of his fire bombs down and then connect it, make a fireball. Yeah, and he can dive in. He still does a lot of damage, but the combo is just so OP with Storm.
It's crazy. You can basically get through any heals, right? Like when when that fiery tornado goes in.
Yeah, any healing
like
defensive ult, he's still just Hey,
you combine two ults together, you go get something for it, right? Like, you need the team play, you need the timing. Now, as you mentioned, you like to play the Invisible Woman, but who do you hate to play against? Because obviously in this phase we have our bans similarly to the ranked games. Who are you looking at and going, okay, well, if I'm playing this game, I want them out. I want them gone.
Ooh, okay. So when I'm playing ranked and I'm Invisible Woman, I love when Wolverine gets banned, because he's always like attacking me first. He dives, I'm gone.
Is it the same with Iron Fist? I feel like Iron Fist might be the other one that's up there.
Iron Fist, Wolverine, and Magic. They're so scary.
Yeah, it's a great time to be alive, though. You know, all of my friends that we've been queuing with, I say all my friends, I have like 2, but when we play ranked, they're tank players, and I used to always complain as a Jeff about Mr. Iron Fist diving on me, and now they get to feel exactly what that feels like, a little bit of karma.
Yeah.
And it's just beautiful to see with that little tank
Folks
buster
crying
meta.
everywhere.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you dive in there on your own. Yeah, see how I felt for all those months. Yeah, no, look, it's going to be really exciting seeing where these teams lean with the picks and bans. I mean, hopefully they remember to ban. I saw yesterday it was a little oopsie.
They still won flawlessly, by the way, without banning a hero, which is mad.
That's a crazy flex, right? We don't even need the bans, but yeah, we're talking about Wolverine as a ban. Is there anyone that you think coming into this, though, if it's left open, is a must pick? Or are we in this meta now where there's just a ton of choice for everybody?
I think there's just so many good choices.
Agreed.
I feel like this mid-season patch really balanced out a lot of the heroes. I'm trying to think. Hela seems OP still, though. Hela seems so strong, and Bucky, because there was a lot of Bucky clips yesterday, highlights, with him just going again and again and again.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I think for me, just seeing the Thing yesterday was probably one of the heroes I thought was most impressive, but just of how sort of oppressive he was to teams trying to push forward, with how close he can get so quickly, sort of stunning everybody. I think like the combinations with the Thing for a hero that's been out for such a short amount of time, I think people are already starting to get the tech down, and then you get the shields as well when you combine with Invisible Woman. I don't know. I think that was probably the one hero yesterday where I was like, oh, we're seeing this a lot. Like everyone else, it was kind of, as you said, it was like very flexible, fluid, and then it was just like, okay, the Thing's in like 80% of matches. Which, bad play.
He was like the dive character yesterday. I didn't see any other, like, anyone else. He was just going full on to the back.
The Thing and Venom as a combo, I was having so much fun, because you have Venom like dive in, smash into the floor, and then you can move yourself as the Thing over to the dive, so you have this disgustingly fast-paced double dive. I saw someone online doing the same thing with Spider-Man, and I'm just like, oh my, if you had Spider-Man, Venom, the Thing, people can be crying like that just
because they both just bring people off the ground. Like they really just disrupt the fight.
Yeah. And I think you then look at what people are running with that as well. You're going to have, I think the Thing, Venom, we had a lot of like Bucky, for example. You're really spreading out that line and giving a lot of pick opportunities to Bucky, to Psylocke, to these characters that are just really getting in your business. You set up your defense and all of a sudden it's been blown up. Everyone's stunned, and now most of you are gunned up too. It's a lot of fun to watch, though. A lot of fun to watch teams. And I think, do you think then this yesterday's games will influence the bans today? Maybe we'll see like the Thing taken out of rotation.
Ooh, maybe, because he was used a lot yesterday.
Yeah, it could be. Let's see. I mean, we're gonna take a look at some of the rosters, though, where again we've touched on this. Some of the teams are coming in, they have 6 players, some have 8. We've got an extra little back line. You'll see changes potentially based on, usually I would say changes based on what hero you want to play, right? But we saw yesterday even some substitutes going down where people played the same hero, like it was the Thing coming in and out, Annalie Chopper for fun stuff like that. So I guess it's map specific. Is that like a new thing? Because I know in a lot of other games it would be very much tied to the hero, but are teams here operating on like, you play this map, I'll play that map type deal?
I have seen that in ranked, like people would choose specific heroes for certain maps. So I wonder if they were doing that, or if there were teams that were winning and they were just so confident, so they switched up for certain maps to try another character. Because I noticed like they brought out Hawkeye and Black Widow, which I was surprised to see them both. Because you don't see that often in ranked, but
no.
It was cool for them to try that, and they won the game.
Yeah, I was talking to some of my buddies after that game, because I brought that up as like, were they just full trolling? Like, what is that? And yeah, with the like it's just your one-shot comp. That is literally just I'm so much better than you that I'll kill you before you even get to the choke point. Because the problem with that is, what if they get up close? They knew they weren't getting up close. And it's euphoria that we're talking about a lot of the time when it comes to just being different, on a different skill level entirely. We've got a lot of names on the screen. NLE is going to be drawing a lot of the eyes from the fans. Shout out Choppa, big respect. But Happy 2, you guys were very excited about Happy 2. Tom's been talking to me about him since yesterday, since before that, I think even. This guy coming in on Adam Warlock, just taking advantage of the meta. Do you see this as something that is going to be present here today? Can you figure out an Adam Warlock? Can you come in and just try to take this guy out? Like, what do you do?
I think it's like I think he was just a hit scan demon. Like that was the thing, because the agent or the characters we saw in play yesterday was Hela and Adam. So it's basically like you give this guy DPS and he'll run away with it. And I think I was just more so impressed with the fact that that hero had so much viability, because I kind of go into this and go like, okay, over the last like few months, we've seen these sort of strategist ults just be the biggest part of the game. Like you've had your cloak and dagger that could basically overlap and heal you for 1,000,000 years and basically win you fights. And I feel like that's where at times Adam Warlock felt a little bit weaker, because yeah, you have the res. The res is cool.
Definitely.
But you could see your entire team fall instantly after being res if the other team is on point. Whereas the way Happy 2 is using it is like, oh no, I have a bit of heals, like a little bit for you tanks here and there. Like, oh, maybe I'll soul bond us just to make sure we all stay alive. And now he 1v2'd like DPS players. That shouldn't be possible. I think it was literally, you were talking about Storm and Human Torch. He 1v2'd both. Like, that's absurd.
So impressive.
And if that happened to me, I'm closing the game. Like, I'm out. If me and a fellow duelist player gets diffed by one strategist, I'm out. I'm gone. I'm going to bed.
Uninstalling.
Yes.
I think that's the thing as well, though, right? It's just in that game you're talking about where Happy's popping off, that was where their opponents came in and banned Hela. You think, okay, well, he shredded us on that one. Let's remove the opportunity. But no, looking at Reject, well, a different composition on our screen, that's for sure. Big fans of the Fantastic Four, but not so much of the Thing from what we've seen. That might change today after what they saw yesterday, though.
I don't know, did we see Mr. Fantastic? I feel like this might be bait, like, because I don't remember seeing a Mr. Fantastic in the matches yesterday.
I don't remember.
I feel like of the Fantastic Four, I'm gonna be honest, he does seem like number 4, which I'll also say similar to the films, in my opinion. Maybe that's controversial, but there's a key to being smart, but that's the power I would want the least. That's all I'm gonna say.
I'm pretty sure I do remember Mr. Fantastic getting a pick, but I'm looking back, I have like the end of game scorecards that obviously show you the last hero that someone would have played, and let's just say it wasn't persistent and didn't make a very big mark on the game, that's for sure. So maybe we'll see something a little bit different for Rival Esports as well coming on in. I think in terms of composition they're running, this seems similar. We've seen a lot of banned DPS in play. Like, you're going to see Hela out of the mix. You're going to see Wolverine out of the mix. But if they do get left unbanned, perhaps Rival could challenge anyone. Who knows?
The thing is, I want to talk about Alone Fills as a player, because I think yesterday that would have been Rachel's nightmare. Like, that was a dive character who was going in the back lines and just being annoying, like playing that Black Panther, and then it was so bad the opponents banned Black Panther, and he went, by the way, I can play Psylocke as well, and did exactly the same thing. It was just rinsing them throughout the map. The Dance of the Butterfly coming back to prominence. I think that ultimate is one where you just go, oh, that's online, oh dear, we're in trouble. And I think literally team wiped squads twice back to back. So I think that he's definitely going to be a focal point. It was a focus of bans. And the scary thing as well is also has Winter Soldier in his back pocket. So you get rid of the dive, you go, okay, the dive's not working, and immediately switches over and just starts popping heads. So I think that he is definitely a highlight going into today.
Yeah, I mean, you add in what they're playing Kino and Loki as well, and you get that extra. You know, maybe you're dropping your versatility of heals. Maybe the ultimate might not be the same in terms of getting you heals, but it can be. It can be whatever you want it to be. It can be your oyster. I think there's a lot of damage output from Loki right now. You get those 12 missiles as well in 1.5. You can really be very oppressive firing in from afar. Now, folks, we have just looked at the rosters of these teams. We've looked at some of their preferred heroes, but what we haven't talked about is our expectations of who's going to take it, how they're going to take it, and how dominant of a victory Euphoria are going to have. Because I think that's where most of us are going. We're expecting Euphoria to be the number one. I gave a map to their opponents, but you folks are thinking it's going to be a quick affair. Yeah, what's all
They
that
seem
about,
really
Rachel?
strong.
Why aren't they getting a map?
They just
Koreans.
really stuck together as a team. Like they had a mission, and I want to see if they're gonna go undefeated through the whole thing.
Oh damn! But I hope for the final sake that they don't, because that might be an incredible. It might not be the most exciting way for them to. I think also just the depth of experience, like in other hero games as well. Like they have got players that have been the best of the best, and I think that, like for example, that we're seeing some different levels throughout the tournament of where these teams are at, and I think it's clear that this Euphoria squad came in swinging, and like whenever they've looked even remotely like, oh okay, this map isn't going well, they adapt super quick.
Yep.
And for teams that have not been together like a crazy long time, or haven't been playing this game a crazy long time, that's impressive. That's a team that could go on for like a long time rather than a sort of flash in the pan.
Definitely. I think Reject
Yeah.
said they only started playing together for about a week. I think he mentioned that in his interview yesterday, so that was really impressive.
Yeah, that's incredible. I mean, I think as well, though, a game like this, it moves so quickly. You have these high-level players that tend to be very good at gelling, at sticking early on in the game. It's what we've seen from a lot of hero shooter when they move to different games as well. The team play is just above all. I think that adaptation is going to be there then for a lot of these guys, even with limited prep time. But look, the Euphoria making quick work of their opposition so far.
You have predicted a 4-0 final.
This is it. I think they start slow, but then they move to the final, and it's just domination. They get that little bit of a break.
So you think Rival are going to lose? They're going to come back to play them again? You think they're going to lose worse?
Yep.
And we're the
I do.
toxic ones.
I absolutely do. Sort of putting that in perspective, I do feel a little bad for calling y'all out earlier. In hindsight, might not have done that.
Forgot
but,
what you predicted. You definitely forgot.
I thought I might have given them a 4-1. I thought I might have, but yeah, that's
well,
tough.
maybe in your head, because you initially said 3-0. So maybe you were like, actually, if it goes further, it'd be 4-1. But, you know.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you for digging me out of that hole. Appreciate you throwing
We'll
a ladder
see.
in
We'll
there.
see.
You really helped me out. Yeah, so, okay. At the end of the day, there's very clear-cut expectations. Euphoria are the ones that should be winning this event. They should be doing it relatively dominantly, depending on who you ask. I think it's going to be a blowout. But the reality is that when it comes down to the server, right, anyone can win. That's the beauty of esports. That's the beauty of competition. And I think we've seen those chances on the other squads. We've seen some flashes in the pan. And as you said earlier, Tom, the fact that you can dominantly win against the other team, perhaps then, right, transitive property, we get a close game out here.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask, this is sort of a slight deviation, but where do you guys feel like in terms of the map pool, what's your favorite map to play right now? I mean, we've got 3 different game modes, then very different approaches to the maps as well. Is there something you guys love to see?
Ooh.
Gonna go first?
Okay. Favorite map right now? I actually really like when they play the Spider Convoy map.
Oh yeah, the Spider Islands. It's nice.
Yes.
You got to get to the web of the Weaver, and I think most people don't even
Royal
notice
Palace
that.
Guy.
Oh, Royal Palace. Okay, I respect that. That's a very tasteful pick. Very suave. But no, I think Spider Islands. Most people don't even notice that there's the Weaver is there at the end, right? The gigantic metal robot. There's a lot of stuff in this game. I'm excited. I hope we get the Hydra map today. with the Winter Soldier one, but the third one where the big tentacle monster is down below, because most people don't notice the doors open up and a big monster comes out. It's some crazy stuff going on in these maps. But most of the time we're swept up by the
we're
gameplay,
so focused.
as I'm sure we're going to be today.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think good picks all around. I like Midtown. I think the new map just looks really nice. The lore is really cool, and it means we're gonna get Blade soon. So that's very exciting indeed. But listen, I believe that might be all we have time for, Rachel. It's been an absolute pleasure having you here. Thank you for joining the show and chatting about some Marvel Rivals with us. Before we let you go, do you want to tell the people at home where they can find you?
Ooh, yes, of course. Thank you guys first off for having me here. This is my first Marvel Rivals tournament that I got to be a part of, that I get to watch. So this has been so exciting, and you guys are great. So I'm on Twitch. I'm a full-time streamer. I was a nurse, but now I play video games, and I've been addicted to Marvel Rivals. Yeah, my community's watching right now too, so shout out to them. But yeah, thank you guys, and I'm excited to see who's gonna win today.
Me too.
All right,
I think we've all said Euphoria, so we'll see. We'll see if we're all wrong.
Yeah,
that'll be the fun thing at the end of the day.
Well, it's always fun to be wrong because you learn, and we're going to learn a lot about these teams today. It's been a lot of fun having you. Thank you so much, Rachel. Goodbye, and have a great day. Enjoy the games.
Thank you, guys.
All right, Tom. Well, it's back to us, and we're almost ready to jump into the game. We are very close now, and I think as we round that corner, Tom, a reminder for the people at home, in this matchup, what are the things that are exciting you? We touched this at the top of the show, but let's run it back for those just joining us.
I think that there's a lot to be excited for. I think obviously, like, kicking things off, personal favorite, Happy 2. Like, that was the sort of highlight for me from yesterday, was how he was able to play like both Hela and Adam Warlock to basically both as a duelist, but will claim that one of them is a strategist along the way. I think also Alone feels on the other side of things, and I think that's the one thing that we have to sort of caveat is obviously our expectations are literally based off transit of property. Like, Rivals like beat this team, and okay, it was a good win, but Euphoria beat this team a bit better. So and we think that Reject were a better team. So, but realistically, going into this matchup, it is open. Like, there is no like, okay, we've set who we think is a favorite based off matches, but these two teams haven't gone up against each other yet. It's much more possible that, I think from what we've seen so far, these are the two best teams between them and Reject. And I think that there's going to be more adaptations. There's going to be more opportunities to switch up on the fly. So that's sort of what I'm excited for, to see if, okay, we know that Euphoria have great players, but can Rival come in and go, okay, well, we can beat that with this. We have this idea that will trump what they were doing. Like, okay, you want to play this hero? We're going to ban that. So now you have to change the way you play, and we maybe haven't shown you everything we've got just yet. Because they were, as I said, at times they were playing Black Widow Hawkeye, and one of the people playing Hawkeye was the person who'd been playing the strategist the whole game. So to go from a strategist to Hawkeye is not something I expected to see, and I think that just means that probably coming into this, Rival Esports really haven't revealed that much.
I think that's fair to say. Well, Tom, you can see it on your screens at home. We're off to the Intergalactic Empire of Wakanda. It's domination to kick us off. Personal favorite of mine, Warrior Falls. I think there's a lot of the maps, and I touched on a little bit, and we'll talk about it today, that have this deep lore to them. And obviously, we're very familiar with Wakanda in general, but Warrior Falls, what a beautiful map. Also, a lot of opportunities to push people off the edge. You get your Jeff Eats, you get your push with Invisible Woman as well. Excited to see it, but the thing, off rip, not in the game. Neither is Hela.
This is the thing. Yeah, and the shield coming in for Wolverine as well. Like that was one that maybe not expected, but I think that being such a strong pick for Alone Feels was something that wanted to come in, but maybe hadn't. Like, we saw that was the sort of character of choice on the screen. Same protection for Adam Warlock. I think after banning Hela, you go, okay, well, we don't want to play against their Hela, but we do want to make sure that Happy 2 has a character, because that's the thing. As of yesterday, those were the two that he played. And then the removal of Luna Snow, maybe looking at some of the combinations that can be run on the other side. This is actually quite a lot of the sort of like the strategists going out of there with the Loki as well.
Well, Tom, obviously we talked about the deep pool that Euphoria has, and I believe that we're coming in now. We're not going to have Happy 2 for map 1, match 1 at least. Yeah, they've swapped it up. You're heartbroken. This was, I said, sell me the match. Happy 2 was the first thing you gave me. But again, perhaps that speaks to confidence, and something we can talk about in the post-match interview if we are with Euphoria is why this is happening, because we've seen this before, that a player is subbed out and that the hero that player plays is still being played. So it is a curious, that's an awesome skin. It is a curiosity, Tom, because in my mind, you know, you pick up an Adam Warlock, you pick up a Hulk, you don't pick up 2 Hulk players and go, you're a Hulk on that map and you're a Hulk on that. But you know, there's obviously some logic to it that I don't see. I love it.
But that's the thing, I guess, when you are sitting there playing, like, what we have, like 9 different opportunities on different maps, like maybe you're not going to be as comfortable on different ones, so just going into things wanting to make sure that, okay, we have as much sort of comfort as humanly possible. I don't mind having different people picking up different things on different maps just to make sure that you have everything down to a T.
Well, we are here at the Imperial Institute of Science, and the battle is about to go down. Excited to see the differences between these two, and essentially the man that we're on with right now, Alone Phils, how much damage that Wolverine can get just spearing people in, taking them to the back lines with those claws, and well, we'll see quite a bit of an annoyance for some of these players as this Wolverine lurks around the side. Point contest going down as we speak. Bubble already used, and a lot of shield being tanked here by Doctor Strange. Eventually, the space is there for Euphoria. Storm leading the charge, buffing the rest of the squad, but not for long. Picked out of the sky.
This is some decent early fights for Euphoria. 3 players down, and this was something they love to do throughout the matches so far, is just get deep into the opponent's spawn. Obviously having those speed and damage boosts, just allowing them to quickly maneuver forward. And that's the thing when it comes to domination maps. You might be looking at the point, and maybe in your games you're going to sit back, wait, and sort of play, but they want to make sure those initial battles are as far forward as possible.
And that's it. Just delay every step that they second guess is a little bit of extra time on the clock for you. Now you can see an immediate read on the side that their opponents are going for. Rivals trying to grab an opportunity to dive on in. They found one, but it's the tank, and the heals are being sustained on. Never mind. Eventually, Rivals come out ahead, taking down Magneto, pushing Euphoria back. The ultimate used as well from Invisible Woman just to sustain in this choke point and ensure that they take that point. Ticking up now for the side of Rivals.
Already, I think we saw the Hurricane utilized as well at the same moment, so the fact that that was denied is a pretty huge ultimate to go. Still trying to battle and brawl within it. We're going to see Ada being able to find one, and then the Hurricane comes through on the other side, but also doesn't get too much. In fact, it's ASD that's managing to find the majority of the kills, starting to wipe out the majority of that blue squad, and why in fact they're all gonna go down. Ada with another, and we see the point flip right back in the other direction.
Yeah, very strong retake. I mean, they lose control, but not for long at all. The sword coming out with the melee onto Dreamer. That's a little bit of an extra stagger as well. A moment or two before that Hulk is coming back online, and you can see they're waiting for this portal to come online. It's about to be put through, and they'll take the high ground. Rivals looking to dive in from above, deal that damage, have their storm buff, and here comes the dive from Hulk, from Wolverine. They need to find a pick with this, though. The rest of the squad up top just waiting for an opportunity to step to sight. Invisible Woman saves the day. Rez comes in, though. Adam Warlock bringing them back online. It's only got the one, but that's Bucky in the fight, looking to just cement this win on the point here and now. Cloak and Dagger can at least keep the sustain on site, keep the heals going for now, but it will not keep them alive. It is desolation again for the side of Euphoria as they push up to 90% with a big team fight.
And that's the thing, you can see Dreamer, that's the temptation to try and just dive back into the fray, try and battle just to hold on to that point for even a second, but I think this is already done. I don't think there's any opportunity to get anywhere near that point. And although for a moment in that mid game there was a chance it seemed with Rivals being able to fight back and at least get an opener here and there. In the end, Euphoria just prove why there is so much to fear when it comes to those duelist players. Like the way they were able to just clean things up on that site was just absolutely disgusting. And I think you saw the difference. Like I think it was Ada just being able to do so much with that Winter Soldier. I think it's something that we've sort of come to almost expect with like what you're able to do with the bionic hook and obviously the pistol alongside it. But well, just look as well as the SDFD just having so much impact with that Storm. And that's the thing, like Storm has been such a popular choice. I think we saw some of the almost targeted bans to remove Hela because both teams seem to quite enjoy that, Mitch. But ultimately, you can take away one, but taking away both becomes a little bit more difficult.
Well, that's it. I think the nerfs that came into Storm very much about trying to stop her from standing out individually as much and making her more of a team player. Less damage, less individual boost, but more of a boost to the teammates. That's not shining through in the gameplay we're seeing because ASD is just bringing it to another level, shining individually on the back of her teammates, not quite on the shoulders because, well, Storm can fly. Doesn't need to sit on the shoulders of any giants. An attempt from Rivals with a quick play. They've decided to send Psylocke sitting in the side room. Once enough damage is done, out she comes, in for the KO, and the pushback now. Rivals, they've got the site. At least for now, they'll be taking up percentage.
They're actually going to go pushing. Obviously, some of the ults also carried through from the previous, so a good opportunity to do some real damage. Alone has already sort of taken over this one with the Storm. It does seem like the Storm players are the highlight at this stage, and well, I don't think it's going to be long to this world for Neko. Just trying to survive in the backlines hasn't gone particularly well. I mentioned Alone feels, at least one of the players I mentioned is still in the game, and wow, this really does seem like the battle of those Storm players to who's going to come out as that MVP.
Yeah, it absolutely does. Or will there be another hero that steps up in the meantime? Felix, he's picked up a double. Those magic missiles doing damage indeed. And then the Omega Hurricane comes in, dealing with the back lines and not leaving much else in its wake. That is a strong position. ASD and Felix have just turned the tide of the Stellar Spaceport portal. Immediately, they're looking for a fight from their spawn, just dishing out damage. Rival not willing to let this go. In with the Psylocke ult as well. This is huge damage, but the heals, they're coming in. The bubble's there as well. An Invisible Woman, has bought a safe space for them to battle from. This is looking at least winnable for the side of Euphoria for a moment. Rivals, though, quickly dealing with that. Rez comes in. Adam trying to keep them in this fight, but it has already been lost. Surely Rivals have overwhelmed this site, and it will have to be a regroup for the rest of the squad.
Yeah, they got separated. That was the biggest problem. The res was decent, but now you don't have your tank, you don't have your Magneto to sort of hold the line to shield and bubble some of your players, and this is starting to look problematic for the side of Euphoria because they're not really getting these team fights anymore. Each player seemingly being isolated. Finally, we're going to have at least 5 of those 6 players grouping up, but we won't see them have those ultimates online, at least in the next few seconds. And with that number already ticking down 83%, and the Hurricane looking to try and take them out, but maybe doesn't do as much as expected, and they managed to deal with Alone in the end.
Yeah, I mean, the Soul Bond just kept Euphoria healthy during that big play from Felix. Well timed on the heal. Now, an aggressive push onto him, though. He might have kept his team alive, but he will not be going anywhere. Psylocke just firing off in the back lines. There is no way out of here. Surely it is just a matter of time before that support is picked off up top, and there it goes. Kills on the side of Rivals, 2 found by Doctor Strange. The melee on the point, finding quite a bit, but you know, I was expecting the Psylocke pick. It doesn't come in. It's a retreat, and in fact, a full fallback from the side of Rivals as Euphoria end up on top. The 2-for-2 trade, just leaving that Doctor Strange on site with nothing to do but send it back to the spawn house.
That's the thing. They also used the Eternal Bond in the mix of that. So like holding onto that site was nigh on impossible. You're going to be taking mass damage while your opponents heal. But that's always the question when you're playing domination. Do you gamble your ultimates in this round or do you save them for the next? And that's the thing. Euphoria, they're not saving anything. They are looking to go in. Again, we're going to have that dance of the butterfly to try and just eliminate. It seems like the res has gone through exactly the same time, but they are losing so many personnels. Again, it looks like things could flip, but as you see, a lot of those players are being revived back into the battle. I don't know if it's going to be enough. Even still, though, back to half. Another big play coming out for Ray Momo. He has been having a magnificent game on that Doctor Strange, and while I'll be honest with you, Mitch, I think this one is done and dusted.
It absolutely is, Tom. It's not going to be a clean sweep here in your opening game. We have got a contest 1-1. We go all the way to Warrior Falls. What a good way to settle this bout. This is one of my favorite points, as I said. It's a beautiful point. It's open. You can dive people off the edge. You can change how the point actually looks by breaking the walls and falling it down. There's no hidden Penny Parker nest anymore. Don't worry. They've solved that problem in 1.5. So this map really, it's a battleground. It's beefy, and it is going to play well in what we've just seen. Big Eye of Agamotto's coming out from the side of Rivals as well, both times leading to a complete overturn of the point and finding so many players. Felix always, as a response in both cases, had his ultimate to bring them right back into the fight. You think that maybe that's going to be enough. They'll be able to reset, but they never got that space to reset and get back into the fight. It was very impressive from Rivals. Now just one map. It's all they need. All they need is the falls.
I'm looking. Oh, we saw for a moment it seemed like there was potentially going to be a Star-Lord, but it seems like that has been removed at the last second. I know Mitch was getting ready to say Galactic Legend as loud as he possibly can, but an immediate portal. Again, we talk about the battle for the high ground being such an important piece within this matchup, and it seems like, at least for now, Euphoria have claimed it, but they have to be wary of their flank.
Yeah, that they absolutely do. Dive down can always come in, and well, the dive down on this map can be quite dangerous indeed. Doctor Strange luckily can fly. He won't be going off the edge. Well, he will, but not down, thankfully. Flies right back up to the site where the Omega Hurricane is waiting. Rivals in with a huge ult, and the Battle of Storms certainly going their way, but there was a bit more backup for that one. That is a great start for Rivals. 10% already.
I feel like we started off this matchup talking about ASD as that sort of like storm to watch, but Alone Feels over the last couple of moments has really started to take over that fight. I think allowing Lab to sort of switch up and actually play over on that Psylocke, getting the back lines and obviously save up to get that Dance of the Butterfly, which was so impactful. Again, though, Euphoria looking to brawl for that high ground, looking to battle and clear out some of these players below. That is Raymono. Now, he has been superb in a lot of this sort of like close range battles. Getting rid of him is so important.
It's one pick, but they need a few more. Rivals in there with two, very quickly finding themselves dominant control over that side. And the worst part about this is Cloak and Dagger comes in, drops the ultimate, but this Eternal Bond, it won't be enough to keep them alive. There's just too much on that point, and there's one in response from Rival as well. So they just completely disrespect the play that's put into effect. Missed timing, I suppose, from the side of Euphoria. They've burned ultimates now. The good thing is, Rival have done the same. They'll only have the one ulti on Magneto coming into this fight. There's 3 for Euphoria. If they're going to turn the tide with 75% on that point, they have to turn the tide here and now.
They're looking to try and get into position as much as possible, but that's the thing. I spoke about these sort of aggressive spots. You're trying to deny the space. Eye of Agamotto has gone through, combining with Winter Soldier, but there's almost some immediate response in the picks. A battle left and right. Alone Feels still going strong on the Storm, someone they have struggled to deal with as they will continue to try and battle back. And in fact, the Meteor was denied completely. That's not going to get anything. An immediate response will come through with the Hurricane, and Alone Feels is basically looking to try and wipe almost every single player alone. He has been unbelievable in these last couple of maps, and you can try as you might to get back into that site, but it is an easy cleanup in the end for Rival. my prediction out the window, but honestly, I'm okay with it.
Yes, indeed. The map already found, just as I expected. Incredible at the end there. You said the Meteor M that got denied Magneto's ultimate, that big purple rock above his head. And what a shame. I think it hit the top of the map. He was flying a little too high. Icarus in this situation, and his wings came right off, crumbling down just like this series, or this map, at least the start of it for Euphoria. That is one down. I didn't expect to say that off rip, but you have to look to the other side. As I said, Ray Momo, huge sight control. The melee was going off. One of those characters, heroes you don't expect to see doing a lot when it comes to I suppose the damage a lot of the time, because you're going to be taking anti-heal if you're firing too much. But you get close
final
enough.
hits.
He's taking you down, and we saw that. And not only that, but it was also the Eye of Agamotto. The ult usage was fantastic. It not only allowed them to find those picks, allowed him to just come in, whipping his chain around, but also it left his opposition in a position where they were trying to amp up, trying to use ultimates, and they were stalled. Their plan was stopped every step of the way, especially at Stellar Spaceport. So a really impressive run here, I have to say. And Tom, I'm shaken up. What's going on the other side? We've got some incredible duelists on display here.
Yeah, well, that's the thing is, like, I just want to highlight it again. Like, we're talking about a Vanguard player who had more final hits than anybody on the other team. Like, that's not something, like, you might sit there in some of your matches and go, oh, you know, I could get that by playing a Vanguard. But when you're up against the best of the best, when you're up against, like, Korean players who've played at the top level and you're able to do that, that's impressive. And I think that was one of the main things, was having that sort of switch up, bringing in that Storm that, again, like, that highlighted at the sort of beginning of the day how good Alone Fills has been on playing these more divey characters. Like I said, like a Black Panther, like a Psylocke, and Winter Soldier was in there as well. Didn't know he had that Storm in his back pocket that was just going to come out and basically dominate the game in terms of clearing out players. And that's the thing, like, you're going to look at your sort of DPS player and go, okay, in your games you might go, how much damage is that doing? But realistically, that's irrelevant. It's how many people are you managing to kill off? How many people are you forcing to go back to the spawn and have to walk all the way back again? And he by far had the most. Like, he by far was the player that was just being able to, okay, I'm going to pick off the healer, I'm going to isolate this battle. And I think especially in the second and third map, that's what Rival did the best. They were able to split the pack and make it so that, okay, you're trying to come back into the fray. Well, I've got your healer in this corner. I've taken your Vanguard out. So I think I've been really impressed with what they were able to do today.
Well, we had seen Euphoria play Domination before in this tournament, and it was a clean 2-0, a bit of a different taste left in their mouths after that first one. We'll take a look at the post-match highlights so you guys can remember exactly how this went down, and then we're going to go to a break, and we'll catch you for map 2 after that.
on those memories, and yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn, we can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break the chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, avenge your rise, raising up your fists and smashing through time. Psionic burst! Disappear!
That almost hurt! I've got you! Fantastic! Ha! 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 Oh! Ha! Ha! Now for something truly fantastic! That was simple. I've got you! Double the failure! Maximum! Let me return the favor! I'm as strong as Ben! Success!
You have been sheltered by the light for far too long. The time has come for darkness to reign. Soon your resolve will begin to crumble. You'll be stretched too thin. There will be nowhere left to hide, and your fire will cease to burn. For no light shall survive in my empire of eternal night.
Support ultimate being used by Kenga. No Oz support ultimates left for the side of Oz endgame, and this does mean that people are starting to fold. Certification, Nikos, both supports are down from Oz
And
endgame.
off angle as well. Tarax on a massive off angle. 3-piece coming through nice and quickly, and that will be the clean up now for the rest. Rude's used that ult, but very low HP. Tricky survives, gets enough healing to be able to make it work. Isaac follows up on Oz 6, and this is a situation now where Fury look to be able to get a full reset on Oz endgame. I don't think Oz endgame going to really throw much more into this one. They don't really have a lot. I was just going to make sure nothing happens. Another double stun on the back line. And there's a
Beautiful.
reset. It costs an extra
Absolutely
ultimate.
beautiful.
It forced him out.
That eternal bond feeling at least is going to keep that invisible woman standing. I've got news for you though. It's time for Kraken Edge once more. Inspo going to be hit by that one going low. That's the reset. And there's more where that came from. Crimson desperately trying to get away with that tainted voltage and secure the kill and give another reset. Hypnotic using it more for mobility than anything else right now, which I think is completely fair. And Taxi will be surrounded and dragged down.
When their tanks get low, but it's going to be Renzi with 2 KOs. They get Donald extremely low, and they're able to heal it up at the start, but not last for long as Renzi cuts them up.
Gets caught out there. That is brutal stuff. Tries to go in for an item of Agamotto, but it ends up being their undoing instead. And that's Adam finding a double. Nasty little meteor, and my goodness, Inspo and Crimson, both Luna Snows in that moment, taken down. A moment, but it should be a decent showing for Kanga. They've lost Inspo, however, Platinum Star just don't want to lay down. They are not taking this one. That is Ace going absolutely ham, man. That is a double off the clap. This guy is ridiculous.
I mean, just some insane plays there from Ace and Platinum Star. I mean,
Great of both wells. Butterfly being used by 6 as well. They will be able to get a KO onto Netra. 76% on the point right now. But wait, it's flipping.
Making the comeback. You get the combo though. What you see there is Niang comboing off a Tinny Falcon goes down. The Eye of Agamotto hits first, allows then Niang to be able to drop in the extra Horn of Proteus.
No strategist ultimate up here for Platinum Star. This is dangerous now for Cronus to go in. This damage will stick. Again, the Dagger Storm though, good in the pinch for AoE skilling. If you don't have one of those strategist ultimates, Pyrax, I think this is going to be way too much now. It is going to be a complete wipe, folks. Pyrax for free. Absolutely dirty stuff with the Goddess of Death.
Now Aces once again goes in, gets one pick, gets 2 picks, going for another reset, and another reset, and a 4th reset. Is that a 5th?
Last minute left to go here, so not quite last fight. Right, there will be more to come through, but the problem here is
Atlas using the God of Mischief on the other side, trying to use one as well. So you do get one of those big key ultimates out. Oh no! Sick KO there, Kanga. It's going to be Tyrax actually finishing off Shroods in midair.
Shroods was trying to go for the moon. Yeah. Looking for Dance of the Butterfly in midair to deal with Tyrax, but it falls
Dude,
back.
Tyrax going crazy.
For both of these duelists end up looking straight at Shroods again.
Welcome back, folks, to the Marvel Rivals Invitational for Asia. It's time to get back into the game. We've just seen a bit of an upset to wake us up, Tom. Euphoria. We all expect them to win this tournament, to go to the grand final. And some of us expect them to win dominantly, but they start off with a map loss, with losing the Intergalactic Empire of Wakanda. What happened here?
Oh, honestly, I think it was just super impressive stuff from Rivals. I think especially after having like an initially kind of like rougher start, like with the first map not going their way, they even had to break back and trying to get back in, use a lot of their ultimates. It didn't really go to plan. And then in the second map, I think Lone Phil's just was cracked. Like, I think like him and Ray Momo were like super impressive in terms of like how abrasive they were, how good they were at sort of like splitting their opponents apart. And I think even just like the way that we saw the ultimates used, like the Hurricane from Alone, I think Alone may have got like 7, 8 kills throughout the game, which is just like, considering only really seeing it in the last couple of maps, that was impressive. I think also just giving space to AB7 as well to switch over to that Psylocke, and having that's the thing, having those 2 ultimates, it's like guaranteed like wipes. Like you're likely to clear whole squads with those.
Yeah, and I think Lab 7 had some really solid think pieces around. You know, we saw them lurking in the side. You think about Stellar Spaceport, for example, sitting in the side, waiting for the initial fight. And once enough damage was done and that call was made, such a player is low, they're tagged, They didn't get the heal for 1 second. Lava's in, diving on them, taking the kill, and just setting their opponents on a back foot. That led to Rivals getting the point, starting it out there, and Euphoria were on the back foot from then on. This was an upset, to say the least, just because the expectation from a lot of people is that this is going to be a dominant game. And we've already seen punches thrown either way. From this point, though, Tom, I have to ask you the question. We're going to assume that Happy's coming back, right? Kind of assume. If that's the case, are Euphoria reverse sweeping? Is this about to happen? Are we about to witness the BO3 go back into their pockets?
I want to wait and see if he's there first. I don't want to do this twice. I don't want to spend the whole pre-show hyping up like who is my favorite player from yesterday. And he's just not here. Like that would be.
Come on,
that
Happy.
would not be the best. We'll have to wait and see. But I think we could also see like what's going to go in with some of the. Yeah, he's back. He's back. He's okay. He's back. It's fine.
He's back, baby.
An immediate ban of the thing. Like this was something that was mentioned. Like obviously, Fun played it quite a bit yesterday, and I think as well as one of their other players too. So the fact that that's being consistently removed is clearly something that is like maybe more of a target ban because it was played a lot yesterday. And damn, okay, Storm is gone.
Respect. They got a lot of respect for Alone Fills. Yeah, they came in, they saw that last series, said, yeah, okay, all right, you guys, you showed us on Warrior Falls. We'll get rid of that Storm, put them on the back foot, perhaps. The protect onto Loki. Now that one, map specific, perhaps we've seen it before. Doctor Strange going to be brought through, kept. And oh no, it's not looking good for Happy. You know, they on the other side, right? You guys want to take our Storm away? Yeah, no problem, bro. You brought Happy back for this map, did you? Yeah, he's not gonna be happy about this, is he? But yeah, like you say, he could be on Hell instead.
Yeah, I think they've protected Loki in order to at least make sure that they can have one of the more comfort picks for Kino, who I think like played pretty well yesterday. Oh, sorry, Kadia even. But I think it's going to be interesting to see. Oh, I've mixed up 3 times. Neko. That's who I was looking
thinking.
for.
I
have
like,
it written down,
what?
And my brain is like he's literally locked it. So
6 a.m.
There we go. I'm too busy looking at the other side. But yeah, I think Happy was playing like hella yesterday, so it's possible that that's the direction they go in. But I also think just somebody who seems to have a lot of flexibility. I don't think it will matter too much, and I think that bringing him back in is going to be fairly important. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what we're going to have coming out of this matchup, because I think Rival have already proven that they can go toe-to-toe, even after maybe some of their games yesterday being a little bit closer. And also seeing Reject get taken down in some of the early matches was something that we thought, okay, that's going to be a great sign for Euphoria. Now, though, okay, they need to almost immediately respond, and it's whether or not they're going to have that, or if it could just be a quick 2-0, but the other way.
4, 3, 2,
Well, it looks like we're ready to get on in to the map. We've already seen the first one go down, and I think the reality is it surprised me, but I'm, if anything, just more excited for what we're about to witness here. Lav taking the Hela, ASD taking it on the other side. That's an interesting play. So Happy gets the Star-Lord the ability to fly around and take those duels on his own terms. I would be very scared to be a support up against this. You've got Euphoria coming in with a vengeance. They're not looking to lose the series here, but they could. Let's see how far this cart can get, as we have an early contest on this choke point just around the corner. Damage being thrown in, but this is only farming up those support ultimates. Loki already with a ton of healing. There's the dive though from Wolverine, and it's the tank that is found. Gnome down. That puts a big spanner in the works for the defending side.
That's not the start you're looking for. Already losing a player quite far forward. Like, they managed to push this all the way up towards that initial choke, and it's whether or not they even want to try and battle for this anymore, just try and reset for that next point. But this is a massive start for Rival. They've made this initial look a little bit too easy, and actually they are going to try and go back in off the back of the Eye of Agamotto, though. That's just, it looks already like it's done.
It absolutely does. They have destroyed the defense to start it out, and a lot of that, the Wolverine dive to start, taking Doctor Strange out of play. That leaves no shield, which leaves your supports in the open. Guess who goes next? It's Loki. And then you're missing your tank, you're missing some of your heals, plus one of your tanks, and that's you done and dusted indeed. Sent back to defend around this this corner. Now, obviously, here, I feel like there's a good opportunity. We're coming up to a bend. You're going to need good ult usage coming in from the attack side to actually push around that corner. First defense didn't go well, but for Euphoria, they can still bounce back. Again, though, if they lose this one easily, we start to get very worried that this is going to be a domination. Galactic Legends.
Oh, you're excited. That's the ultimate the Mitch has been looking to see, but I don't think it's had anywhere near the impact that was hoping for. Alone, I'm just enjoying seeing him already on this Wolverine, and that's going to be another dragged away in the form of Neko. They are just picking these players apart, just looking to try and steal away any tanks, any healers that he can do, and so far he's been doing an excellent job. In fact, they are on the hunt. Him and Hulk, Dreamer will take down another. That's ASD gone. And once again, what looked like an initial battle abroad, I don't even know if they can get back through this choke.
I don't think so. Tooth Grinder and Tooth Gnasher desperately close to making it there. Portal blocking them out completely from the right avenue, and now they've got to go through the small room, the side room. They've made it just in time. Less than 4 meters between the point and those gates bursting wide open. A big fight now for Rivals. They've got ults to use. So many. The choice is theirs. They might not even need them. Eye of Agamotto's frozen them all. Another huge ultimate from Doctor Strange. And the attackers, they have overwhelmed that point. This is again carrying on from the previous battles that we saw. Domination from the side of Rivals. Euphoria just cannot get back on this horse or this goat. You know, it depends how you want to look at it.
This is always the point, though. I feel like this map seems to get harder as it goes, and this final choke can be very difficult to get through. So we'll see if they've got it, because at the moment, they've got plenty of time. Over 4 minutes left on the clock. Momo having that extra gamma charge seems to have been doing quite a lot. And now Happy, we've seen him switch things up. The Kraken activated. Could be the first time that we maybe see them take this one away, but good denial from those heals. It's not been able to hold things over the line. Still going again and again, but eventually forced to fall back. And well, we're going to see the Hulk come out to play.
Absolutely, he is here in full force. Used that to keep himself alive. Didn't want the stagger and the reset. They want this fight here and now. That's how confident Rivals are most of the time. You'd probably see that saved. You'd see the L taken, but not today. They're trying to push forward and take this space, denying the initial dive in from Wolverine, but the respawn's going to be quick. They are so close to the World Tree now that he'll be back online very soon indeed. We need more picks to come through. A lot of sustain down, pushed back are the defensive side towards the choke point, but now the reinforcements are here. They're back at full strength and looking to fight. The dive comes in and nothing found on the back of it. Damage done, but reset. They're forced further back. The payload is still moving. Stormbreaker almost all the way to the World Tree. They're fighting at the spawn gate at this point. Euphoria are being controlled. There might not be picks, but they can't find any space, and when they look for it, they're punished immediately there, though. Finally, there seems to be a glimmer of hope. 3 kills come back, 3 KOs in play for this side, and now they've got control. Finally, Euphoria are back in play. This is not looking good. Big ult coming out from Hela, and the fight is not done just yet. It can still swing back the other direction again, and again we see this ult used. Finally, they put this push to bed, but there's plenty more coming.
That's the thing. They've been saved a couple of times now by Kraken's impact, but it's whether or not that is enough to really bring this squad back to life. I thought Lav had it when throwing through that Goddess of Death, but it isn't going to be the case here. It has to be a build back up for Rival. Not going to just rush this one, but a fair few ultimates looking to come back online for the opposing squad as well, looking to delay. Happy wanting to play on that front line as much as possible, almost trying to deny the Wolverine, and well, instead has to deny his teammates being removed by the Eye of Agamotto. It hasn't worked out though. Momo this time will fall alongside Alone. That is the deadly duo of this attack side gone, and the Eye of Agamotto gone with it. That's a high impact ult removed. Won't be online for a while.
You've seen a couple bionic hooks just graze past players' faces so far. There's another. Eventually that's going to hit, and Happy will have his pick, or at least a lot of damage dealt. For now though, the slow push back to the payload Those
Got it
goats
again.
waiting to drag Stormbreaker forward, but the ultimate is online, exactly as you said. The Kraken, she'll soon see an impact already. An impact from Wolverine, and there it is. Ult dispense, nothing found. Needs to pick for the reset. Won't find it just yet. Although, look what's just come online for Wolverine. He's diving in the back lines and taking them all. That is a dominant fight for Euphoria. And, well, a little bit of a stagger with the cherry on top. Beautiful.
I love it. It's almost like ASD has just gone, okay, I haven't been able to beat you with my game, so I'm just going to steal yours. Like, pulls through the last stand and has helped with the elimination of the full squad once again. We were talking about them having over 4 minutes to get through this final choke, and I said it in the moment, the last choke is so difficult to get through, and they are struggling. Stuck at the final hurdle arrival, and it seems like Euphoria have come online at the perfect moment. But there is no give up just yet. Plenty of ultimates still to play with. Eternal Bond placed down to try and help with those heals, help with reducing the amount of damage they're taking along the way, but they're not able to clear out any of these players. A trade out of Magnetos. Finally, Raymomo has stepped up with another. It's whether or not they can still get this over the line, though, as the defense quickly responds, quickly pushes them back, and now it's down to overtime. They have to get it over the line here and now.
This is the fight that will decide it all indeed. The final marker put in the ground. Will it be all the way to the World Tree? The damage done by Wolverine. Just claws flying in every direction. Agamotto comes in. They can at least find a pick off this. It looks like no, the heals are still there, sustaining them all the way. Happy manages to find one, dove deep in the back lines, was strange, and he's punished for it. Eternal Bond, though, that will buy them some space to push forward. It doesn't stack anymore, but look at the space it's covering. It should be healing them on the side of Rivals, though. They're being picked apart. Huge dive from this side, and now at long last the fight comes to an end. Stormbreaker will not push all the way to the World Tree, and victory in regulation will be possible.
I honestly, with the amount of time that was there for Rival, I thought this was going to be the 3-0. Like, they looked like they had it dead to rights, but this was what I was talking about at the top of the show. The ability to adapt. And I think that's what we saw. Like, the initial compositional start that we had with Happy over on that Star-Lord, he was getting rinsed, like, didn't have the impact. Even when the ultimate was thrown out, Galactic Legend, it didn't really do too much. He switches up to Winter Soldier. We see ASD as well pick up that Wolverine on the other side. And I actually think, although alone throughout the entirety of the map probably had the most success, with Last Stand at least, I think you have to give the credit over to ASD on the other side, because when that ult was popped, we just saw so many players getting wiped out as they tried to make it through. Even as you said, when they were using that combination alongside the ultimate of Cloak and Dagger, the Eternal Bond, it didn't matter. He was able to just pull players out and then clear them out, and you could see it ended up. It really is crazy with how the game started that Happy ends up 16-2. Like, it didn't feel like a 16-2 for the first 2.5 points.
Yeah. I think at this point, you know, we've seen them wake up. We really have. We've seen Happy find his feet, and now, well, he is standing firmly on them. Let's see if they'll be able to stand their ground, though, on this attacking side for the side of Rival. They've now got the same task that their opponents did. And look, the problem, I guess, that if the payload goes all the way, the game is over. But they made quite a hefty distance. So 97 meters to be made up on, 97.6 to be exact. And this choke point here, usually where we see that first fight go down. And indeed, it will be no different this time. Although that's a bit rough to pull right away. Dragging Magneto in. He is in the back lines, and it's not getting any better. Thrown deeper with the Wolverine dive. Same thing on both sides. In fact, this is going to be a massive pushback from this attacking side. Euphoria claiming space, but still not winning those fights to the point of the KO. Wolverine, he should be able to get out of there. Just about caught, though.
Yeah, that's a big one. Alone, as said, caused so many issues. It seems like, well, maybe AV7 is having a few of his own, just caught out completely alone. This first point, again, is going to go by in a blink of an eye. But as said, like, this is what you kind of expect. A lot of the time, you're going to see these maps scale with difficulty. First point being that little bit easier, long way to walk for that defensive side, and then it's going to get more difficult as it goes along. I'll be intrigued to see if Euphoria are in a similar boat with how fast they get through this. And Mitch, I sound like a broken record. Cracking Impact Online for Happy. I feel like this almost guarantees that this fight is not going to go well for the opponents.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen also the rocket swap out. Bookie still, though, sitting around on that defensive side, looking for some picks, looking for some damage, although it's Happy. That is just landing heads. You can hear those dinks coming through. Well, not quite there. That was all wall. But in a moment, the real danger begins. Kraken Impact again put into play. This time, though, an immediate response. The heal ults come through. Loki even popping his own heal, so they doubled up. There was absolutely no way to shred through it, but Kraken Impact ain't going anywhere. He's still here, picking them off, and up in the sky. Hell, it won't last any longer. That ultimate immediately dealt with, and the timing of these picks means there is no chance for them to contest the point anymore, especially with Kraken Impact still online. Oh my goodness.
There was no one left to hit. That's how you know you're failing upwards. It's like, what's your biggest problem? Oh, sorry, I'm suffering from success. I've killed the whole team and my Kraken Impact is still online. The thing is, though, right back into the fight. We mentioned it. Over 4 minutes were there for Rival. Over 5 minutes are there for Euphoria. They are showing that they can definitely thrive when it comes to this attack. And, well, maybe showing why I think if Happy's ever not in the starting roster again, I'm going to be very upset, because this guy is running riot right now with that pistol.
Oh yeah, these bullets are hitting every single time. In fact, we might bring Rocket back just to give him the infinite ammo. It's being ridiculous. And there's another one found. It is the Bookie on the other side. The real Winter Soldier is standing up, and my goodness, everyone else is falling. There's nowhere to go at this point. Eternal Bond, though, okay, that's going to at least keep them online, keep them healed up and in the fight. You would think, oh my goodness, the shred on the other side, the counter bond, and the immediate domination. Immediate, it's just a continuation. In fact, this has been the story of this side. They have done it. They've pushed the distance, and even had we gone to overtime, they had plenty time on the clock. 4:30 left. That is a statement victory from Euphoria. My goodness.
It literally feels like one of those games where it's like, oh, you had us in the first half. Because there was a world where we were going to OT with both teams with like an absurd amount of time left on the clock. But this literally was the switch up of a lifetime. Like, Happy going away from that Starlord, which he started on in the early matchup, switching over, being the MVP. And I think if anybody was going to contest that MVP on his team, they would be silenced by the 18 final hits, 25,000 damage, which is currently on the board, but also just like those ults. Like, it seemed like such an immediate cleanup. And that's the thing, like, we talk about this guy like in other matches playing that sort of strategist, like playing over on Adam Warlock, but not playing it like the way that you might play it in your ranked games. It was just impressive what he was able to do when actually put over on that DPS. And I think as well, I want to give credit to ASD, because I think that, again, it was one where they started off with like something that didn't necessarily work too well, saw the success of the Wolverine on the other side, and went, I could do that. I could do that too. And we saw it just like being able to pick away those Vanguard players and like basically leaving all of your healers out to dry. It definitely made things a lot easier.
Yeah, this is the kind of turnaround that we were looking for. And I think, you know, removing the storm on the other side seems to have had quite a decent impact. Not to say that Alone Fills wasn't there, wasn't active, that Lav wasn't either. I mean, you even look at the damage stats, and my goodness, Lav was certainly putting in a shift. But it's not enough. It really isn't. And that really big Hella ult as well that came in on point from Lav, it almost saved the day. But this guy was just running around down below. Didn't matter whose perspective we looked at. You just saw that hand extended, gun in hand, and pop, pop, pop. Nothing but dings, ringing the dinner bell. And they were eating good today. So from this point, I think it's fair to say, Tom, you know, we didn't even get to see the Hella so much. We didn't get to see from Euphoria. We didn't get to see the Adam Warlock. I'm just talking about Happy there. And yet they still come in with a game like that after a kind of flat start as well. Are they back? Are Euphoria back, baby?
It's difficult to say because it really does feel like for, I don't know, it's gonna be a silly number, but maybe like 68% of the game they weren't in it, and then for the last couple of minutes they were. So we'll have to wait and see. Luckily, we're not going to have to wait for very long. We're going to look at the highlights. You're going to get to see all of those plays once again, and then we'll be back after a short break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Time to go nuts. Check out this big acorn. Whoa, stampede!
That almost hurt! I've got you! Fantastic! Ha! Ha ha! Ha ha! Oh! Ha ha!
You have been sheltered by the light for far too long. The time has come for darkness to reign. Soon your resolve will begin to crumble. You'll be stretched too thin. There will be nowhere left to hide, and your fire will cease to burn. For no light shall survive in my empire of eternal night.
Support ultimate being used by Kanga. No support ultimates left for the side of Oz endgame, and this does mean that people are starting to fold. Purification, Nikos, both supports are down from Oz endgame.
Off angle as well. Tarax on a massive off angle. 3-piece coming through nice and quickly, and that will be the clean up now for the rest. Rude's used that ult for very low HP. Tricky survives, gets enough healing to be able to make it work. Isaac follows up on Oz 6, and this is a situation now where Fury look to be able to get a full reset on Oz endgame. I don't think Oz endgame is going to really throw much more into this one. They don't really have a lot. Isaac's going to make sure nothing happens. Another double stun on the back line, and there's your reset. It costs an extra ultimate, it forces him out.
That eternal bond feeling at least is going to keep that Invisible Woman standing. I've got news for you though. The Cypher Kraken edge once more. Insta going to be hit by that one going low. That's the reset. And there's more where that came from. Crimson desperately trying to get away with that tainted voltage and secure the kill and give another reset. Hypnotic using it more for mobility than anything else right now, which I think is completely fair. As Taxi will be surrounded and dragged down.
When their tanks get low, but it's going to be Renzi with 2 KOs. They get Donald extremely low, and they're able to heal it up at the start, but not last for long as Renzi cuts them up.
Gets caught out there. That is brutal stuff. Tries to go in for an eye of Agamotto, but it ends up being their undoing instead. And that's Adam finding a double. Nasty little meteor, and my goodness, Inspo and Crimson, both Lunar Snows in that moment, taken down. A moment, but it should be a decent showing for Kanga. They've lost Inspo, however, Platinum Star just don't want to lay down. They are not taking this one. That is Ace going absolutely ham, man. That is a double off the clap. This guy is ridiculous.
I mean, just some insane plays there from Ace and Platinum Star. I mean,
Fate of both wells. Battlefly being used by 6 as well. They will be able to get a KO on Sinatra. 76% on the point right now. But wait, it's Pippin!
Making the comeback. You get the combo though. What you see there is Niang comboing off a Tinny Falcon, goes down, but the Eye of Agamotto hits first, allows then Niang to be able to drop in the extra Horn of Proteus.
No strategist ultimates up here for Platinum Star. This is dangerous now for Kronos to go in. This damage will stick. Again, the Dagger Storm though, good in the pinch for AoE skilling. If you don't have one of those strategist ultimates, Pyrax, I think this is going to be way too much now. It is going to be a complete wipe, folks. Pyrax for 3. Absolutely dirty stuff with the Goddess of Death.
Now Aces once again goes in, gets one pick, gets 2 picks, going for another reset, and another reset, and a 4th reset. Is that a
Last minute left to go here, so not quite last fight. Right, there will be more to come through, but the problem here is
Atlas using the God of Mischief on the other side, trying to use one as well. So you do get one of those big key ultimates out. Oh, no! Sick KO there. Kanga. It's going to be Tyrax actually finishing off Shroods in midair.
Shroods was trying to go for the move.
Yeah.
Looking for Dance of the Butterfly in midair to deal with Tyrax, but it falls
Dude,
back.
Tyrax going crazy.
But both of these duelists just end up looking straight at Shroods again.
Well, we've got one more battle before we're finished with our first series of the day, Tom, here at the Marvel Rivals Invitational for Asia. I am very happy with how things have gone down so far. We've had a bit of a turnaround. We had a very quick Idrisil's path. I wasn't expecting it to be quite as
Royal Palace. Let's go.
We're off to the Royal Palace. Yes, we are. Oh, this is great.
Yes.
We're following the storyline of Idrisil. The two battles going on across the board. We have our bans already. Storm is going to be disappearing, which is fantastic news in some ways. And I believe we'll get into that in a moment. We'll actually show you guys at home. I'm
we just spoiled it. We spoiled it.
yeah, we might have a little bit. That's one ban. It's one ban. Storm, all right? Probably should be banned.
If it's not going to Royal Palace now, I'm gonna cry. Like, because I even built it up earlier. I was like, yeah, I love this map, and then if it doesn't go there, I'll be sad. But no, I think that obviously we've had an exciting matchup so far. I think they're bringing in Happy. You could see the difference. Like, the guy had a fantastic matchup, but I think it was really cool to just see the sort of like the switch up between like how they were adapting in the moment to sort of like bring in certain different things here and there. So yeah, I wonder if they're gonna ban Storm. Oh, wow,
Storm
how did we
ban.
know? That's crazy.
Wow, that's cool. So that's crazy. I didn't see that one coming. Yeah, that's really caught me off guard. And I genuinely don't know who's gonna be removed on the other side. We've seen a lot of impact from the Wolverines, so that could be something. But Loki, yeah, listen, stealing the ults, he really can be the God of Mischief, and it is right to get rid of him, especially when you're on Idrisil's path. I mean, we're going into the Royal. When we're on Idrisil in general, we've been on the path. Now we're going into the Royal Palace. Curious to see the protects from each side. Rival getting to choose theirs now. And in just a moment, we'll see. It's Luna Snow. Okay, so we haven't got to see Luna Snow. It's been heavily banned as well, but without a doubt, we will be seeing Luna Snow here today. Maybe we even get the Jeff Namor combo. What's going on?
Do they protect the thing now? Because that's been removed. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Oh, we're on the ball, predicting the Storm. Crazy. The thing, we didn't actually see that one early, but yeah, I think it's been banned out every single run. It's been something that we saw a lot from Euphoria yesterday, especially like, I think Fun was one of the players that was brought into play, specifically that hero. And so the fact that it sort of was taken out of there every map so far, they're just going to go, yeah, we're just going to save it. And as you mentioned, there is a wonderful team up between Luna Snow and Namor, so they banned Namor. It's understandable.
Yeah, don't leave my boy Jeff out like that. That's kind of rude. Out in the cold. He's a hot water fish. The Adam Warlock taken out of play as well. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense to get rid of Namor. Those squids powered up, it's just ridiculous the kind of damage they can be outputting. You do not, I mean, if you're playing healer, you're at the back line, you know Namor's going to be wrapping his way around and coming to say hello with his buddies real quick. So it's just a nightmare to play against. The right call. We could have had triple healers here. I see there's a potential switch up. Invisible Woman being swapped over. Okay, yeah, we're still going to have that triple heal. So, obviously, it can change at any moment.
I think I'm seeing a lone switching that out, and I'm like, is he going to go from like playing dive?
Is it you? Is it
duelist? Like, that's the thing. I feel like because you can just obviously swap. A lot of the time, we've seen players just straight up troll who they're locking at the beginning of the game because they know that it shows up here. So
100%.
Until we get into the match, I am not believing anything that has come up on that screen.
Yeah, it's only really the picks and the bans that matter. Now, it's time to get busy. It's time to get into it. Another game of domination. We're going to be contesting points in the middle, couple seconds till they unlock, and then the battle goes down to claim your percentage. First to 100 takes it. First to take 2 wins the series at this point. Now, this is the decider between them. What an incredible battle it has been so far. So many things to keep an eye on as we move through this. The Hellas on both sides. Av7 had a couple really big ultimates and really was just countered by the fact that on the other side, they were having such an individually mighty game, being boosted, healed up to start with, dealing some damage, a good bit of build on that ultimate in the early days. Bit of an overextension.
That's the thing. I was going to say, once again, we've got Happy kicking things off. We'll see if there's maybe a little bit of a switch up later on. ASD being pressured back, needs to try and just do as much damage as possible, but it seems like, once again, it's going to be that solid early start for Rival. They will have the point under their control.
Yes, building up the percentage again. They've been doing such a good job on domination of having that first point control, and from that point, really Euphoria were eating out of their hands when we look back at how this series started, ending in the same game mode. But will it be the same result? Only time can tell. Time and these players. Oh, the heals just about being expended to keep these players alive. Ult comes online just in time. Invisible Woman keeping the game alive on the point for now. But ultimate comes in on the other side. The Goddess of Death is here, and she's not looking to play around. It's damage across the board. Picks coming in as a result, and it is domination for the side of Rivals. They have claimed the point, and they will hold it deep into this game. 55% on the board already.
Yeah, AV7 again having such an impressive performance when it comes to this Ella. You can see on the other side, ASD is trying to match up, trying to go 1-for-1 against the doppelganger, but so far, Av in the early game has always been the most impressive. Also have themselves Luna Snows ultimate in the background, and now we get to see if the same can come through on the other side. ASD is going to try and utilize that on. You can see Av potentially trying to do some damage to stop it, but instead, I think they've managed to just almost completely avoid it. Everyone's still standing after the ult.
Yeah, the invisible boundary was there, but it was respected. They just step back, keep barely a touch on the point, and grind that percentage up to 100. At this point, it is just free picks for AV7. Another found. The Goddess of Death has a bit of competition, though, up top. Star-Lord's coming in. Galactic Legend already finding damage, finding picks as well, and turning the tide just in time. It's not lost just yet. They're only building up 2% against 99. One lost team fight. Euphoria are going 1 point down.
I've seen this one before, though. Reject in their first map yesterday, facing off against Euphoria, got to 99%. Maybe thought the deal was done, thought that it was over, but it's very easy for things to swing back. It might seem like it's very close, but this is exactly what Euphoria like to do. They get up in your face, they get close, they make sure that it's incredibly difficult with the thing online. The fact is, though, they're already being pushed back. In fact, that's Gnome gone. That's the shield removed. Already problems starting to arise, and ultimates having to be expended. The invisible boundary put into play to give them those heals, trading back and forth either header. But they are winning out these fights, and Av is having an insane performance here.
Oh, this ultimate with the invisible boundary. It's going to be online for quite a bit of the ult, so they get to tag her down a little low still, though. It's lasting long enough to get a pick out of it, do damage, maybe follow up. Star-Lord barely making it away, but caught at the last second. All the picks going to the side of Rival, and it looks like now there's no turning back. There's no stepping foot on that point for the side of Euphoria. This one is done. Even a strange portal couldn't get them there in time. It is 1-0 for the side of Rival, on the cusp of a huge upset in this series.
Yeah, we may have had different ideas about who is going to be, or what manner in which Euphoria was going to be winning, but none of us went the other direction and gave Rival maybe the respect that they deserved. As I said, we didn't see this matchup yesterday. This was one that came through in the upper bracket, both teams winning their games relatively comfortable. It was just that we saw the caliber of Reject maybe being slightly higher, and thus the assumption was that that would transfer over. Av has just had an absolutely insane game. And the other thing as well is we mentioned the thing. Well, both teams have played it. Fun. 2 and 3. Dreamer 10 and 1. I'm sure you can't rely completely on the kills, but I think it was clear to say that they definitely diffed him in that last one.
4, 3.
Oh, this now changed to composition we're running with the Luna Snow in play for Kino. Oh, whatever it is, it's working and they need to keep it up. Ults online to start this, only one, and it is on our boy Happy, the Galactic Legend, probably to be used to claim that site early on. Will it have the great effect that it looks for? Do they need to pick first, or will he just send it? No, the tip of the spear will be Happy, looking for the supports. Galactic Legend finding its mark, dealing damage, but not taking the KO just yet. For now, in fact, Euphoria will land those KOs. Oh my, they land every single one of them. It's a 4 with a quick response. Galactic Legend subsided, but the Legend himself continues, and he will find another. That is a stagger and a little bit of extra time bought for Euphoria to build up that percentage.
And the other thing as well is the Strange Portal was used to get onto the site at the beginning. They've actually switched off it, so that's not going to be something coming back online to try and retake this position. That could be a problem. Getting up these stairs is not easy. That's why we've seen such an aggressive positional hold being taken by Euphoria. They know, especially with the thing, that they want to get up in the faces, but again, Av is just having mass amounts of impact. You're going to see this aggressive push forward from Funfun, knowing that holding onto this ground is so important, but they've now, I believe, almost lost the healer. No, it was just about the escape available for Neko.
Yeah, this was unfortunate. We saw a tank step forward trying to tank that damage so that the healers could build up the ultimate, and Eternal Bond came online, I'm not even kidding, but half a second after they died. It was just horrendous, but that elimination means no sustain ult, means you're out of here. I mean, you're losing the healer as well as the ultimate, obviously. Disastrous. 70% already. Happy building up to 80, looking for a little bit more with the picks found here. Euphoria seem to be right back into winning ways. A lot of ultimates online for the other side, but it's unlikely Rival will use them without a big opportunity here. It won't be clobbering time for them anytime soon, although the ultimate in play for ASD. This is dangerous. We've seen it do so much in the past. The Goddess of Death dealing damage and lighting them up, making it easy pickings for the rest of the squad. And that was a big investment from both sides to try to take that across the line.
Yeah, Galactic Legend was used in the mix. I think they also had the invisible barrier, so Euphoria invested pretty much everything other than the Meteor, which, well, the Meteor mostly at the time used to deny other healer ults. That's not bad though, right? Momo being able to take down Happy, we've seen that sort of buff to the amount of damage that is able to be done by Magneto. A left, right, left is enough to now eliminate a Squishy, and well, that's exactly what happened. Luckily for Happy, the boost to his shift is going to enable him to get back into the action fairly quick.
Well, Cav 7 hearing that percentage tick closer. It's now on 85. Looking to defend her new kingdom. Hela will be stepping in any moment now, and that Goddess of Death, well, it could turn the tide. Rival already finding a pick, and that's a tank down. They are desperately looking for something to hold on. 96% now. A reset for Euphoria isn't the end of the world. They'll still be able to get back in well and truly in time. But the Goddess of Death wasn't used. This is held on. So many of the ultimates are on Rival's side. Sure, there's time, but if they use these ults right, Rival could burn that clock all the way down.
I think having both, or almost all three, strategist ultimates is just huge going into the late round. The amount they can delay, but that's the thing. It seems like everything's stacking up for either side. In fact, there's been a cheeky little play going into the backline, trying to steal the point while everybody's battling on the stairs. Bear in mind, they're on 99%, so they cannot allow that to happen. Have to try and turn tail and run, and because of that, it's split the pack. It's caused issues for this defending side as they've been picked apart, having to spam out some of those strategist ultimates just to keep themselves standing, just to buy time for the response.
This is a Luna and Invisible Woman ult used, and Happy knows that's his time to shine, baby! No more ults to bring them through, and the Galactic Legend reigns supreme, dominating on the point and buying Euphoria precious seconds that should lead to one final battleground. Oh, what a play to fight their way back in, to divide the lines. And well, they might have stood united, but they certainly fell alone in the end. The throne room, fittingly, is where we will finish this battle. Grand final spot up for grabs. And at this point, Tom, both teams deserve it. Let's see who's taking it there.
Oh, yeah, if we're being realistic, the sort of expectation is that we might be seeing this game again a little bit later on. And most of the time, I'm not massively happy to see rematches. I would be over the moon to see this one. The fact that we see a player go to the point just to split that aggressive position, like getting out of there, getting in behind, it just caused so many issues. And those are individual plays that, if you fail, they're the death of you. That puts your team in a 6v5 if you die and get nothing. But the fact that there was survivability, the fact that the point was almost taken, and the fact that Rival almost had to like just panic and swap back up, there was a great individual play that turned the game. And while even the strategist ults that stacked up were not enough to save Rival there. And that's the thing. Ults carry over. So they're not going to have them here.
Yeah, you see Goddess of Death still there. We were waiting for it, but the idea to just sustain, to just pop those ults, look, it might have worked a couple days ago, a week or two, but not anymore. F7, off to a great start, having already picked off one. That's Happy gone, but the return is there! Oh my! Euphoria, don't take that slight lying down. It is a dominant fight after first blood is drawn. My goodness, that's what they can do without Happy, by the way.
With that's the thing. That is the value of having those ults going into the final round. Clobbering time used in the perfect moment, throwing everybody up in the air, leaving them stunned. And while the expectation there is it will be a huge wipe if you can put that into position. I believe as well they used the Eternal Bond just to make sure that everybody stunned was taking absurd damage while healing on the other side. Now this becomes a tougher battle. Once again, an issue for Rival has been fighting back through the chokes, the aggressive positions. They're going to use Clobber and Time themselves to try and leave people stunned. There is attempted defense. Happy trying to buy the eye of the opponent, trying to get people looking his way so his teammates can survive, and they have.
Great use of the shield mag, just about staying alive for Euphoria. That's huge. Meteor M going to be thrown through now because he's still here to fight. Now, oh, it is actually finding the one. Luna snows down. All the supports falling for the side of Rival. In fact, they are all gone. No more sustain. And that percentage builds up for Euphoria. What a battle this has been in this series. Rival have stuck it to their opponents. But now, Hela sitting on her recently claimed throne. Well, more so Loki's throne, but we all know Hela. She's taken a little bit of it too. It could be the last fight, certainly the last big one if ults are committed. They're on the build up. Meteor M will be here. But realistically, for Rival, all they have is Soul Resurgence to get them through this choke point. They've just built up Fate of Both Worlds. It's going to be activated. Okay, that heal ult's going to get them through the choke point. It's going to force Euphoria back down to the point. The high ground now there for the blue side. Let's see if Rival can make use of it, though, because they got heals, but they still haven't got the KOs. The follow-up isn't there. Meteor M doesn't land the kills it needs. And now, inside the Eternal Bond, they might be safe, but Galactic Legend is hunting them down. Clopper and Time no more on the site as they are sent back 75%, but a pick on Happy that could open the door back.
Yeah, they managed to survive through the Galactic Legend. The spam of those ultimates has not really made a dent. They've been able to survive in the backline and now look to push back through. But again, you just see Gnome going ham on that Magneto, combining with his team. It's looking like it all could be over as they are being wiped out. The Haymaker is there in combination, just trying to get to the point is Kido, but it is too little, too late. They may start themselves a little bit slow, Mitch. They may even lose the first point each time. But until the game is done, Euphoria are not.
Man, that is an incredible turnaround, and this is why we expect Euphoria to be the victors. In fact, we came in today, a lot of people expect your 2-1, but my goodness, or expect the possibility of a 2-1. I think we all expected it to be a more dominant series even for Euphoria, but for it to be this close down to the very last point on domination on the last series as well. Incredible performance, but ultimately, Tom, it's not enough for the side of Rival. It's not enough. They put their heart and soul into this.
Final hits on Magneto.
Out.
It's just like Gnome towards the end was just an unstoppable force. And I mentioned it. That was one of the sort of changes to his kit, is that the shields took a little bit of a nerf in terms of like, okay, it doesn't last anywhere near as long anymore, but he does more damage. And I was like, you know, it'd be a bit more damage here and there. And then you watch him just like absolutely ripping apart players on the other side, especially squishies, especially your strategists, your DPS are just coming up against this guy. But 16, we've got a new record for the day on a Vanguard final hits. I don't know if we're going to beat that. We'll have to wait and see.
But this is very much just the patch 1.5 effect. I mean, we're looking at, what is it? 80 for a left click, 90 for a right click. So you can, with Magneto, if you get close to him, it's left, right, left, that quick, and you are gone if he hits. And the projectiles are pretty quick as well. So if it's close range, and that is exactly like you said, Tom, that's what we saw on that very last point. Magneto is being, everyone's diving on to contest, to get there, to heal. And Magneto goes, oh, you got up in my face?
You're coming for me.
No. That's you made the wrong play today. Immediate double kill, and it was like Hela and Mantis, I think it was. There's nothing you can do about that. There really is nothing. You just got to give Magneto that respect.
I will say,
in this patch.
Credit where it's due. Ab7 was nuts. Like I think going into the next match, if you're Reject and you've been watching this, you go, how badly do we want to play Hela? Like how badly do we want to play that hero? Because I think he ended up as still like the top player within the game in terms of eliminations. I think the ultimates coming out, the Goddess of Death really was just absolute destruction. And it's like, if you go off that's the thing. This is literally a game of, they had us in the first half. Like the amount of times we had to see changes, or we had to see like patient play for ults. But the thing I love with Euphoria is they are never sitting back. Like they are not a team that goes, oh, they're at 99%. Maybe we should try and play safe. They're like, no, we're in your face. And you have to push us back. You have to make a play. And I think that's just the only difference in this series, was they had that sort of decision making to go, okay, I'm making a play in this moment that will win us the game. And in each time it did.
Yeah, and I think we see the benefit of that again, looking at that last big fight that went down, the upper contest. You had to have, what was it, Fate of Both Worlds used to just get them through the choke point, like basically in
just
their
to get
spawn.
close. Yeah,
like, you know, it's gone by the time they're on the site itself. So yeah, the benefits to it were incredible. That little bit of proactivity, and now set up as our grand finalists, but we need to find out who's joining them, and that is for the lower final. We'll be going on to that in just a little bit. For now though, we just had an epic series. Let's take a look back at it in the post-match highlights, and then we'll have a little break before we get back into some more Marvel Rivals. We'll see you soon, folks. Don't go anywhere.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to see. remember who you really are. Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it all. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your
Time to go nuts. Ha! Check out this big acorn. Whoa, stampede!
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon. To drain. The moon haunts you!
Psionic burst! Disappear!
That almost hurt! I've got you! Fantastic! Ha! 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 Oh! Ha! Ha! Now for something truly fantastic! That was simple. I've got you! Double the failure! Maximum! Let me return the favor! I'm as strong as Ben! Success!
Who wants to see something fantastic? Next. Force burst! They'll never see me coming. Clear the way! You have no clue how long I've wanted to do that, Namor. Disappear! A clear winner.
You have been sheltered by the light for far too long. The time has come for darkness to reign. Soon, your resolve will begin to crumble. You'll be stretched too thin. There will be nowhere left to hide, and your fire will cease to burn. For no light shall survive in my empire of of eternal night.
Support ultimate being used by Kanga. No support ultimates left for the side of Oz endgame, and this does mean that people are starting to fold. Certification, Nikos, both supports are down from Oz
And
endgame.
off angle as well. Tarak's on a massive off angle. 3-piece coming through nice and quickly, and that will be the clean up now for the rest. Rude's used that ult, but very low HP. Tricky survives, gets enough healing to be able to make it work. Isaac follows up on Oz6, and this is a situation now where Fury look to be able to get a full reset on Oz endgame. I don't think Oz endgame is going to really throw much more into this one. They don't really have a lot. Isaac's going to make sure nothing happens. Another double stun on the back line, and there's a
Beautiful.
reset. It costs an extra
Absolutely
ultimate.
beautiful.
It forced him out.
That eternal bond feeling at least is going to keep that invisible woman standing. I've got news for you though. The Cypher Kraken edge once more. Insta going to be hit by that one going low. That's the reset. And there's more where that came from. Crimson desperately trying to get away with that tainted voltage and secure the kill and give another reset. Hypnotic using it more for mobility than anything else right now, which I think is completely fair. As Taxi will be surrounded and dragged down.
When their tanks get low, but it's going to be Renzi with 2 KOs. They get Donald extremely low, and they're able to heal it up at the start, but not last for long as Renzi cuts them up.
Gets caught out there. That is brutal stuff. Tries to go in for an item of Agamotto, but it ends up being their undoing instead. And that's Adam finding a double. Nasty little meteor, and my goodness, Inspo and Crimson, both Luna Snows in that moment, take him down. A moment, but it should be a decent showing for Kanga. They've lost Inspo, however, Platinum Star just don't want to lay down. They are not taking this one. That is Ace going absolutely ham, man. That is a double off the clap. This guy is ridiculous.
I mean, just some insane plays there from Ace and Platinum Star. I mean,
Fate of both wells. Battlefly being used by 6 as well. They will be able to get a KO on Sinatra. 76% on the point right now. But wait, it's slipping.
Making the comeback. You get the combo though. What you see there is Niang comboing off a Tinny Falcon, who goes down. The Eye of Agamotto hits first, allows then Niang to be able to drop in the extra Horn of Proteus.
No strategist ultimates up here for Platinum Star. This is dangerous now for Cronus to go in. This damage will stick. Again, the Dagger Storm though, good in the pinch for AoE skilling. If you don't have one of those strategist ultimates, Pyrax, I think this is going to be way too much now. It is going to be a complete wipe, folks. Pyrax for 3, absolutely dirty stuff with the Goddess of Death.
Now Aces once again goes in, gets one pick, gets 2 picks, going for another reset, and another reset, and a 4th reset. Is that a 5th?
Last minute left to go here, so not quite last fight. Right, there will be more to come through, but the problem here is
Atlas using the God of Mischief on the other side, trying to use one as well. So you do get one of those big key ultimates out. Oh, no! Sick KO there, Kanga. It's going to be Tyrax actually finishing off Shroods in midair.
Shroods was trying to go for the move.
Yeah.
Looking for a dance of the butterfly in midair to deal with Tyrax, but it falls
Dude,
back.
Tyrax going crazy.
Where both of these duelists end up looking straight at Shroods again.
Welcome back to the Marvel Rivals Invitational for Asia. I'm Mitch, and with me is Tom, and we've already got our first series out of the way. It was a banger. Hopefully that's a tone set for the day, Tom.
Yeah, I feel like it's going to make this next match incredibly interesting because obviously there's a level of one team, I guess rival, if they go all the way back through, they're technically just going to play an absurd amount of maps back to back to back. So there's an argument that if they're going to be able to do it in the final, they need to kind of win this one clean. And if not, for Reject, they've got to watch their opponents. They can now be tactical in some of their bans and some of their shields to pick apart their opponents. And what they've literally just done like 20 minutes ago, and maybe be a little bit more refreshed. But then you also have the counter argument of the rival are going to be way more warmed up. They've just played 3 pretty intense maps. So I think it makes for a story on this one. And obviously for Euphoria, they now get the real winner's break, and they get to watch what everybody's going to be doing in this final matchup.
Well, that is the thing, Tom. You got to think about it. It's just been a long series that we saw play out. Add in domination, we've had a bunch of maps. Then you come to this one, BO5, could be 5 more, maps that we have to play out, then 7 later on. This could be a long day. So, I agree with you on a power level thing. We want to see them dominate, but also just on a stamina side, we need to see them dominate this game, because otherwise, hell, we go to the 7th battleground over on our in our grand final. You're gonna be pretty tired by that point, man. So best of luck to them, man. Well, best of luck to both teams, of course, because you have the idea of a long day. Could be a short day if they get 3-0'd and sent out of here. Rival played well, though.
They've done it immediately. They've just watched Av7 play, and they've gone, oh, were you good at Hella? Not in this game, you're not. And I mentioned it while we were off that we saw quite a lot of Psylocke actually coming out from November 24. So again, I think both teams being very tactical with their bans. Obviously, we've seen some Psylocke come out from Rival as well, but it's just whether or not you want to battle and brawl for it. Well, we've already mentioned the concept of Human Torch coming in with a Storm. I think one of the few teams to do it was actually Reject. So we might be getting a full matchup coming through here, potentially. Still a couple of bans to go.
Yeah. Well, it would be strange if we saw the ban come in here for the Human Torch. Indeed, it will be Luna Snow that's taken out. The healers targeted at the end there, and I think makes sense. The Fate of Both Worlds, the ultimate for Luna Snow, very strong for just guaranteeing you ground. You can push defenders back out of position and guarantee that hold. Now,
they have somewhat targeted. They've targeted a lot of November 24's play, because you've not only got rid of the Psylocke, which was November 24's one of the main picks. The other was Namor, which you've taken out the Luna Snow. So you've kind of gone well, we get the best of both worlds by removing 2 characters that almost directly impact him.
Yeah, I mean, as well as that, you look at Luna Snow in general. One of the main things that they've been doing, right, is just reducing the frequency of ultimates. But a lot of the other characters or healers have had some other sort of a change with it, even a buff for Loki alongside the ult being available less. Luna Snow was just no, let's just get that ult. Let's just pump up the numbers required to build that, because it's just so strong and so difficult to deal with. Look at this firing squad. Now, we talked about Loki having that little bit of a buff. His mystical missiles, he now has 12 of them instead of just 10, and they are looking to charge up some ultis right off rip. Deep damage being done by those 3 Lokis, by Magneto as well, and they'll just back up now, respecting that push. But it was an attempt to build up that early percentage. It looks like Alone is the one building it all up, though.
One of my favorite combinations we saw from Reject was the use of Venom and the Thing. I think it was something that was so difficult to play against. I think the Venom of Kripazuko was fantastic, and already you can see just in that backline, just looking to try and cause issues, trying to create a gap that this defense is already starting to struggle with. Solid heals coming in, though. Rey Momo will still be standing, and now the attack's starting to struggle a little bit themselves with Kripazuko already gone.
Yeah, those magic missiles from Av7 landing and finding their mark. That's 2 for him already. And the Warlock pick working wonders for this side. That is an immediate shutdown. And, well, just take a look at Storm. Ultimate Online, Omega Hurricane. This is an Omega level threat to the attacking side. A lot of danger. Symbiotic resilience couldn't keep Venom up with the amount of damage that rivals are outputting right now.
It definitely wasn't the fight they were hoping for, and already Hurricane looking to come through. That's at least going to be a healer or 2. That is a complete destruction on the fight. That one wasn't even particularly close. We talked about the potential of it. Maybe a Human Torch, where it turns out that in many cases, Storm is enough.
Yeah, Storm really is enough. And you look at the ultimates that came online, Tom. The timing, again, terrible for Rejects. They come into it. 2 ultimates available to play with, but those healers die just as they get them online. The Omega Hurricane, perfectly used timing-wise. Damage boost coming in, but the heals, it can't keep Alone alive. Luckily, Seven's got other ideas. Go for the revive. In comes Kraken Impact, though. In comes Clobber in time. Venom on the way as well. It's a full dive from the attacking side. Not wanting to get them solace, but the Soul Bond keeps them alive. Keeps them in the battle for now. Kraken Impact finding another. Again, it goes off. And again, it will be found. Damage across the board. Again, he's found another victim. And every shot is landing on its mark. But hold on. A quick response indeed. They seem to have come back just in time, finding kills across the board. The KOs sweeping in favor of the defense, and the point is not lost just yet. Somehow the thing was staying alive, but that will come to an end, and the symbiotic resilience is used to retreat.
I don't know how Alone has managed to stay up. I think the response from the healers was fantastic. I believe there was an Invisible Woman shield put in front of his face just as a bullet was about to fly in. So that might be some goated healer presence right there that has kept them up. A lot of ultimate spam, but look again, that Hurricane is online. They need to eliminate Alone, and the bubble will keep her alive again. They are just utilizing these supportive abilities. However, that won't be the case for Dreamer. Another pick found for this attack.
Wait, Hurricane was online a second ago, right? It just got canceled, I guess, halfway through. The animation must have been deleted, bringing it up to 89%, but then Storm goes down. The site now under threat indeed. The attackers are running the show, and it's ending very, very soon. We're going to be moving to the convoy by the looks of things, as there is not much left to this defense, and what is left is being picked off one at a time, running for the hills as the payload starts to move.
Saying it earlier, I think that one of the heroes that's going to be a fan favorite to watch is always going to be that Winter Soldier. Just the amount of sheer damage is being done by Gaias as well. Being able to pull players in, pick them off, and just constant chip damage. And you can already see the Kraken is built up and ready to go when they need it. However, they've got to deal with the Hurricane first. It seems like that is going to be the case. The invisible barrier now. There is that immediate response, and straight away a pick onto Momo. Another coming up to Dreamer. A second attempt to bring them back from the fray, but the pressure is immediately onto that front line, and further eliminations coming through.
Oh, Cocoon Revival. Av7 still here. The magic missiles, though, they'll get nothing done. Swarmed immediately. Oh, it was such great usage of the invisible barrier alongside Adam Warlock going for the revive, because of course you don't come back with full health from the Karmic Revival, but the invisible barrier will bring you right back up to fighting shape and stop you from being taken down with all those heals. That's wonderful. But as soon as that barrier goes down, it is a sweeping victory for the attack. So much so that a last-ditch attempt with a portal to get them in. Oh, that's beautiful. It's used, and that pulls them in as well. Those players could not escape. They couldn't move. And the ones on site, well, they don't last long. The payload will make it to its destination. One step closer to the end of the road.
But that, yeah, the Venom ult called the Feast of the Abyss, and that was a feast. They've altered the way that ultimate works, pulling them further inwards, if anything, and you could see that there was nowhere for the players to go. Again, DPS combining to get that extra damage done, but as always, it's that third and final point that could be the toughest, the closest to those spawns. Again, you see the Kraken now available for guys. He's got to try and choose his moment.
Oh, gotta get out of there. It was almost clobber in time for him. Could have been taken down. A Mega Hurricane comes in just in time. Damage done. Bucky down and out. Venom holding on for dear life, but finds space in the invisible barrier. In for a little bit more. Alone fills, landing the damage and sending them running. The rest of the squad damage boosted too. Oh, almost finding the pick.
Yeah, Guy has used the Kraken in the middle of that and got immediately eliminated by Alone. That is such a huge kill It not only reduces the amount of HP, but also a possibility to just spam out. And again, talking about these shields, talking about the factor of just being able to hold back these players from killing out alone. And you can see he's already halfway back up to getting that Hurricane back online. We've seen the impact that it's had. In fact, 80% already. We could be seeing it in just any moment. November maybe realizing it is going to pop the ult of his own and at least eliminate finally that storm. But the res has been popped.
The res has been popped. Yeah, Rival aren't going anywhere just yet. Venom diving in to deal with Adam, at least removing that, but the Cocoon Revival is in play. Adam will be right back in the fight, and those magic missiles, they're firing off once again. The dive from Venom, looking to finish his prey a second time, and it's eating good today. A little more found. A stagger as well with both healers now down. There is no choice but to wait. Well, at least for the defensive side, Venom not looking to wait at all, getting busy after all. This is a world made of symbiotes. He's right at home here, and he is not welcoming of any visitors. A Mega Hurricane comes in from the defense, and it's found big results. 2 picks and the second healer down. Now, finally, a stop has been put to this attack. And it looks like just cleaning up a little bit of housekeeping to finish off that fight. Overtime. The question is, can they make it back in time?
I don't think so. I think it's just a bridge too far. It would have to be a last-second dive. They were really hoping that Kripusuko could cling to life just a little bit longer, but it wasn't to be. Again, we see the big plays coming out of Storm, the big individuals coming off the back of that Omega Hurricane, and it is just that backline. Like, if you can remove all of those healers, it becomes so much more difficult to cling to life. Even still, I feel like that was a decent shift put in from Reject. Again, that third point's always difficult to push over the line, so we can see now whether or not Rival will be able to get it quite as far, because you never know. You can always go for that 2-0.
Oh, Rejects, they had a pretty easy time on this map up against the RSG, but it's not looking quite as pretty this time. Perhaps that punished November 24 not having the same availability in terms of like the damage that Psylocke was doing was very important, because, and we brought this up in the pre-show earlier on if you weren't with us before, Rejects were running this composition, Venom and the Thing to dive in, Bucky and Psylocke to clean up, and then you had that extra little bit of Cloak and Dagger and Rocket coming in with the heals, those dive heals with you. There's a ton of potential to that lineup. Seems like they're struggling to find that same connection value though without the Psylocke combo.
It's interesting as well that I believe we're seeing this switch up of now, the Lav. It seems like the attack had a few different ideas of what they wanted to run on this attacking side, continuously just switching up what they're playing. Maybe not quite decided. Up against that triple healer though, they're going to have to try and hope that they can find some of these players. It always becomes that little bit more difficult. It also means there's a fairly heavy reliance on guys to do the damage, but we've already seen Adam Warlock get quite a few kills in the past.
Well, it's Rejects on the defensive side. They're being pushed back quite far. The dive from the Thing, he was 1 HP, not far off it if it was above, but barely makes it out alive. Unfortunately, not the same for the heals of the squad. One taken down, and the picks come quick for the side of Reject, taking everything in their stride and sending these players running for the hills. Possibly even a little stagger to be found. No, it's getting close, but the heals are there.
I've been super impressed with what I've been seeing from Flo. Like, I think the Guardian Shield has had far more impact than I ever expected it to. Moments before falling, you see that shield pop into place to defend the DPS. Keeping guys alive has been a critical part of what this team has been able to do. The team up as well allows the same for the Thing to keep himself standing that little bit longer. Again, looking at that Kraken, but it's the opposing side, the Galactic Legend, that's popped first in an attempt to try and do damage. Instead though, for now the hold is strong, and there comes through that invisible boundary to make things that little bit tougher for the attackers to get in.
Yeah, and it's delayed as well. It's staggered by just that extra second, so they get that little bit of healing and the chance to fight. Finding KOs as a result. Down goes one. Another. Oh, no. Magneto holding on to life. In fact, they return the damage onto guys who sent deep behind enemy lines. Hunted down by the Storm and the Magneto. Left, right, left. That's all we need. There's the right click charged up. And it finds its kill. Easy peasy. Back for the heals goes the Thing. They've got their pick. Now all they need is to step in and finish off a couple more. Rez goes in, though. And the whole squad back ready to fight. Oh, no.
No.
It doesn't end up going through.
It wasn't close enough because of how deep he was. He wasn't able to get close enough to actually get the res off. Definitely problematic. November actually goes down for it, but is able to bring himself back from the fray. The thing is, though, the site is already 2 segments gone. They were having such a good time in terms of that initial hold, but now things have been separated a little bit more, and that brawl is going the way of Rival, picking them apart. And while November can only be brought back a little bit longer before he ends up getting clobbered.
That's awful. I saw the res go in. I didn't see it in the kill feed that he's coming back. I see the number on guys, his name's still ticking down. I'm just perplexed, confused, as I'm sure they were. November 24,
you
just a
have
little
the
off.
bubble around him, and then Adam Warlock can run forward. So you see that, yeah, November runs forward, but he just can't get close enough because of where he died.
Yeah, that's awful. And then you see Doctor Strange go on point to contest last second, but in doing that and buying extra time, he gets lit up too much. They instantly shift focus to him. Very well handled. Response here from the defensive side. 2 quick picks, and the KOs send them running again. It's time for a reset. Ultimates online for both squads, no doubt. That's what Rival are discussing right now, but they're going to have to wait a moment before they can use those ultis. The pick on Magneto, it's a real thorn in their side.
I'm just seeing this, like, the sounds on the, like, the anniversary.
So cool, right?
It's so cool. Like, every time we swap to Invisible Woman, I'm like, I really need to find that skin, though. They got me. I'm a sucker. Nonetheless, looking to build back up into the fight once again. The Kraken not too far away for one side, and Gaius already has his online. We've seen the damage that has been able to be done with that in the past, but got to be careful with those strategics ultimates available. JT3 removes one of them. That's big. Getting rid of all of the heals that were left on the floor. Rival doing well to sort of cling to life, but it really is Dreamer just trying to punch up that front line, trying to push them back a little bit further and give his team a bit of space.
Yeah, they've done wonderful work. The age-old classic of Meteor M to cancel out that eternal bond. Clobbering time comes in. Big push now on the back of it. Players stunned up, now gunned up, but again will not come through. Only the one for Kraken impact before the shutdown from Geist. A huge pick, as that no doubt would have led to the snowball here on the point. That may still come through, though. Picks on the side of Rival. They are cleaning house. Galactic Legend, a last-ditch attempt to try to swing this in the other direction, but it doesn't look like it's going to have the impact that it's needing. In fact, it's having nothing, sent running and caught in the flea. That's another stagger so close to the checkpoint. This is hugely valuable for the side of Rival.
It also begs the question, how much do you want to contest this? With how disjointed, you can see 2 players waiting, but it would literally be a last-ditch effort. Portal's going to come in from behind. That will at least bring them some extra little bit of space. I believe that was JT actually having to switch up just to get them there in time. Glow has been able to take down one, and in fact another one coming up. It seems like they might be fighting this one back. It looked like it was a done deal, but out of nowhere the defensive side have found some life. And now you start to look at the other side of things. We were talking about this second point as if it was done. Instead, 20 seconds now that we need to see the attackers. And again, I wonder if we're going to see a portal of their own. We will.
Man, guys, though, ult is online. The Kraken set for a big impact. Here he comes, and he's got 2! Another slam on the ground, and it's looking like it's done and dusted for this attack side. That is all they get, folks. My goodness. What a huge amount of value found from that ulti.
I think it's also just the quick switch. Like, that's always the thing that impresses me most within this game, is just your ability to like go, okay, we need this right now, so I'm going to make that swap. I'm going to take that risk. And I think the pentagram of Farah, the portal that was created at the last second, I believe that JT was not playing Strange. So that was literally like, okay, to get back into this point, we need this now. Like, I need to make this change. I need to swap. And that was the difference. Like, getting back in, forcing your opponents to switch what direction they're looking in, and the rest of the team were able to strike. Sure, we've got to give credit again to Ripasuko. I think the Venom initially, like, we've not seen a lot of Venom. We've not seen a lot of people play Venom. He is one of the people that can really make it work and really make things awkward. But then the change up as well over to the thing in the second, just showing the depth of vanguards that he has within his locker. I think that, again, just having that flexibility, it just brings so much value.
Yeah, no, it absolutely does. You see, you're going to run into different problems on the server, and just having those extra tools at your disposal certainly plays to your advantage. Now, when we came into this one, we didn't really know what to expect, Tom, but we've seen quite a hearty battle here from both squads. After this, are you, I can't remember what you predicted for this one.
I think you're the only one who predicted rival. So I think that me and Rachel have gone for reject on this one. We've backed the guys from Japan. So I don't know. I think it's also just stylistically, I really love the way this team plays. So it's like I want to see more of it. I think that, again, like some of the flashy Winter Soldier plays are nice, but having that sort of like divey Venom in the mix of it all is just so it forces like opponents to sort of rethink what they're doing, because it's like taking down like a Storm or like seeing a team go as a group. You have this idea of like, okay, we need to battle on this front, and just seeing that Venom, it's like you don't know where you're battling. He's deciding where you're battling, because he'll go over the top, the thing can attach and like move over, and within a matter of seconds you've gone from everybody's in front of me, I need to focus here, to there's two vanguards behind me, there's a few here. Which way do I go now? I have to decide.
Well, we have seen victory for the side of Reject, taking the first here, but plenty more to go. This is, of course, a BO5 series, so that only represents 1-0. The symbiotic surface, Clintar is a prison planet, Tom, but they've escaped with victory under their belt. Let's see if this will be a jailbreak of a series. We move back to a reverse sweep, as we've seen many a time, or if we're going the distance, we're going to see, or sorry, if we're not going the distance, it's going to be a quick blowout, hopefully for their sake. It might be that grand final a little later, BO7. Stay tuned, folks. We're going to go to some match highlights and then a little break before the next.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains. remember who you really are. Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. We see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and faith. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
Now for something truly fantastic. That was simple. I've got you. Double the failure. Maximum. Let me return the favor. I'm as strong as Ben. Success.
You have been sheltered by the light for far too long. The time has come for darkness to reign. Soon, your resolve will begin to crumble. You'll be stretched too thin. There will be nowhere left to hide. And your fire will cease to burn. For no light shall survive in my empire of eternal night.
Support ultimate being used by Kenga. No support ultimates left for the side of Oz endgame, and this does mean that people are starting to fold. Certification, Nikos, both supports are down from Oz
And
endgame.
off angle as well. Tarak's on a massive off angle. 3-piece coming through nice and quickly, and that will be the clean up now for the rest. Rude's used that ult for very low HP. Tricky survives, gets enough healing to be able to make it work. Isaac follows up on Oz6, and this is a situation now where Fury look to be able to get a full reset on Oz endgame. I don't think Oz endgame are going to really throw much more into this one. They don't really have a lot. Isaac's going to make sure nothing happens. Another double stun on the back line, and there's your
Beautiful.
reset. It costs an extra
Absolutely
ultimate,
beautiful.
but force him out.
That eternal bond feeling at least is going to keep that invisible woman standing. I've got news for you though. The Cypher cracking edge once more. Inspo going to be hit by that one going low. That's the reset. And there's more where that came from. Crimson desperately trying to get away with that tainted voltage and secure the kill and give another reset. Hypnotic using it more for mobility than anything else right now, which I think is completely fair. As Taxi will be surrounded and dragged down.
When their tanks get low, but it's going to be Renzi with 2 KOs. They get Donald extremely low, and they're able to heal it up at the start, but not for long as Renzi cuts them up.
Gets caught out there. That is brutal stuff. Tries to go in for an item of Agamotto, but it ends up being their undoing instead. And that's Adam finding a double. Nasty little meteor, and my goodness, Inspo and Crimson both Luna Snows in that moment. Taken down. A moment, but it should be a decent showing for Kanga. They've lost Inspo, however, Platinum Star just don't want to lay down. They are not taking this one. That is Ace going absolutely ham, man. That is a double off the clap. This guy is ridiculous.
I mean, just some insane plays there from Ace and Platinum Star. I mean,
Great of both spells. Butterfly being used by 6 as well. They will be able to get a KO on Sinatra. 76% on the point right now. But wait, it's flipping.
Making the comeback. You get the combo though. What you see there is Niang comboing off a Tinny Falcon, goes down. The Iron Agamotto hits first, allows then Niang to be able to drop in the extra Horn of Proteus.
No strategist ultimate up here for Platinum Star. This is dangerous now for Cronus to go in. This damage will stick. Again, the Dagger Storm though, good in the pinch for AoE skilling. If you don't have one of those strategist ultimates, Pyrax, I think this is going to be way too much now. It is going to be a complete wipe, folks. Pyrax for 3, absolutely dirty stuff with the Goddess of Death.
Now Aces once again goes in, gets one pick, gets 2 picks, going for another reset, and another reset, and a 4th reset. Is that a 5th?
Last minute left to go here, so not quite last fight. Right, there will be more to come through, but the problem here is
Atlas using the God of Mischief on the other side, trying to use one as well. So you do get one of those big key ultimates out. Oh, no! Sick KO there, Kanga. It's going to be Tyrax actually finishing off Shroods in midair.
Shroods was trying to go for the move. Yeah. Looking for a dance of the butterfly in midair to deal with Tyrax, but it falls
Dude,
back.
Tyrax going crazy.
Where both of these duelists end up looking straight at Shroods again.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. It is the Marvel Rival Invitational for Asia, and we are in the middle of a game. It's already been an interesting start to things, Tom. We've just seen Clintar play out, and, well, Rejects, they came to play. I think it's fair to say. They've been waiting for this matchup.
Yeah, I'm going to sound like a broken record, but I was a big Ripasuko fan in the last one, just picking out the Venom, but also having that flexibility to play onto the thing as well. And I think that is sort of the story of the match, is those like change-ups, those late switches that ended up making the plays that won them games. I think that JT, I believe in this tournament, it was the first time we saw him throw in Doctor Strange, and it was just for a pinnacle moment to pull out that portal. And that basically decided whether or not they stopped their opponents at point number 2 or whether they would have kept going. And then that's a mass difference in the game when you look back to everything that happened. So obviously it kind of shows how tight it was that it all came down to moments like that. So I don't think this is really a worry for Rival. It's a long match. It's a best of 5. Losing the first one is not a death sentence. Going down 2-0 though, reverse sweeps are not easy.
No, they absolutely are not. This is where you want to put a stop to that and keep it competitive early on in the BO5. Now, I believe the next place we're going to be going is back to the Royal Palace, where there's going to be a bit of a throwdown going on, a little bit of domination. I knew you'd be happy about that one, Tom. It's just sheer mayhem when it comes to domination in general. I feel like especially those second points, those third points where teams will have saved up ultimates, and you could see them online. We had Galactic Legend to contest an initial point. We've had Omega Hurricane as well. And these things, it's a very different approach to sort of leaving your spawn and already having, your full armament with you. But the first point, it'll be a bit more of conventional play. Now, we're already into our picks and bans. And as you guys can see, Hela has been taken out by Rejects, leaving Rival with the next ban. And they will be choosing now. For a second, I thought that they'd missed the ban. I forget there's like a little ready up period there. I was like, oh no, guys.
It gives you 5 seconds to do it. But it definitely... No, I think like we're seeing the similar things. Like both teams not wanting to face off against like November 24's Psylocke would caused issues for opponents yesterday. And AB7, well, literally today was crazy on the Hela. So it's understandable that Rejects just go, nope, have absolutely no plan to face that one. Interesting as well that they opt to shield the thing, because both teams were playing it in the last. So it's like clearly they feel like their opponents might actually opt to try and take that out of play. And so they've gone, no, you know what? We want to make sure that that's still going to be available for this next matchup.
Well, in the last one, Alone Phils was doing crazy damage, but wasn't enough to take it across the line. We'll see if there's going to be a changed approach this time for them. The Star-Lord was decent. I enjoyed it. As I said, I think he walked out with 34,000 damage, by far the most. But a lot of that finding final hits as well. A lot of that was cleaning up supports, taking those kills. Now,
this is the team up though. This is what we were sort of talking about with it. Is why it was banned in the last. Yeah. Is that combination of obviously Luna Snow and the Maw. So having that extra ice squid that will be available, I do think that that's something that they're very happy over on the Reject side to play into. So I am intrigued by that sort of switch up of the bans, because now you've allowed that to come into play for this matchup.
Yes, indeed. I mean, I suppose obviously Alone Phils, like I said, most damage by far, highest on his team, certainly. Final hits. And when you compare the performance to November 24, who I feel like is just having a rough day, man. They're coming out for him with the bans every time. He played Star-Lord last map. Now it's banned out here by his opponents. I mean, the guy is on he's on a world tour when it comes to what heroes he's going to be playing. But yeah, the Namor really is the eye drawer at this point. If you can get that control behind them, if you can flank up, and there's plenty of opportunities to do it here, man, the supports are going to be having a rough day, let me tell you.
Oh damn, we got our first, I believe first, or one of the first, Mr. Fantastic as well. Not really a character I massively expected to see come through. A lot of the battles with that hero have become quite awkward at times, so it will give a trio of team ups, but as whether or not the damage can be done. I believe in Gaia's though. If anyone's going to do it, it's this guy.
Yeah, and just before we really get deep into the game, observers, you're doing a phenomenal job. I watched the games yesterday as well. Same sort of thing. We're always on with the action. Here we wanted to see Mr. Fantastic. Our observers tried our best to give it to us, but unfortunately, Mr. Fantastic is no more. Down and out, KO'd off rip. The magic missiles, they will find their mark, and Rival overwhelmed the site, running the attacker, or the red side, because they're both the attackers, running them back into their spawn. And we've seen this from their opponents earlier on. Euphoria, this aggressive contest carries so much value. Being able to stay up here and keep firing into that choke point, it usually gets ults out of the other team as they desperately try to close the ground.
I think there's going to be an aspect of trying to focus on Dreamer. I think if you can eliminate him, this becomes a lot tougher a comp to try and sort of cling on to, only having that solo Vanguard. Raymoma normally playing on something like the Strange, which was obviously taken out, and instead has switched up over onto Adam and has been doing impressive damage along the way. In fact, already seeing the Rejects are having to sort of force themselves back, now having a strategist all of their own, and they'll push forward with it.
Magneto in with the Meteor M, hit it in mid-air as well, but the response from November 24, his spear hits a little bit harder, and now he's got some friends here to fight with him. Really wanted that kill and won't be finding it, retreating with a bunch more ult charge and, well, getting a little bit more.
Nice response. Again, we talk about the value of the fate of both worlds, being able to help you get back into scenarios that look difficult. And already we're seeing again just the problems that could be caused by Kurapasuko in the backlines. In fact, even gonna force out the fate of both worlds on the other side, just because you can't afford to lose that here. The same can be said though with an ultimate online for Venom as well, getting ready to put it into play, maybe trying to combine off of it, but they will survive through.
Oh, fantastic hook put into play. The spear from November 24 with more of the res put in, but they're low and hunted down. A quick kill, and this should send them back. Delay somewhat. Well, perhaps not. I mean, at the reality, though, the tank is just farming up that healer ultimate. The re-push, though, from the side of Rejects. For a moment, it looked like they were willing to push the choke point themselves, but look at Venom postured up top waiting for someone that he can dive on. He's being spotted, and so he'll just drop down and take that contest.
They're gonna play from above. Trident just doing mass amounts of damage, and again they're constantly having to deal with Kurapasuko just up close and personal, causing them issues. JT there to combine alongside this double Vanguard is just causing so many issues, and that was the thing I spoke about. You need Dreamer to have an impressive game, because if they can force him out, if they can pick him off, this team is open for business. And well, the second he was gone, everybody else, all the squishies, had to deal with the Thing and Venom, and Mitch, they did not deal with the Thing and Venom.
Yeah, it is exactly as you highlighted, Tom. That was the danger coming into it, and oftentimes that triple heal is going to be enough to sustain you through that, to keep that single tank alive. But this time they lose the ground too quickly. Looks like the adaptation will be to move back to that strength of playing the Thing. It's just too valuable, honestly, or he's just too valuable at the moment, being able to dive in and take all that space, being able to apply that stun as well, stopping a lot of the escapability that some of these characters have. Maybe he can be the hero this team needs. For now, heavy favor swinging the other side.
As I said, I think it's sort of looking at matchups. Like, this is something that you haven't really had to deal with throughout the tournament. There's not anybody else, I believe, that's played Venom at all, but it is just irritating. Like, you have an idea, you have a plan of how you want to play, and Kurapasuko comes in and ruins it. Just to completely obliterate whatever plan you had. And I think the combination that he has had throughout with JT has been a masterclass already. Just look how many players are caught in this choke. And well, it hasn't managed to get the eliminations that they were hoping for, but it has forced them back a little bit more.
Yeah, Symbiotic Resistance kept him online, and now the Kraken's impact comes in yet again, dominating in that opening duel, finding another again. He's going in for the kill, and they will finally be caught with another. Oh, that is just wonderful. We talk about the value of the dive, and look at it there. It's not just Bucky going in, it's everybody with him, and that is just disgusting to see the impact it has.
Yeah, I think the cellular corrosion is something that's causing them problems. It's just they're all being pulled in towards Venom, and then it's just Gaia's being like, okay, well, I know where they're all going to be. They're going to be on my Venom. I can just shoot in that general direction. It's happened again. Both have been caught. And both have gone down. The response, though, is solid. A couple of ultimates expended on the other side to bring them back into the fight, making this one look viable, making it look possible, at least for the moment, but it's clobbering time again. 2 kills for 2 of the Fantastic Four. Oh, whoa, just a fantastic fight altogether from JT.
Feeling fantastic.
Yeah, he really is. Just has been the rock for this team to hold on tight to. My goodness.
Thanks so much.
10% towards his ult already. He's been clobbering them. That's for sure. 65% on the board already. There's a pick left, right, left. We talked about the value it brings. Namor out of the play. That's at least something. They still need to deal with Bucky. They're doing it. They very much are. 83 needs the heal. Will get it. Back in the fight. Kraken's impact comes online as a result. And it's looking dangerous. But they won't find the kill on the back of it. The KO's not landed thanks to the ults. In response, Mantis keeping the squad alive. And with that, they're delayed. They're left out of the picking range for just a moment. And that is a moment long enough to give the point over to Rival. A hard-fought battle, though.
It seems like being able to survive, guys, as Kraken was everything. I think just a couple of counters that came through at the right time. I think Ray Momo being back on the tank definitely seems like a potential difference maker, but they have got to hold this pretty much the entire way. They cannot afford to have any of the mistakes. Already, the Horn of Proteus, the ultimate for Namor, maybe not the most impactful on its own, but in combination with the rest of the team, it could be massive. The same, though, is then thrown in on the other side as delay, as isolation is forcing them back in the other direction. And while they're going to try and push this one that little bit further, really hold them in towards their own spawn.
You'll have to try harder indeed. They've claimed the point and they will hold on to it. The first attack has been sent the other way, has been stopped. But still, there is more on its way. 96%. 1 win here for the side of Rejects, and that will be all they need. I'm not sure where Namor's going with that one. He's just showing off. He's shuffling up top. Then the back step, but comes in with the spear, possibly too late. Guys already finding one, a second as well. The punish is there, but the response from the remaining members of Rival, they are straight back into the fight, dropping everyone, chasing them more deep. And again, they have held on. One more fight, and they are going all the way to the throne room.
Oh, it does somehow from 96% seem like this is a world we live in now.
Trying to pick the supports.
Taking that front line has been doing a fantastic job, and they are being ripped apart already. Flow will fall, but they've got to watch out behind them. It's a sneaky play in the backlines. The site has been taken by their opponents up to 99%. It's actually on the side of Rejects. They've gone in from behind. What? The problem is, can they hold on to it? It looks like they can. They take it down. It's onto Ray Momo. He's going to try and hold the line, and he hasn't been able to. Somebody needs to get back into this site and do it quickly. It's a Spider-Man pickup in the last moment, but he will not survive. What a response. What a reaction from Rejects to steal that at the Embers.
That is devastating, Tom. How they've gotten away with that. Indeed, it was one last fight, and it started with the pick the other way, but the site take, the fact that they have to fall back, that the ultimate is popped as well. I mean, we have to give serious props as well to Luna Snow. That ult was activated at a crucial time. Bucky was about to be eliminated, but just at the critical moment, you see Hippopotamus pop the ult, keep them alive, keep guys alive. They're able to fight their way back out, and that's what sows all this chaos in the defenders' lines as they're falling back with a player behind them, a point they have to touch on or it's over. Wow! For an ending to a game, Tom, it really doesn't get much better than that. It really doesn't.
I'll also say,
2-0.
I hate to be that guy. Rival have lost 2 maps today that way. One in the previous matchup, when it happened to them again versus Euphoria, where they seemed like they had full control. Someone went behind them, took the point, and they had to turn around and got split apart. And I think that's a big thing they're going to have to really look towards is like, okay, that's now caught us twice. And in this case, it's worse because we're talking about elimination on the line. We're talking about having to win 3 maps in a row to make it back to the grand final to face a team they've already lost to. It is not looking good right now for Rival.
On the upside, if you're a fan of Rejects and you believe in them taking that grand final, then this is exactly the result you want to see. We're not just seeing them win in a dominant form. This isn't a rock, paper, scissors battle that they have won. This is a battle of wits and brawn, and they just about came out on top with 2-0 under their belt. This is now looking set to be theirs. This is the time, though, for their opponents, Rival, to dig deep, pull out all the stops and show us what they've got. We've seen plenty of opportunities for things like the Human Torch to come out alongside Storm, but I don't think the delivery's been there so far, Tom. If they have any ace up their sleeve, it's here and now, or it's never.
Yeah, I kind of want to see them maybe go to a couple of dive comps themselves. Like we saw Alone Fields play like a Black Panther like in the past and look to get into the backlines and cause them issues. Because I think that's been their own problem, is like losing some of their backline players to this dive. So maybe if they can sort of force Venom and the Thing back a little bit, it could be more of a problem. I do think, though, that Ray Momo being back on the Vanguard was much better. Like, I think in comparison to the first map, he had a lot of impact, even though the game went away. Even though, again, Strange is normally his go-to. I think all of yesterday he was playing Strange. That's obviously gone in this matchup. His Magneto looked good. Like, it looked like he could hold a lot more of the front line. And when they were succeeding in this map, it was him on that Vanguard. So I don't want to see him back to add in an extra strategist here. I think that he needs to be that frontline player.
Yeah, and we talked a bit about JT on the Thing, but the value there was phenomenal. I know you're a huge fan of the Venom dive, and both of them have had a wonderful showing here today. But for JT, man, like I'm even looking, he has less damage than the Venom does. He has less damage blocked. You know, the stats might less accuracy. Throw that in there too. It might look like Venom did more, but my goodness, that was not the case. JT dominating, and now 2-0. This is a BO5, but it could be over very, very soon. Don't go anywhere if you want to find out what happens in the end and who's going to the grand final. For now, we'll leave you with some post-match highlights.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise and open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across Across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time. Psionic burst! Disappear!
That almost hurt! I've got you! Fantastic! Ha! 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 Oh! Ha! Ha! Now for something truly fantastic! That was simple. I've got you! Double the failure! Maximum! Let me return the favor! I'm as strong as Ben! Success!
You have been sheltered by the light for far too long. The time has come for darkness to reign. Soon your resolve will begin to crumble. You'll be stretched too thin. There will be nowhere left to hide. And your fire will cease to burn. For no light shall survive in my empire of eternal night.
Support ultimate being used by Kenga. No support ultimates left for the side of Oz endgame, and this does mean that people are starting to fold. Purification, Nikos, both supports are down from Oz
And
endgame.
off angle as well. Tarax on a massive off angle. 3-piece coming through nice and quickly, and that will be the clean now for the rest. Rude's used that ult for very low HP. Tricky survives, gets enough healing to be able to make it work. Isaac follows up on Oz 6, and this is a situation now where Fury look to be able to get a full reset on Oz endgame. I don't think Oz endgame going to really throw much more into this one. They don't really have a lot. I was just going to make sure nothing happens. Another double stun on the back line. And there's your
Beautiful.
reset. It cost an extra ultimate, but force him out.
That eternal bond feeling at least is going to keep that invisible woman standing. I've got news for you though. The Cypher cracking edge once more. Inspo going to be hit by that one going low. That's the reset. And there's more where that came from. Crimson desperately trying to get away with that tainted voltage and secure the kill and give another reset. Hypnotic using it more for mobility than anything else right now, which I think is completely fair. As Taxi will be surrounded and dragged down.
When their tanks get low, but it's going to be Ramsey with 2 KOs. They get Donald extremely low, and they're able to heal it up at the start, but not last for long as Ramsey cuts them up.
Gets caught out there. That is brutal stuff. Tries to go in for an eye of Agamotto, but it ends up being their undoing instead. And that's Adam finding a double. Nasty little meteor, and my goodness, Inspo and Crimson, both Luna Snows in that moment, taken down. A moment, but it should be a decent showing for Kanga. They've lost Inspo, however, Platinum Star just don't want to lay down. They are not taking this one. That is Ace going absolutely ham, man. That is a double off the clap. This guy is ridiculous.
I mean, just some insane plays there from Ace and Platinum Star. I mean,
Great of both wells. Butterfly being used by 6 as well. They will be able to get a KO onto Netra. 76% on the point right now. But wait, it's flipping.
Making the combo. You get the combo though. What you see there is Niang comboing off a Tinny Falcon goes down. The Eye of Agamotto hits first, allows then Niang to be able to drop in the extra Horn of Proteus.
No strategist ultimate upkeep for Platinum Star. This is dangerous now for Cronus to go in. This damage will stick. Again, the Dagger Storm though, good in the pinch for AoE skilling. If you don't have one of those strategist ultimates, Pyrax, I think this is going to be way too much now. It is going to be a complete wipe, folks. Pyrax for 3. Absolutely dirty stuff with the Goddess of Death.
Now Aces once again goes in, gets one pick, gets 2 picks. Going for another reset, and another reset, and a 4th reset. Is that a fifth?
Last minute left to go here, so not quite last fight. Right, there will be more to come through, but the problem here is
Atlas using the God of Mischief on the other side, trying to use one as well. So you do get one of those big key ultimates out. Oh no! Sick KO there, Kanga. It's going to be Tyrax actually finishing off Shroods in midair.
Shroods was trying to go for the moon. Yeah. Looking for a dance of the butterfly in midair to deal with Tyrax, but it falls.
Dude, Tyrax is going crazy.
But both of these duelists end up looking straight at Shroods again.
Welcome back to the Marvel Rivals Invitational for Asia. We have seen a 2-0 start to our BO5, Tom. It is a 2-0 to rejects. And for them, they just need one of the next 3 to take it home. We're going to be starting with another domination. We're going to the Intergalactic Empire of Wakanda for it. Tom, at this point, do we have faith in Rival making the reverse sweep? Where's your head at?
See, the thing is, you're asking me, but there's only one person of the 3 that actually predicted them who win this match. So do you have faith that Rival are going to be able to turn this around?
No, not really, Tom. It's not looking great in my camp over here. The fans are quiet. They're leaving the stadium bit by bit. Honestly, the difference between the two has not been huge. I think that it's definitely possible for the reverse sweep, but it's just the fact that when it comes to crunch time, or should I say clobbering time, I'm sorry, Reject have just been far and above the better squad. Their ult usage was absolutely perfect. I just think that everyone here is hitting, and God, November 24 has had about 7 of his heroes banned, so he's still showing up despite the rough day. The target on his back, clearly.
But that's the problem as well. Is like they went for the Namor first time around, and then they've actually, I don't blame him. That's been shielded each time, and at this point, it's like, yeah, that has been causing so much issues. The combo alongside. And they're actually, I love the shield coming out as well of Doctor Strange. Like, that is, at least in my mind, where when I'm thinking of this squad, Rey Momo on Doctor Strange, that sits in my mind.
Well, we came out of the last game. We said that JT's impact was huge on the thing. No surprise they've gotten rid of it. Mantis will be taken out of play as well, losing some of that buff potentially, and Luna Snow as well. Luna Snow was the turning point for the side of Rejects in that last fight. Hippopotamus popping the ult just in time was the fate of not both worlds, but the fate of one team. And it was very much sealed there. 2-0. This map will decide it all, potentially. And, I mean, it's a hover, and that's why we don't talk about them, but I couldn't help myself. I want to see an Iron Fist, please.
Well, that's the thing. Is like, especially for Ripasogo, someone who has played exclusively Vanguards throughout this tournament, I see him hover that, and I'm like, yeah, you're messing with me. I don't believe you're going to do it, but...
As a Jeff player myself, first of all, shout out November 24, huge pickup. I will say the Iron Fist, you know, it excites me even more because I want to see tanks get a taste of what I've been going through for such a long time. I used exposure therapy. I just stood in the mirror saying "Chigo Chao Hao" to myself because that's the most terrifying phrase I've ever heard in my life. When I looked up what it meant, my chi pierces the heavens. Are you kidding me? That's the coolest thing I've ever heard.
It's cool. That's cool.
Coolest thing I've ever heard in my life. Not only that, he says that, and then he just comes in. Bah, 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 you're gone. It's game over. So, yeah, I want to see a little bit of Iron Fist, but we won't get to see it here and now. Wolverine online, Psylocke online for one squad. The Hulk Strange combination as well in effect for Rival. I like their composition. I like what they're bringing to the table. For Rejects, November 24th switched off to Jeff. I'll never forgive this slight.
I am not even slightly surprised. I am, however, excited for the Battle of the Psylocks. It was something that was removed in some of the early matches because of November 24's proficiency on it. Lav has now decided, all right, I've had enough of that. I'm not going to play into your, or not play on our own weaknesses. I'm going to risk it. I'm going to battle you on it. Also, we've got that Wolverine as well. We've already seen that for the Vanguard players, this could be a nightmare, but not for JT. Already starting things off. That's Rey Momo down.
Another found. AB7 in the ground. Healers falling down, and Rival, oh, they are being decimated. A huge start for the side of Rejects. Couple percentage ticked up at least for Rival, but they now have to fight their way back out onto this point. And look how pushed up Rejects are. They're giving no space for free, making this costly, seeing if they can maybe get an ult out of the other side just to claim that space. And they might. Decent chance here that with so much resistance, Eternal Bond just creates a fast lane straight to the site.
Already, though, a huge Eye of Agamotto in combination as well with the Kraken. I feel like the Kraken was almost not needed because that Strange ult was so good. Like, this is the thing that's genuinely, like, infuriating of watching talented players. You watch a Venom dive, play the entire game, his duo is, like, banned out. The thing can't come into play anymore. So you see Ripasogo, he goes, okay, I'm going to Strange, and then pulls off probably the best ult we've seen so far.
Yeah, there's been some high impact Eye of Agamottos. That one right there turning the tide completely in their favor. Damage being done here though by their opponents. Meteor M pulled out an attempt to shut down Cloak, and it's on its mark instantly. In comes the ultimate from Psylocke. It's the dance of the butterfly, claiming lives and KOs across the board, all in favor of that attacking, well, orange side, I suppose, in this case. Now the defenders of the point, and one last push for Rival.
That's the thing. The last time out, they used the portal. So I don't think that can come into play anywhere near in time. And so they're just going to have to go directly through the entirety of the opposing side. Already a decent pick, but it actually goes the way of that blue squad, getting themselves into a decent position, leaving Gaia's in a spot where he has to try and battle this one back. Flo always doing damage, even finding that elimination. But eventually, the last stand, more so for this side of Rival, has come through. doing damage,
Agamotto.
making things forward, clearing out Flow. And now without those heals available on the site, you'd think that this is going to be the take.
Yeah, they saved the Eye of Agamotto, realizing that this one was gone, but there's plenty of time left for Rejects to get back into things. They're 99%. From here on out, it is one mistake and good night. Kiss your chances of winning this one goodbye. We'll see a lot of aggression coming out from Hulk. The Gamma Charge online. Of course, this is going to give that buff to Doctor Strange as well. So in these close choke points, quite a bit of damage that they can get done. Finding the KOs, though, not too easy. I'm not sure if that's the bionic hook you normally want, but maybe it is. Hulk taken down. He's squishy and he's dealt with just like that. Bruce Banner has to wait for the respawn. November 24 almost goes down, but the shield from Invisible Woman will keep him fighting fit. 60% now. That pick has been reset. Hulk's back on the site.
Yeah, the problem is they lost Ripper Soko. So they lost one of their shields, or their main shield, and they weren't willing to battle through that invisible boundary in order to try and get back in. I'm looking at the dance being prepared, though, and again we talk about the Eye of Agamotto. That is massive for the side of Rival, just as their opponents in Reject look to try and build back in, look to try and get that space into the site. They have been obliterated.
Phenomenal play. 90% now on the clock. It's time to portal, surely. Or maybe they just have to run it. The time is of the essence. They'll go down below. Immediate reaction, though. Rival come down to block them. 97%. And now it's overtime. Nobody can step foot off that point, or the clock will keep on ticking. Butterflies everywhere, and it's for Rival. They're finding two. Meteor M comes in. A Hail Mary shot that lands, but more needed from this side of Rejects. They're being picked apart, and with numbers still on the point, it's looking good. It was looking good till Guys got here. He's picking them all apart. The site up for contest, and from miles away, it's Star-Lord to land the KO. They've done it at the final hour. They've taken the point back, and the OT now, it's too far gone, surely. Psylocke will try, but not even step foot on the site. A phenomenal play yet again, and we go to Warrior Falls, where it could all end.
Rival esports are cursed. Like I'm accepting it now. They're cursed. The final percentile, like that has got to be so painful, because it seemed up until that point that they did absolutely everything right. In fact, even in the moment, Ripper Suko had used their Strange Portal just before, so it looked like it should have been over. There was only one choke that they had to deal with. And even still, you see Gaia's again pulling off just absurd plays. I think it was JT as well. I think just had a fantastic time in the late game on that Magneto. But that has got to be so bittersweet, because they did so well in that one. But they are now just one singular map away from elimination.
It's just getting ridiculous, isn't it? They cannot keep getting away with this, and yet somehow they do. For Rejects, one of the next two. And then, even if that fails, two more maps.
Oh, dear.
Spio 5 is set up for their victory. Geist is hammering it home. The troopers fist finding faces and dealing so much damage. They're looking to drop the ceiling on this one. Make this a little easier to defend the point that Rejects have just claimed.
Yeah, it's all about that high ground. It always has been. Oh, there's a team up that you maybe don't see too often. The Wolverine being thrown into play off the back of the Hulk. Lava's done a pretty decent amount of damage, and that's actually going to be JT chucked off the map. Alone's done amazing work there in combination with that Hulk. I said it's a team up that maybe you don't see all that often. That team up couldn't have gone better.
That's incredible. Just gets him from the top rope, and it's a swanton slam. Oh my goodness. Oh, well, that's certainly going to do something for you, isn't it? They found themselves the point. They found quite a bit of charge as well, and Wolverine standing on the shoulders of giants, quite literally his last stand online. In they go together. They claim the space. The ult not even popped yet, just finding it with the claws. There it is though, his last stand, or maybe theirs. A big battle, the whole team here to play. An invisible boundary used just to keep them alive, to get that retreat on the way back to the point. They are running down the clock, and that's the name of the game, with 44% already built up, but they've lost one. And now the push forward from Rejects is looking strong. They've already claimed most of the point, dragging the players down from the high ground, causing them to now be a little out of position, a little fragmented, and very heavily punished. One-to-one trades. In fact, goes Rejects' way to start with November 24 there for a little bit more. Looking for the last healer now, trying to pick them off, and there it is. The drop onto Cloak. And this is the point, back in their control.
There is a very good reason why their opponents did not want to play November 24 on this hero. Just so much damage able to be done. You mentioned it, that combination of Wolverine's last stand. A lot of why it failed was because of the dance of the butterfly that was used. It forced out Invisible Woman's ult. I think it even forced out Cloaks as well. So you're talking about positions where you've had to sort of fry a lot of your utility in order just to give yourself a position to even battle versus these guys. And well, they're trying to get into that backline once again. Wolverine in trouble, but Dream has done well on the trade. The problem though, Mitch, is they are losing all their personnel elsewhere.
Yeah, Magneto might be good against the squishies, but look, he gets that one. The whole team is focusing him, and it is an immediate punish. This is terrible. They're staggering. They're staggering aggressively. Oh no, you're not gonna have a healer for a while. He's just trying to jump off the edge eventually, saying, someone take me out of my misery. This is it. That stagger may just have put it from 2 close contests down to one final fight for Rival for tournament life.
Again, credit to Flo. Every time we see those brawls, those Guardian shields are in place to help. Oh, November, you try and pick his character and you meet your demise. Dance of the Flowers comes through again. We've seen the usage of the Eternal Bond in order to try and keep the players alive, but already another has fallen. This is all but falling apart, it seemed. Ray Momo did well, but it's not enough. It's not anywhere near enough, surely, for him to hold on onto the site. And the second November turns around, it is GG. It is game over. Oh, maybe not. I think they fall asleep at the wheel a little bit. There we go. It's awkward, but we get there in the end.
Oh, well, look, an Eternal Bond will buy you that little bit of extra time, but there was no one behind it, no follow-up, and no chance for Rivals here. Rejects have bodied them after a close contest in the upper bracket. They're going out, and it looked a great showing from them here today. But my God, Rejects, they must have done their prep for this matchup. They've been running a few scrims during that other game because we thought their opponents were going to come in warmed up, Tom. It was the exact opposite.
Oh, yeah, I think that was the thing. It's like this was a battle from start to finish, but it ends in a 3-0, and that's what everybody's going to see at the end of the day. I think, though, you just look at where they tried to ban. Like, you understand the concepts that Rival Esports were coming up with. Like, okay, they had immense power when it came to their Psylocke. Let's get rid of that. Okay, well, we're gonna pick the Maw. Okay, oh, we don't want them playing the Maw. Let's get rid of that. Okay, I'm back on the Psylocke, or I'm over to Winter Soldier. The same here. It's like, okay, the Thing, it's been a huge bane of our life in this matchup. Let's get rid of it. Okay, well, JT goes in and does a 23-4, 13k damage performance on Magneto. It's just like, this team has so much flexibility and depth that you can try and target what they're doing, and they've already got 4 other plans in their back pocket ready to take you out.
Well, this is it. We saw November 24 have a little bit of a struggle when it came to so many of his heroes being banned out, game in, game out. But
every game.
Well, we can definitely see why they decided to remove that 29-2.
Yeah.
16 last hits, and man, I think most of the damage might just have come from the wing shurikens. It's just a standard left click. I mean, so much space was found, and then you look at the dive onto healers, the fact that even in that last fight, rivals were blocked the opportunity to even get anywhere near a contest because November 24 was diving on them and taking them out, taking out their healers. Well, it turns out, I believe that we have an interview after this matchup, Tom. Sitting in the wings is Flo from Team Rejects, and we're going to get to have a word with him. I'm very excited for that, as I think there's certainly no shortage of questions with such a remarkable victory. This really was a blowout. My goodness.
How you doing, Flo?
Can you hear my voice?
Oh, Flo
we
is
can
here.
now.
Fantastic.
We can now.
Hello.
We can hear you, Flo.
How are you, Flo?
Okay. I'm very happy. Thank you.
Of course. I mean, this was a... Yeah, go ahead, Tom.
Oh,
You
go
take
on.
it.
Okay, I was gonna say I've enjoyed watching your Invisible Woman throughout this match. One of the big things for me is how you use the shield. Is that a big focus for you in this matchup? Because you always seem to have a shield in front of your teammate every single time they're in a battle.
Yeah. I mean, I'm trying to shield like low HP my teammate, but I mean, maybe I'm too used to be shield my teammate, so I feel I'm just doing shield every time. So it's like kind of hobby. I think my hobby.
Yeah.
Hobby. Yeah. Thank you.
That's very good. Okay, well, yeah, it's been a lot of fun watching you play. Obviously, there's a lot of strength in your roster. And on this last map, we got to see November 24 playing on Psylocke. We talked a lot about Psylocke, and we were very excited to see it. What an incredible player. I mean, did you know when you saw that they left Psylocke, they didn't ban Psylocke? Did you know we've won this game?
I mean, yeah. November 24 is really goes to at the Psylocke. So, I mean, why did you didn't ban our best Psylocke player? Just wondering. So, I mean, yeah.
You say that though, but in the games before, I think you had a really cool combo of the Thing and Venom, and it seemed like nobody else has really been doing that. Is that something that you looked at and went, okay, Venom and the Thing together are really strong. If they ban one, we'll do something else, but if we get both, we'll do it every time.
I think we are very lucky to find the meta. We only practice one day, and we suddenly found the meta. So I think our teammates just have huge brain and just doing the new meta, and nobody do that. It's kind of good for us. So yeah.
Fantastic. I wanted to then ask you one last thing before we let you go and prepare for the grand final. You've already faced off against Euphoria or NLE. You faced them in your first game, and they won 2-0. I guess I'll ask you, what do you think will be different this time?
You will see.
I love it. I love it. Well, I'm very excited to see what happens on the server flow. Thank you very much for joining us. I appreciate you taking time out of your very busy day, and very best of luck in the grand finals.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Thank you
so
See
much.
ya.
Bye.
All right. Well, that was Flo. That was fantastic. I'll be honest with you. You know, we never know going into interviews when we don't know the players. We haven't met them before. Flo seems like a great guy. I'm rooting for them now. Let's go Rejects.
Hey, were you rooting for them in this this last match?
Oh, leave off, Tom. I got one prediction wrong, okay? And I hope I got my next one wrong as well, because I want a banger of a grand final, not a 4-0. And honestly, looking at how competitive that has been, you know, I definitely believe that Rival, after that upper bracket match, had a chance to win the grand final if they made it there. I didn't know what to expect from Reject, you know, coming through that lower bracket. Reality is, with what we've just seen, Tom, there is no reason. If Rival had a chance, then Reject have got a couple chances. So I'm very excited for this matchup. I guess for you going into it, are you leaning with Euphoria still as heavy favorites, or is there now more mud in the water for you?
Oh, it's definitely not heavy. I think even in the match that we saw last time, there were very close aspects. As I said, the very first match we had between these two teams coming up was, I think, 99% to 0 for Reject, and they lost. Like, it was just that it easily could have gone either way. So I think that we're going to see that throughout. I think we've seen some big clutch plays in this series from Reject, which luckily, if you've just joined us, firstly, what have you been doing? But there are highlights, and we're going to show them, and then we're going to be back after the break.
Yes, and just to let the people at home know, this break, because it's a grand final and this team needs to reset, will be a little bit longer. So I believe we're going to have a 1 hour break, and then we will be back with your grand final. So I usually say, don't go anywhere. Do go somewhere. Get a drink, get your snacks, get ready, a little bit of exercise in, and we'll have the grand final for you very soon. We'll see you soon, folks.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, the arrival till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time. trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. And it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of Across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Light it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smash.
We are cloak and dagger. We are hope and fear. Score one for Tandy.
Lights out. Score one for Ty.
A boom of life. My time to shine.
Suffer in the darkness.
Co-op time. Us against the world.
Random table. Sweet.
Widow standing by. Target neutralized. The Widow's bite is lethal. Hit them till they don't get up. You can rest now, Bucky. No way to miss now. Plasma burst! Widow style.
Let's race! You had that coming. Don't get back up. Coming at you. Come on. Berserker! Rage! Told you I was the best.
Eat nuts and kick butts. Got him, Tippy! Hey, check out this big acorn! Score one for the squirrels! Ah, it's a squirrel nami! Huh, where do you think you're going? Anybody want some nuts?
My power is a gift from Solal the Undying. Struck down by living chi. Dragon kick! Ball perfect hit! The dragon unleashed! My fist is unrivaled!
Time to go nuts. Ha! Check out this big acorn. Whoa, stay free!
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon. To drain. The moon haunts you!
That almost hurt! I've got you! Fantastic! Ha! 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 Now for something truly fantastic! That was simple. I've got you! Double the failure! Maximum! Let me return the favor! I'm as strong as Ben! Success!
Who wants to see something fantastic? Next. Force burst! They'll never see me coming. Clear the way! You have no clue how long I've wanted to do that, Namor. Disappear! A clear winner.
You have been sheltered by the light for far too long. The time has come for darkness to reign. Soon your resolve will begin to crumble. You'll be stretched too thin. There will be nowhere left to hide, and your fire will cease to burn. For no light shall survive in my empire of eternal night.
Best to provide space, but not being able to go in. Wow, the Karamo though. Look at them go with the Black Panther being able to pick up one, no two, and they're still going at it. This is what I'm saying. Ooga Booga's Black Panther, that's exactly what they needed to respond back against Rice Steve.
Disintegrated into bits, and now GMFG is able to just clean this fight up without LBB being able to do much in retaliation.
I expect him to kind of dash in and use the ultimate, and oh, I thought that was going to be a KO, but it was actually just a low-key of bait there. As we're going to see Q3 going up in the air, getting that triple KO, make that basically a quadruple, and that's going to be an ace. Being able to get value off again off that ult. Potentially being able to kill John Comedy as well. But you know who's going to be getting some KOs? It's going to be Hungry with a 4-piece.
Hungry for eggs, going crazy, and something that you might have not noticed that fight.
Are they going to be able to get the eye? And they are. Both being stuck, but oh my god, that was a 3-man Herbie G's once again. Once again, Herbie G putting his team on his back with these ultimates.
In the Gamma AoE damage, we trust that is no exception for Herbie here. BRB beacon! John gets another on the board.
Ooh, I mean, Neb is just doing great things on the Namor again. Unfortunately, not.
Or now instead, Venom to contend with.
Exactly, and now going in Milkshake, going in for the Punisher as well. Imagining going for the shotgun to deal with the Black Panther. Oh my god, but Spider-Man just causing a ruckus, going for the and the triple.
Lee just absolutely nasty with it. Now I'm beginning to understand. In America, Dorco leading the charge, and Meteor, and I hope somebody's ready for a face full of metal. And unfortunately, that's the unfortunate recipient's gonna be the Hella, Chewie finding one, the burst through, the Galactic Legend popping yet again, and hopefully for Lucille, who might look a little more legendary than need the Alcatraz Asa, and King, as well as Delusion, all falling down. And like how it's possible, finds one, but he falls, still goes down. That shield couldn't have come at a better time to counteract against the Meteor M. Very ticked off, or pissed off, over QR finding 1, 2, 3.
Oh my god!
Against Alcatraz to end things with the LT.
I mean, to me, it just looked like a mantis death there. The fact that they were able to get that movement speed spelled a lot of trouble for Team Paris, but ooh, a sneaky portal. Are they gonna portal right in their faces? I'm not a big fan of this, Ruben. This could turn against their favor, but they're gonna do it anyways. We're gonna see
they do it with
super
the
big
hand cover
brawl.
too.
Oh, and the pulling coming in from Chopper. Being able to get a pick. Oh
my god! Shroods with the 4K with one usage of his ultimate. Holy moly guacamole, I have never seen.
Right now, looking for more eliminations is Kuna right now.
Rez comes in, and the butterfly dance is beautiful. Support ultimate's not available on time. Adios with that first ultimate is going to be the difference maker for his squad, despite the poke pressure that came in from the B team. Adios got the job done.
No resurrect available for making it over the top side. Meanwhile, Melophobia wants to go for a dive. Obviously, the point was traded out. However, the first elimination for Melophobia comes through. Oh, Bless goes down, and as this Chunka, both those characters also can't resurrect because they don't have the Adam Warlock, so that's so tough to be without that res. That gave Orion such a large advantage here now. All on the point, even though they gave it up first, take the objective and the first team fight win.
Those ultimates are available, and look at them coming in on the flank. Beautiful Grudo combo by the Moon Knight. Is it enough? Yes, it carves through the Luna Snow. Ultimate wasted, and that's a beautiful performance from Mutants. They were very ready for that combo. They saved their ultimates and deployed them to perfection. Well done by Vinny to set that up and Delana to get the cleanup.
They can maybe try to touch with Armed and Dangerous, or...
Damn aggressive from Vision. That's 2. Can he get more? That's 2 in 1, I believe, there. But Vision's with 5 eliminations there.
We saw Absolute in the previous match just so strong in the Hella, getting the Element to Luna Snow right away.
And Iron Man's brawling. Senor Hoff, though, with the Gamma team up, getting the bubble from Magneto, just pouring damage out on the Iron Man with the help of the rest of his squad, charging forward. And once again, Intergalactic in firm control of the match, looking very stable now. Teams challenging Nightmare, but there's Kurova with a beautiful headshot knockout. Pressure onto the cart, the combo's available, strangling Prison into the back line. They have the support ultimate, but it's not enough, of course, with the Moon Knight combo beautifully executed by Nova 6. 2 more knockouts coming in from Moon Knight. It's a beautiful play by Angular. Jeff Day is trying to hold forward, so he's going to slip out with just his life. Adam Warlock is forced to use Link, but Dead Game fans have some powerful ultimates. They're pushing forward, driving right on top of the Hawk, and it's a triple kill for Arrow. Massive frags from the Doctor Strange, and that, I mean, that's just disgusting. They're just running over them with the point capped already. Dead Game fans, their aggression is looking flawless. Jitbugs is just caught flat-footed every single team fight. Feels like this Hawkeye is going down first. I mean, this is the playbook that a lot of teams have run to shut down that sniper.
Grabs onto one, moves them towards the coastal side, but the Magneto's there with the sport, with the shield. Aya Wakamoto catches out basically everybody, but 2 members are gone. Asian Man with the sky. Can you find the elimination? That's 2, that's 3, make it 4, make it 5. They finally cap the point, and unfortunately for Windbreaker, the ult deficit was too much.
Out dodging things, you know, like rather than tanking through them, and that's a tough ask when you're up against some of these really strong players. A great kidnap though from Veg Mobile. Than a much bigger Aya Wakamoto right now. Pinnacle popping that Armed and Dangerous again and again. It's a huge cleanup once again. EX and Impact just crushing through the attackers. It took them a while to find their footing, but this 3rd point defense was immaculate.
Don't want to see both of these try to just pop those ultimates over the top of each other. However, in this case, it seems like the Sentinels able to get the first elim. Miguel, meanwhile, oh my god, again and again, able to get the elims. That's 3, 4. These are huge for the Freaks right now, as they're just trying to wrap up on Sentinels who are making their way to the point. But that's pretty much everybody for Miguel. What an insane play from the Bucky of the Freaks.
Oh, wow. Phillian's turned up at precisely the right moment to try and drop the aggro here for ICAV. Might be able to try and figure out a kill onto Damon. Knockout blow given over. Thor now next in the crosshairs of ICAV. Goddess of Death does what she does best. Time to rain down hell upon all those who oppose them. Empress can't do nothing but fall. And knockouts have been delivered. Even the AoE on Tommy here gives even more push over to Ex-Oblivione.
Doctor Strange is getting a lot of damage put onto them here, but it's all coming on in. But I feel like the defense is there from Team Cat. The dance of the butterflies and the Goddess of Death is let loose, but they haven't picked up any KOs just yet. But Sparka does 1, 2, 3, and that's going to be another one from Fee. Absolute clinic from Team Cat there. He drops that 4-force and just annihilates them there. Great play, Willungi though, managing to pick up the 4, so that's a really important KO for last minute, but they are getting around the corner already here at Team Cat. They have managed to just stall, and if they can take down the Magneto, that'll be a huge difference. But Sparka, the dance of butterflies, but he will less than a minute into the game.
How did he generate that so quickly? Willungi, even with the stun, Sparka just picks up every single knockout available. Brother 8 and left, no crumbs at all. That play is spotless, Tano.
With the insane move right there on Super Sticky Guy, that was hell of a fight, and when you are starting off the fight in 6v5, that's kinda much more easier. Lightbringer coming again, but look at the bottom once again. The Aragamoto from Bogu, can he do it? Yes, because Lightbringer was here. He was defending his title. I mean, his 2nd place in the beta tournament, and he showed, like, I'm here and I will keep going. I was not expecting them to just say, no, not another time! Oh, buddy, he's going to see how many times he can get away with that. This is the perfect map for it as well. Do any KO, unfortunately, Gims was with the shield, but didn't help out. Okay. Oh my god! Sorry, buddy, that was insane. We've just seen Smungus.
Yeah, we're at 28 seconds left, but I think they're going to be able to take this all the way. Let's see, we do have a defense here from Hector Leone trying to come in, but the final judgment was there. The dance of the butterflies is going to say goodbye to Luna Snow. They were putting on a show, but they were stopped dead early. It's so close right now. It's 166 meters. Another cleanup there coming in from Tomei.
Just stay on the point, try to force them to go down, and you will then have the advantage. We see Networks right there on Laka. Laka almost falling down with all this attack, but be careful because okay, he can be quite annoying. The explosion from Networks, he was waiting and couldn't do anything. Laka probably gonna go down and they're gonna force continue the fight. They have to push to reset the team of Gorilla.
They do manage to take that Vanguard down, so they are feeling like they've got the advantage right now at 0%. And what a clean pick by Pixel. Magic sent back to the spawn room. Networks continuing to put in absolute work here with that explosion.
So good sweep coming through from Empress. Gets ICAV low, yes. And now it's anybody's game. Weeks to come back on the Captain America, of all things. Just utilizing that sprint. Can Damon do enough damage here? Can they keep Philly contained? A well-placed headshot and a knockout. You bet that he can. The Damon has been unleashed.
We are rushing this fire of Salok, forced to go down to receive some healing, but that was not enough unfortunately. And we're gonna start now the fight and do the fight in 6v5 Namor without the bubble in the air in true position, and that's quite hard there. We will have to fight on the payload, and it is working in the point, and Pixel is doing a nice kill once again, and they are forced to back.
They are 0% are going to be able to cap this first objective. Fantastic play from their duelist there, just to pair together and take down those squishes. In fact, they've wiped out pretty much the entirety of Gorilla. Good ace for 0%, and look how deep they are pushing. They're trying to take them down as they are storming before they've even managed to push it that far, and that's exactly what they've done. A Hector coming in for Pixel.
Yeah, I mean, Oz Tony is going to this fight feeling pretty good because 50 is just nasty with it. Oh my god, he can't keep doing this to them. Oh my goodness, he is just tearing them apart. To no success, I mean, you have to be a very brave soul to try to 1v1 a Hela at any range because you are always at risk of getting two-tapped. And that is exactly what AJZ just performed right there as Potato just picks off Nev, which makes a really big opportunity for Tenga Esports to win this fight as he KOs Deceitive out of the Luna ult. Oh, beautiful work. Counter it almost entirely, but it's not quite enough to save BB1's Hela player as, oh my, BB1's range is just absolutely messing up everyone in the back line. And from the first moment of this fight,
should be able to go in for fate of both worlds being used. Kita, here comes the well. That's gonna be massive. Gonna be able to CC one. Gonna be able to get a second as well. Can he get the third? Yes, he can. Kita all over the scoreboard right now.
Golly, triple elimination. Down fast, they want to get forward, but Tom Young's going off the defensive end, really just not letting anything up. I can say the same for Fun right now, especially against Hachi, and that's another one against E. Olivier, and on your left, the entirety of Tom Young going down one by one as MR Pro. I don't think it's going to be that effective, especially against the Manta Sustain. Ulti, Luna Snow, Fate of both worlds, and now we pop off with the Galactic Legend. Good play timing on that one from AES. Finds one, finds another, with On Your Left being the second, and then Patafan being third here. Elimination feed lighting up like a Christmas tree, especially.
They have the high ground advantage over Marvel Rivals Pros as they are left to scuttle on the ground right beneath them. And No Limit seems to have accidentally used his Rocket Raccoon jump pack by pressing spacebar twice and goes straight up into the air and gets domed by Happy, as Happy just has his way with everybody else in the lobby, just wiping the floor with Marvel Rivals Pros. Tron doing a really, really good job of shutting down Deep Impact, and also PS4 Group is at a bit of a disadvantage in this fight, despite Rex Monica coming back with an Eye of Agamotto and KOing 3. But the thing is, PS4 Group,
death of their own, No Limit with 2 revives. Felix and Annalie chop it back. Just 2.25 meters we're talking about. Another elimination for Annalie. Kadia gets sent back from spawn. Quick revive, starting to scare even more so. Finds 1, finds 2, finds 3, finds 4, quadruple. And Marvel Rival, Pro, if you will, trying to stick to their guns. Happy pops the Galactic Legend, finds 1, finds another, almost finds a 3rd here.
As Nightmare still maintains control.
Yeah, Nightmare's doing an amazing job holding it down right now, and Strange trying to block the ultimate, but Alfie finds 2 crucial eliminations on both strategists, and the rest dropping like flies, and Hail the Sun will be holding this down right now.
Initially, great animation canceled there by Fandora to take out Gasklin. Ryan Mason going to take out Zerd. They're still going to keep the pressure onto the point. And will they be able to get it here? And as Ryan Mason does not allow it, McStanky goes down. And Strange is trying to hold on for dear life, but it's going to look dire as down. Still at 70. Oh, actually not even on the Magic anymore. Who am I kidding? On the Moon Knight. Just out of habit there. Gaskin going to take out Alfie. Ryan Mason going to drop Zerdrick. And a second as Ipsis goes down as well. And just like that, Nightmare is keeping the momentum, pressing forward. And that's a 3-piece there for Ryan Mason.
Kidnapped by the Wolverine, and the Meteor is coming down as well. Can he find any eliminations? No, he cannot. But Delena taking down Super Gomez immediately, and then Castlin as well. Down goes Hogs, and Delena is just popping off today, man.
Yeah, a ton of trading. You can see the strategists playing on both sides coming to fruition. And Nectar again. Oh my God, they've been so good on the side lock. Now closing it out the 3 phase. That's a 4. Make it 5 KO. No, Garchomp going to steal that from them. But insane play from Nectar, obviously, without those strategist ultimates being there. From the previous fight that lasted a whole minute and a half, it seems to be. And they've got ultimates to work with.
Man, they're doing a great job here rotating these rests. The amount of time I've looked over at the feed and just seen a rest. There's another great ultimate by Sky onto the back line. Cooper gonna get a pick high as well. Cooper getting free on the Mantis, and Spenny gets another, and that should do it for Rad Esports to take point 3.
They can single out a support here maybe as well, but no, Dance was just taking down Vexy immediately. Oh my goodness.
It was an insane play from them with the portal. Whale also now comes through. It's perfectly placed. Oh my Jesus, Daintwist. That was crazy. Chalk it back to the spawn. Windbreaker put the point off of some fantastic Namor play.
Hogs is going to be diving the back line here, forced to pop the armor. He's going to get out. Out comes the Armed and Dangerous. Down goes Super Gomez. And Afrasy is looking for more. That is 4. Make it 5 eliminations for Afrasy. And he is going bananas. On the Wolverine, 14 seconds remaining. Can the mutants hold on to this? Out comes the butterfly dance from Delena, taking down Aramori and Rymazing. Rymazing has the res, but are they able to touch?
They do touch the very last second, but they do have to sacrifice for it as Super Gomez goes down. Delena going to take out Hogs. Quad here for Delena. Another taking out Gaskin on the cap just to try to get another touch on the point. Things are looking dicey here. Trying to make a play and just fight the Vanguards. Afrasy looking for that pull. Going directly up.
Oh.
Aphersy gonna take out 5 with one of the most incredible Wolverine ultimates we've seen of the tournament. Incredible play by Aphersy.
To really find some purchase, especially going into this. Nice kidnap coming through. Necros has changed tack now. Away from a Spider-Man onto the Wolverine. It delivered maximum pulse. Grabs 2. There's a chance of being slain as you try and make it happen. Instead, there's going to be a move over to the point, and they're going to be met there by the Dance of the Butterflies. Nuja going to be the first to fall. A huge target pickup from Psycho. Wants to group next, and Lolsish cannot deal with the pressure.
They're going to try and dive on into the backline and get those straight onto the strategist.
Yeah, onto the strategist trying to flip the map. Pixel once again has the dance off the Butterflies. Is there anything available to try and counter it? DRP is 3% away, and that 3% is not forthcoming. It's an ultimate timing there for Pixel.
Getting back, be careful, Bogu. Only with 85 HP there. Breaking the shield. Nice mesmerize once again, and Stu securing a good KO. We already got the dance on the butterfly. Going in, we're going into the back line. 1 KO, another KO. That's a triple, baby.
And with that connecting on Sylvie though, Doge maybe pulling this one back for their team. Team Cat trying to dive on in onto Network. Sparker cleans them up, and that means they're going to win this fight with how well Sparker's taken down not one.
Trying to minimize damage taken, playing alive. That's a good eye. Agamotto 3 stunned. The follow-up's good. Snakes has destroyed the strategist, and Destroy didn't have a chance to launch the infinite pulse cannon. Yes, there's going to be some flailing in the dark as he launches Eyes of Agamotto, and Pixel tries their best to follow it up, but 0% are all out of gas. Well, frozen out for a moment and picking up with the health back, and the Ghost of Death has been slain by the Horn of Proteus directly on top of them. Calamari the hard way.
They dive on down to speed, but look at the healing, the damage coming in the background. They're going to pop that one. Can they find a KO with it? Loki's got the clones on up. Whilst we have the dive from the Dance of the Butterfly, and that didn't get a single KO. But I tell you what, Sparker and B's found a triple.
The pulse cannon needs to hit Payda, needs to be the heroic play. Already though, Monk Mother trying to strike Payda, and also the first to fall. Cage is down as well. The healers, the strategists are gone. So all the damage is permanent, and Monk Mother's just putting the boot in. Schmungus are wiped easily. So much damage onto Monk Mother. The fate of both worlds was not enough to save the Wolverine. The healing factor not strong enough. Dropping from the sky now, using the portal to return to a point. Etsu is directly hit once again. Red Pixel's back on it. I've seen this show before. I know how it ends, and it doesn't end well for the side of your Encanta. Yes, they're in control.
Psionic burst! Disappear!
That almost hurt. I've got you. Fantastic! Ha! 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 Oh! Ha! Ha!
for something truly fantastic. That was simple. I've got you. Double the failure. Maximum. Let me return the favor. I'm as strong as Ben. Success.
Who wants to see something fantastic? Next. Force burst! They'll never see me coming. Clear the way! You have no clue how long I've wanted to do that, Namor. Disappear! A clear winner.
You have been sheltered by the light for far too long. The time has come for darkness to reign. Soon, your resolve will begin to crumble. You'll be stretched too thin. There will be nowhere left to hide, and your fire will cease to burn. For no light shall survive in my empire of eternal night.
Support ultimate being used by Kanga. No support ultimates left for the side of Oz Endgame, and this does mean that people are starting to fold. Certification, Nikos, both supports are down from Oz Endgame.
Off angle as well. Tarax on a massive off angle. 3-piece coming through nice and quickly, and that will be the clean up now for the rest. Rude's used that ult for very low HP. Tricky survives, gets enough healing to be able to make it work. Isaac follows up on Oz 6, and this is a situation now where Fury looks to be able to get a full reset on Oz Endgame. I don't think Oz Endgame are going to really throw much more into this one. They don't really have a lot. Isaac's going to make sure nothing happens. Another double stun on the back line. And there's your reset. It cost an extra ultimate. It forced him out.
That eternal bond feeling at least is going to keep that Invisible Woman standing. I've got news for you though. It's time for Kraken Edge once more. Info going to be hit by that one going low. That's the reset. And there's more where that came from. Crimson desperately trying to get away with that tainted voltage and secure the kill and give another reset. Hypnotic using it more for mobility than anything else right now, which I think is completely fair. As Pixie will be surrounded and dragged down.
When their tanks get low, but it's going to be Ramsey with 2 KOs. They get Donald extremely low, and they're able to heal it up at the start, but not for long as Ramsey cuts them up.
Gets caught out there. That is brutal stuff. Tries to go in for an eye of Agamotto, but it ends up being their undoing instead. And that's Adam finding a double. Nasty little meteor, and my goodness, Info and Crimson, both Lunar Snows in that moment, taken down. the moment, but it should be a decent showing for Kanga. They've lost Inspo, however, Platinum Star just don't want to lay down. They are not taking this one. That is Ace going absolutely ham, man. That is a double off the clap. This guy is ridiculous.
I mean, just some insane plays there from Ace and Platinum Star. I mean,
Fate of both wells. Battlefly being used by 6 as well. They will be able to get a KO onto Netra. 76% on the point right now. But wait, it's slipping.
Making the comeback. You get the combo though. What you see there is Niang comboing off a Tinny Falcon, who goes down. The Eye of Agamotto hits first, allows then Niang to be able to drop in the extra Horn of Proteus.
No strategist ultimate up here for Platinum Star. This is dangerous now for Cronus to go in. This damage will stick. Again, the Dagger Storm, though, good in the pinch for AoE skilling. If you don't have one of those strategist ultimates, Pyrax, I think this is going to be way too much now. It is going to be a complete wipe, folks. Pyrax for 3. Absolutely dirty stuff with the Goddess of Death.
Now Ace is, once again goes in, gets one pick, gets 2 picks. Going for another reset, and another reset, and a 4th reset. Is that a 5th?
Last minute left to go here, so not quite last fight. Right, there will be more to come through, but the problem here is
Atlas using the God of Mischief on the other side, trying to use one as well. So you do get one of those big key ultimates out. Oh, no! Sick KO there, Kanga. It's going to be Tyrax actually finishing off Shroods in midair.
Shroods was trying to go for the move. Yeah. Looking for Dance of the Butterfly in midair to deal with Tyrax, but it falls back.
Tyrax going crazy.
For both of these duelists just end up looking straight at Shroods again.
Hello, folks, and welcome back to the Marvel Rivals Invitational. This is the Asian Grand Final coming up. Long have we waited, although not that long, to be honest, Tom. The games today have been fairly quick. You know, obviously, if you look back at the scoreboards, the score line more so, you'll see 3-0, you'll see 2-1. You'll think that 3-0, that must have been dominant Reject, just by far the better team, but they made the better plays. But when it came down to the skill level on the server, Tom, I have to say, I think either of those teams could put up a good show up against Euphoria.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the case. Like there wasn't a bad team playing today, I don't think. Like, I think everybody could have had their opportunities. I think you go back even to match number 1, it was a very close 2-1, and then Reject have obviously come in and beaten that squad. So going into the final, I think we're due a close affair, and yeah, I'm kind of hoping for a bit of a back and forth, because I think that so far games with Euphoria in them have not been particularly close at times.
Yeah, well, you know, we spoke to Flo after the last game, and I asked what's going to be different this time, because yeah, last time it was a quick game, and pretty much all of Euphoria's opponents have fallen quite quickly. And what he said was, "You'll see." So I'm very excited to see what they have planned, because no doubt that's a game they've looked back on. They will think about how Euphoria want to approach the game. And so really the first step to success does come in that ban phase. It comes down to how do you want to approach it, but also what will Euphoria do if they take the Psylocke out November 24? Well, he loses, so doesn't become a bad player, but my goodness, if you don't take Psylocke out, he becomes a phenomenal player. So it's decision making time.
I don't think they'll look to match the Psylocke. I'd be surprised if anybody tries that again.
29-2 lower final.
I think Flo was very much surprised that anybody attempted to do that. But I think as well, that's the fun thing going into this matchup, is that, or like we've talked about Ripasuko and like, oh, the crazy Venom player. Well, they took away the team up that they wanted to have. He switches over, plays, I think it was a Doctor Strange, was also insane. I think the same for JT3 as well. So there are aspects of these teams that show already they have a level of flexibility. So I'm really not that worried for whatever the bans are. I think that they'll be able to adapt.
Well, you will have seen earlier on, actually, sorry, I see that our ban pick phase is underway. And as you can see, we've got the Loki and the Bucky out of play, getting a little fed up of here and again, I suppose.
That's the thing. It's like, it's surprising because think back to game number 1, how good Happy was on that character. Like how good, but it was just looking at the previous game, Gaia's was insane. So they've just gone, you know what? We'd rather take this to Hela. Surprisingly, or not surprisingly, the protection of the Psylocke because of how well it went earlier in the day. And actually, a lot of this looks like Happy target bans coming out from Reject. It's like, you you like to play some Adam Warlock? We'll get rid of that. You've already got rid of the Soldier for us. But I'll assume that potentially we're going to get Happy on the Hela, which was impressive last time around.
Yeah. This is the thing. It's not like he's left without a character to play. For Neko, obviously, sad to see that Loki's gone. High impact hero for Neko, but that's all fine. We move on. Guys, surely not. The Mr. Fantastic again. We saw it come out in Odin's archive. I don't think it had a huge amount of success, but that doesn't mean that it won't this time around. We'll see if that's the case. Obviously benefiting from the Fantastic 4 buff, having Invisible Woman, and then you're also clobbering him up with the Thing. Some good potential here as we move on over to the Intergalactic Empire of Wakanda, where this battle is going to go down. You're seeing some screenshots from Domination, but this one here, I believe, will be on Convergence, or are we Domination?
We are on Convergence. I got baited for a second because I see them in the warm-up area. Happy picks Spider-Man, flies around for a bit, and I'm like, goes straight back to Hela, which is the right call because his Hela has been absurd throughout this match so far. And actually, this guy is gonna last minute stick on. Yeah, it is. The Mr. Fantastic is lasting. Last time out, it had very little impact, but it does seem like something that maybe he wants to run in some of the early fights and an immediate portal. They don't want to face this in the normal realms. They want to go from behind.
Yeah, and a strange pick as well that isn't going to be persistent. The Venom taken instead. They just need to wait a moment to allow Venom to close that distance. He'll be swinging into the site any moment now, and then the whole crew can start to make this push happen. It's going to be Mr. Fantastic as a second tank, essentially a half tank, coming in to back them up already. Wing Shurikens landing a ton of damage. This is the man we want to be on board with. November 24 absolutely annihilated his opposition in the previous game, and we heard it in the interview. We don't know why anyone would leave this hero open. Well, it's been put to bed off rip. It's Happy to coming in with the pick, a response as well from Gnome, and they have pushed these attackers back. Not back to their spawn though, but back to where that portal was earlier.
Oh dear, the strategists have not been left to help out their vanguards, and it's left a very awkward battle and escape being attempted by Ripasuko. That early success that he found in pretty much every single map has been slaughtered, and this is the thing. You can remove the likes of Adam Warlock. You can try and do damage to Happy, but it's just so good. Fair play, Flo. A nice 1v1 battle that goes his way.
Yeah, it's not easy to win those fights. I mean, obviously you got Psionic Vortex and Force Physics to do damage, to position those players. You can pull them back into your Psionic Vortex. That's exactly what we saw. There is November 24 showing up and taking down the backline Storm. A lot of the damage out of play. Eternal Bond in, the heals, the damage being done. It's forcing them back. And on this defensive side, they actually go forward. They decide to take the fight right to their opposition. Invisible Boundary in play. Keeps the defenders alive for at least a little bit longer. Allows them to push deeper into this fight, but the same comes in return. It's a stalemate. It results in a slow fall back. The Thing almost goes down, but somehow is kept alive. Not for long though. With Flo and November 24 falling, this battle is soon to come to an end. Down goes another healer, and down goes the Thing. Another reset for the side of that attack, and now, well, Euphoria, they get a moment to breathe.
Yeah, it's a little bit worrying as well that we've already witnessed an attempted change. Like, we've spoken about Ripasuko's Venom throughout the day, but they changed almost immediately. It didn't work at the initial dive, so they swapped things up to try and sort what was going wrong. They even got the initial pick onto Happy, who caused them problems in the first battle. They still didn't win. They still didn't manage to get much done on that initial site. And now just look at these passive positions currently being held. Neko's put that shield up just to give the DPS a little bit of an extra chance. A really good take though, and now Gaius with ult in hand, they've got to try and remove this before too much damage is done. And I'll be honest, I think the site could already be gone before they even get close.
I'm gonna turn sideways to reduce the hitbox. That's kind of crazy. But yeah, the site indeed has been lost. We saw it taken over. We see 1-0 on the board, and that means that the statue of Bast is ready to walk on forward. Interestingly, the statue itself walks, which I only noticed recently. The little hologram, look, he's physically walking. That's cool. The more you know.
I do like this map a lot in general, just because of the sort of map effects that can come into play. At every single stage, there is something that can stand in your way, and maybe getting towards the gravity that forced them into the air. This battle, is initially going quite well for JT, but the heals are there to support, make sure that the thing will not fall easily. They are trying to make this one a little bit tougher. Again, Gaius has gone back over from Hela. Think about that Hela ult and how impactful it was. He's gone back to Mr. Fantastic.
We'll see. Perhaps there is some benefit to it. But right now, you look at the defensive side. All 6 ultimates. I mean, the Eye of Agamotto, goodness gracious, is about to be online. You're going to have a ton of options. The question is only how Euphoria use them. For now, they are falling back, letting them in, dodging the clobbering time for the most part. Only the one player caught in it. The heals can be focused. Invisible boundary goes up. Shield in play for Doctor Strange just to block the damage. Now they move in. This is where the ults come into play. Eternal Bond is chipping away at their health, but the same has been put down in response. Now, Goddess of Death. No, in fact, no. It will be the Omega Hurricane that's put through, finding one, almost managing a little bit more. The damage boost comes in as the invisible boundary fades away. No more healing, and now the damage is being done. It's delivered all the way with the Goddess of Death. Maybe not even needed there in the end, but certainly cementing the victory.
That was such a fun fight, just because you mentioned that the defensive side had all the ults built up. So did the attack by the time they actually got into the fight. So that was everything for everyone. Sure, 1 or 2 ultimates are starting to come back online. The thing with clobbering time, but you start to look at that timer. 50 seconds left for them to try and get that extra little bit of chip damage that is enough to maybe get one of those high impact ults back online. It's starting to get a little bit dangerous for FunFun, but again, the supportive heals have been fantastic. Clobbering time, it does manage to get one, but it's immediately traded out. The Hellas with a killer piece. Another coming up for Happy once again. This guy always seems to make the headlines as those daggers landing every single shot. Give this man an opportunity to hit scan, and he will find you those eliminations.
Yeah, with the pressure put on the tanks as well. You know, someone like Gaius is trying to deliver those shots back in return, but just can't do it with the shield in his way. The portal taking the highlight here is just going to be used to quickly reposition with their force back. He's stuck the floor. It's blocking them from getting through. What in the world? Oh, okay. It's taken a minute, but they're here. But they fragment on the way through, trickle into the site, give opportunities. Luckily, that's all being reset on. The damage re-healed, and now a big fight on the side. Omega Hurricane having been used. The attackers, they're losing. They're losing their tanks. Both the heals were not landing. They're being blocked. A step forward from Doctor Strange as well. That shield just stopping any projectiles from making it through, isolating the players on the point, and the payload will move no more. That is a solid defense.
Oh, yeah, really nice. I love as well that you have this sort of 1-2 punch between the 2 duelist players, where you have Storm, who's a lot of the main viability comes off playing with the team, like having that damage boost, giving your teammates that extra little oomph. And then you had the other side of it where Happy is playing super passive. So you're trying to deal with this Storm and you're being peppered by daggers from that backline. It was a lot of sort of aggressive bans coming through to try and make this fight a little bit more awkward, and it definitely seems to have done the case, because I think that Happy, of course, and ASD just did a fantastic job. But again, though, it did seem to come down to a lot of the timing of those ults. Like, I do think that's where Euphoria have been better than any other team in the tournament, is they are very patient. Like, they will happily let you use your ultimates first in order to try and get theirs in at the exact prime moment. And it's risky. If you get it wrong, you lose. Like, maybe you lose a play you shouldn't have done, or someone falls in the wrong moment. You get it right, as they seem to do a lot, and you win those fights 9 times out of 10.
We're going to see these changes again until those doors open, and even then, I don't know that Happy
they're
will
not
be
playing quad
sticking
tank
on the Doctor Strange. That would be a questionable play, to say the least. But a portal will be set up now. They'll look for the teleport. We'll see likely even more changes. Happy will swap, but yeah, ASD is also going to change. Triple tank is not really the play either. But now they've got the damage. See what Happy swaps to. Probably the Hela. And then, yeah. The only thing is, Happy's going to take a while to get back here. Remember, it was Venom, so he could quickly make that relocate because the portal disappears once you stop playing Strange. So for now, they're in the backlines, but they're -1 duelist, -2 now with that pick, and this has gone badly wrong.
This is not a hero that we've seen too much of. The Squirrel Girl coming through for guys. It's something that has a high amount of overall damage, but at times it can be difficult to get those pickoffs through. But clearly just, I guess, struggling maybe a little bit more with some of the duelist heroes on the other side. So just looking for that all-out raw damage.
Well, it is just the observation that they're moving as a pack, right? And Magneto's not going to be able to absorb as many of those acorns as previously. Don't know why it took me so long to think of the word acorn, but there you go. Attack side on their way. They're making it up the ramp. They've touched the point. Now it's time to dive on down. Magneto gonna have to put his life on the line. We've seen this from JT before with the Thing. Was a monster, but now that little bit of a buff to Magneto, making him a squishy killer, and he's already claimed the life of one. Happy was putting up one hell of a show. That's all there is to say about it. This should be a complete reset again. The defenders pushing this clock way down low.
They've done well. I always like the fact as well that we're seeing a lot of the players of the Thing really target those squishier characters. Like having this Haymaker can do such a high amount of damage if you are the healer in the backline. The Eternal Bond is going to be utilized. The Meteor in attempt to try and delete it lands. The Kobe from afar, and that now makes this site take so much more difficult. This is looking perfect in the hold once again. A third attempt and a third failure for this attacking side. I'm thinking something might need to change.
Yeah, you look at what the defense has to work with as well. They weren't feeling much pressure when that push came through. We're about to have the ult online for Squirrel Girl, but you look past that. They've already got Cloak and Dagger. Didn't use it in the previous fight. Great detain, but they have to fall back. Goddess of Death was used here?
Yeah, that was Happy's ult. That's nowhere near the action. I think that must have been a misclick because that has now left Happy completely out of this battle. We're going to see everything being spammed through. The Eternal Bond placed onto the site. We're going to see Dance of the Flowers being attempted to do some damage. The same can be said for the Hurricane. Just looking to try and clear as many players as humanly possible. Euphoria are investing so much into this. This needs to be the battle that they take, but they're still struggling to clear this man from the site. JT, once again, just seems to pick up so much value on this Magneto. That is a 3-kill from him. And then it's done, I think. That's them out of this battle once more, and resetting might not even have enough time.
30 seconds. Look, they'll be able to get boots on the ground, but it's got to be an all-out rush. Again, the change to Doctor Strange. They know they can't get through that choke point. They've tried, and it did not work. Instead, it's a Strange portal. They're going to take the opposite high ground, try to battle this out from afar, but 10 seconds left, and it's them that need to get down on that site. That's a problem, because Squirrel Girl just got a pick. Here comes the Squirrel Tsunami, and it's unbeatable. Taking down another. The damage being dealt. Euphoria, the clear favorites, we thought, but it looks like we may be proven wrong. This is another fight that sees so much at the disposal of this defensive side, and there it is, the dance of the butterfly put through. The damage dealt should be way too much to recover from, and sure, some players are on their way back. They've got some responses of their own, but what can they really hope for?
It needs to be flawless. It's getting
huge.
close to it. 2 quick picks, 3 picks. They might be back in this one. They need to deal with JT. JT's picking them off again, though. And that has saved the day. What a game to start off this grand final. We don't even get to see the second checkpoint. It stopped at the first.
There was a world where I was watching ASD in those finals moments with the Dance of the Butterfly just start doing astronomical amounts of damage, but was it ever in doubt who the MVP of that match was? JT proving that Magneto mains everywhere, that if you were ever worried about, oh maybe my shield's been a little bit nerfed, it doesn't seem to be as good as before. Well, the damage buff that he's received in response, just wiping out these DPS players like it's absolutely nothing.
It's incredible. And you know the best part, Tom, I didn't say it during the game, but I'll throw myself under the bus. I was going to say that it's weird with the impact JT's had. I feel like a lot of his slam punches have been beautiful to watch, and that we saw Ripasuko take up the mantle from him. I was like, man, maybe that's a mistake. I'm not sure about that one. Well, you know what? Shut me up immediately. What a phenomenal display from JT. And it's not just like, look, the buff is strong. We've seen it have impact, and we saw it have impact here. It is what it is. But it goes deeper than that, man. The fact that this guy wins the last fight for them, Ripasuko by his side. I don't think they had healers at that point. Like, that was it. The last duel, and they get it across the line, rob their opponents of time, and rob them of an opening advantage. That's ruined my picking, which is it's really upset me, Tom. My prediction's out the window, but it's fine because in exchange for my prediction being wrong, I get a great game, and that's a trade I'm willing to make.
Well, the other thing is always it was already wrong because you didn't even have this team in the final. So
yeah, rub it in.
But no, obviously a very impressive performance. I think you're right. Again, it's just the thing that has most impressed me with these squads, these two in particular, is the flexibility that you can say like, oh, I love watching JT on this specific hero. Someone else picks it, and he goes for something else, and he's the best player in the game. Like, I just love watching them play. And I think, like, that's the thing. You could see that some of the goals of their opponents were, okay, let's take away that Winter Soldier because that's one of the things that really worked for them when they won in that previous matchup. I don't think that is their main point, though. It has been the Vanguards, which has really impressed me, actually, because I think that when we talk about this game in general, when you talk about ranked or you talk about your matches, most of the time you're talking about, oh, how's my duelist going to do and how's my strategist going to do? Like, those are the things that everybody's been like, this character's too strong, this character's... I don't think many people have been... Well, I think Magneto maybe was in the conversation, but I don't think any other, like, Vanguard has been in, like... oh, it has like Venom is overpowered. I don't think anyone said that. And the fact that that has been some of their biggest plays throughout this tournament so far has made them maybe the most enjoyable team to watch in the whole thing.
Well, that's it. It's the versatility. It's the depth that they've got to it. And, you know, you start coming in, banning the Thing and Magneto, you're going to have a whole list of other problems coming your way. So I don't know what the solution is there. I'll tell you that. But I don't care what the solution is, Tom, because that was a wonderful game. And I just want more of that. Luckily for me, and for you at home, we have plenty more coming your way. For now, though, we've got a little bit of a break. Before that, the post-match highlights. Let's take one more look at this wonderful game.
worshipping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smash. Psionic burst! Disappear!
That almost hurt! I've got you! Fantastic! Ha! 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 Oh! Ha! Ha!
You have been sheltered by the light for far too long. The time has come for darkness to reign. Soon your resolve will begin to crumble. You'll be stretched too thin. There will be nowhere left to hide, and your fire will cease to burn. For no light shall survive in my empire of eternal night.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Marvel Rivals Invitational. We are already one map into our grand final, and it's not going as some people expected. Wow, it would be embarrassing if you picked a clean sweep grand final. Can you imagine, Tom? What an idiot you'd look like right now. Anyways, that's what I did. So I'm wrong, but Tom, there's still hope for you. Do you think that the reverse sweep is coming? They started here 4-1. To Euphoria?
I'm honestly, I'm just hoping for a 4-3. Like, I'll be honest with you, at the beginning of the day, being here at 5 o'clock in the morning, my time, I was like, a couple of quick games would be nice. And then I've actually got into the matches. They've been so intense. Like, every single one has had like it's a 99% and this one, the other. Like, I wanted to go as far as possible. Like, it's been incredibly fun watching these teams play. And I don't think there's a favorite anymore. In my mind, there's no one I'm looking at and going, okay, they are definitely going to win this, because I think we've seen so many crazy individual plays, and like JT3 in the last, I think, is a prime example of that. He was so good playing Magneto that if you can have your Vanguard completely turning the tide of a game, who knows what's going to happen in the next one. Maybe even a Jeff, probably not, but maybe even a Jeff.
Wow. There was no need for that whatsoever. Euphoria. Look, this is a squad that we expected to be heavy favorites based on the fact that they're the top two teams from Season 0 matched together. The fact that we're in a hero shooter and they're Korean, that alone gives you the dub most of the time. And we've seen them challenged on map 1. No doubt they're coming in awake now. They're coming in ready to rumble. Maybe the 3-hour break got them a little sleepy. Now it's time while they watch their opponents play, right? Time to get busy, and guess who's protected? Adam Warlock, going to be good to go. Let's see what the others go for.
Well, that was a core part of the sort of triple healer that they were running. I do think an aspect of that, though, gets ruined by the Loki being removed. I think that is a huge target ban currently coming in for the side of Reject, like really damaging what Neko liked to play, because I feel like in the first day, at least, that was the majority of what he was playing. The Winter Soldier being protected is the least surprising thing. I think it's by far Guy's best, even though, like, don't get me wrong, there's been a lot of incredible sort of stuff. And yeah, the Star-Lord ban is interesting. I think maybe, I guess not wanting the revive, the free revive coming off the back of the Adam Warlock. They don't want that as a combination, so they've decided, okay, we'll go for the ban just to make sure they can't have both.
It's interesting, yeah. I mean, I look at the last time that they played here, and obviously it was a huge defensive victory. I think a lot of that coming down to Neko and the ability to take those aggressive fights with Loki now at the 12 missiles, the heals that you can do collectively. There's a lot that can be done. And that being removed, you're already going to have to rework your triple heal comp. Having Adam Warlock in there, going to make a difference, but and I think last time they played this, when we saw Euphoria, Adam Warlock was banned. So this, looking at their last game, they're going to have to make changes. Looking at how they like to approach the game, I wonder if this is still going to play into their strengths, just minus the Loki. Because we've already seen them pivot and not have too much of a problem with that.
Yeah, I think so. I think that, again, it kind of... It interests me where we're going to see them actually go with a lot of the stuff that they have, because I think thus far we have sort of witnessed like Happy be able to adapt quite easily. And well, the thing is, I always question early in the game, but they are on the defense. Are we actually we're gonna get the Spider-Man Venom team up? Which if that's the way we're gonna start this off, that I'm really excited.
So it's worth noting that now Spider-Man, when he presses C, that ability is not gonna last as long as it did before. I think it's down to 1 second for him and 2 for Penny Parker, but it is going to make him completely invincible. Now, last time we saw them play this map, Euphoria had Happy on the Bucky that's been banned, and he was 30-2. So reasonable to remove that hero. Let's see, though, if Spider-Man can see that same flare for Happy.
Oh, you say that it was the last map. So Gaia's is actually on Winter Soldier right now. So this is an active choice that they've gone for.
What the hell?
It was the last map. This time they opted to actually protect instead. We'll see, though. We'll see what Happy can actually do. It might just be for these early fights. I think this first point is so difficult to hold on to that a lot of teams will take some risks. Try and go for something a little bit different. Fun with that Venom. Trying to play Rejects at their own game. Try and do as much as he can in those early fights, but already sort of losing his partner in crime in Spider-Man is now just going to lurk in the backlines, maybe try and remove one of those extra strategists, especially with Happy looking to try and come around the back, maybe wanting to try and team up together as they will look to try and clear some of that back, but so far it hasn't been going great.
Yeah, he's in and he's out just as quickly. Another attempt, at least getting the heals, getting the focus, the soul bond, but 70% away from the ult when Bucky pops off again. He's going to be firing down, and they need the support onto those healers who are being dove on. The combo of the Bucky ultimate having the thing as well. The damage output is insane. There's a fight on the side, but again, Bucky is here with the ultimate, and there is nothing left to do. A cleanup and a couple of ultis still in play for the side of Rejects.
This is really interesting. They're opting to basically try and play them at their own game and have November 24 also sat over on Adam Warlock. Already, though, there goes Neko right back into the fray. That's probably not the start they were looking for as they're trying to regroup and slow this one down. Again, we see a lot of teams doing this, getting very proactive on this second point because the chokes can be so rough to try and get back through. They have managed to do it, though, but that man JT is right on the front line looking to brawl.
Spectacular spin online for Happy. That's the Spider-Man ultimate ready to roll. Might be needed. Yeah, it's going to be used to try to bail those tanks out. They were in a little bit too much trouble, and now it's Happy that's traded places with them. He goes down in their stead, and that prompts Rejects forward. A big push, a lot of damage. The magic missiles again dealing damage, and the soul bond activated. Looks like, although Neko's gone down, November 24 is still sitting healthy. And now in comes the Kraken impact to decimate the remaining defenders. That was a quick and clean execution. The fact that November 24 doesn't even go down is astonishing.
They've made this look so easy. And immediately, this is exactly what happened last time. So bear in mind, we saw this with Happy playing that Star-Lord and then swapping over right on this point to bring in that Winter Soldier. Clearly feeling this is where you get the most value from that hero. But it's going to have to be the same again. This is exactly what happened before with Euphoria. They were able to slow the point from this stage onwards. With Mantis, ASD has done well, but Happy, there has been nothing for him so far. Already eliminated once more. And although they got rid of November 24 for a second, he's right back from the fray.
Right back into the action indeed. This is a problem. Being this close. And for the defensive side, look, they're just stood on the choke point, firing into the masses, attempting to build up those ultimates, but it's the attack side that has them ready to go. And as soon as Eternal Bomb comes out, the Meteor M is aimed at its target. It finds the other support somehow, and that's almost more devastating. Eternal Bond about to fade, and with that, they'll have nothing to fall back on. The rotations need to come in. The res available, activated by November 24. Reinforcements are here. The heals are in right off rip, and it's guys taking down Fun. No thing to work around anymore. Mantis, though, able to keep them alive and bail them out of trouble, but November 24 getting isolated doesn't bode well for this fight. In goes Happy, ultimate active, lands a shot, there's another, ult back, and he's firing it for safety. He uses it to fall back, needing the heals, desperately close to being dropped. The hook going out and not finding its mark to start with, but good damage on the follow through. And as they're just falling back, there's nothing really to worry about. The defense has done well. They've gotten rid of that first push, but still 3 minutes on the clock.
We have some really high impact strategist ults in that moment. I think although you said like they managed to take down the other couple of healers, it was the fact that not going down kept that Eternal Bond online, kept the team alive, so they were able to fight a little bit more. Now the Kraken switches hands, goes into the other direction, but it hasn't had the impact. We've seen that Soul Bond keep the team standing, and once again, it is another look at that Eternal Bond to keep them alive. The strategists right now doing God's work for the side of Euphoria to keep them in this map.
Oh, look at that damage! November 24, and guys pushing forward with the thing leading the charge, and this is decimation. They are sent packing towards the spawn, but they can't get through the gate before they've lost another. That's cloaked down, and the problems start to compound. That
payload incredibly close to the world tree now. Meteor M taking aim and finding another. Less and less heals by the second, and just a few eliminations away from taking it all the way. 3.9 meters. And a couple of bodies in between, but the quick respawns and right back on the horse, ready to fight, are the defensive side of Euphoria, who will not give up on this just yet.
Oh, it was close. It was so incredibly close. And we've seen that now from ASD. We sort of mentioned him as one of those high-level DPS players who are currently stuck on that Mantis, but still able to show how much value you can find from the Strategist with the self-damage boost here and there. Well, they got it within a matter of meters, but they haven't managed to get it over the line just yet. Still holding true. Fun actually, I believe, brought this hero into play just to try and clear the backlines. Have stuck with it for now to try and hold them back that little bit further.
Well, Karmic Revival online for the attack. They can take some risks to push forward. They've already lost one tank, and that's the ult used to bring him back. Soul Bond, so he's right back up to full health, and a chance here as they now push in from the top. Low HP on a couple players, but they've fallen back to the healers. They've gotten out of dodge with most of their health intact. Magneto desperate to take a deep pick, and despite one going down, immediate ult canceled, denied in fact. The Cocoon, well, they're going to be straight on him, surely. All around are tanks. It's Magneto. He's doing a lot of damage and quickly finishing him off, leaving this down to just Hella, who, well, there's no chance of standing on that point up against this squad. A quick touch needed and not found. And Meteor M was there to shut down anyone who made it near the payload. They've managed to bring it all the way to the end. Only 20 seconds left on the clock, though.
Yeah, it felt like it was going to be much more time available, but there's some solid fights towards the end. I think Fun switched to the Thing, which just got them onto the point. It was almost done. If he didn't have the shift to pretty much run through the street charge that got them that extra space, I think that would have been over much quicker. The thing is, though, that they now have to do the same on the other side. Now, when we watched Euphoria last time on this map, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but they did make it all the way to the end. That would be enough, but I think we've already witnessed that this opponent has been quite a bit tougher, well, firstly than anyone else they faced, or even just the last time around.
Well, that's it. Yeah, something is definitely different this time. They should have listened to Flo. Let's see if they can put a stop to this aggression coming out of Euphoria. They're now going to be on that push. Of course, the task that they have is to push that payload all the way to the end. I think that based on what we've seen so far, Bucky, pretty strong. Understand why most people are banning him. You know, the last map, he was taken out, and I was very much expecting him to not be in play here either, evidently. But that Freudian slip, perhaps they'll hope that was a reality, or that they'll wish it was. Because Bucky's been doing crazy damage, man. I feel like every time there's a slight leg up in a fight, or even there's just question about which way it will go, I hear again, and it's over very quickly.
It has to be the most impactful ult we've seen. Either that or the Hurricane out of Storm. I think it's been so good for just clearing out those strategists. Nonetheless, though, somehow, I was going to say it always seems to be JT. This guy just makes Magneto look so overpowered. I'm certain your ranked games, you'll be thinking that maybe you can play as well as JT. I'm going to put it out there and tell you right now, you cannot.
Well, our lovely goats, Tooth Grinder and Tooth Gnasher, trying to escort Stormbreaker all the way to the World Tree, but well, there's a little bit of a roadblock ahead of them in the form of 6 very powerful heroes who don't seem to be budging. At the moment, this is all about rejects. Not just this map, but this series as well. It's time for Euphoria to step up and claim the crown that, well, they've had before, at least half the team. Armed and dangerous is Bucky. He's coming in hot again. He's going to be raining down hellfire from above, claiming KO after KO. He goes up top now. But this time he slept. That won't stop him though. Still in with the damage, close to the kill, and all this is buying time, running the clock down. Adam Warlock, oh, there it is. Shots onto Happy Land, the magic missile working out again in favor of rejects. Nothing
seems to be going Euphoria's way today.
Yeah, they've at least managed to find their footing, though. A large amount of kills coming through, and eventually they're going to be able to clear out the remaining players. The thing is, from what we've seen so far on this map in particular, that first point's normally the easiest, and it doesn't look like it's done just yet. Gaius is actually the one after dying that's going to switch over to Strange, get that portal in for the team. Not normally the hero that we expect to see him playing, but it's just to try and get that space. The problem, though, is Happy's there again. What he's able to do with this Adam Warlock, how he's able to do so much damage while utilizing that Cosmic Cluster. For now, though, they're trying to pop their ults. They're trying to get themselves back into position. JT back on point with that Magneto is always something to fear, always something to worry about. The problem, though, is it does still feel like this attack has it on point. Never mind. Things start to change. Bump finding a kill.
Oh my, indeed. It looks like they had a lot of value found from the back of the Soul Resurgence that was activated there by ASD. As soon as that comes online, they're able to take this fight that little bit more aggressively, and the heal difference from the ult is what separates the two in that battle, I think. Now, they've made it to that first checkpoint. Now it's this big bend. Big problem getting around this corner, I suppose. It relies on heavy ult usage. Very efficient ult usage from your side. There are a few there. Oh, clobbering time used here by the defense. Will they get a pick on the back of that? There's a lot of healing coming through. Oh, that's a lot of damage, though. Try to out-heal this. You'll have a tough time. Shield goes up, at least keeping their Bucky alive a little bit longer. Res comes into play. Soul Bomb to the back. They need to keep this squad alive, and they've done it. Fun's right back up to full, ready for the fight, taking the battle up close. Res in on the other side, though. It's all being put on the line for this duel. Clobbering time comes into play. Fun looking for the response, but they're not landing it. Eventually, November 24 goes down. That's a healer. Great hook as well. Magneto able to shield himself and get right out of there, but they might have seen Mantis, isolated her up above. I thought she was in trouble. It seems she is the trouble. She's the one to drop Bucky, and then the response is immediate. Everybody comes charging in, and just like that, a stone haymaker delivered. The defense is right back on the goat.
Solid stuff. And that's the thing. You think about how much time is already being bought, how far they managed to get by this point. Like, those first two were almost fairly easy when you think back to how that first half went for the side of Rejects. And now Euphoria seem to be stumbling each time they look to get through. And just as they get back into position, the Kraken is there again to just pretty much decimate them. Having to already fall back, sure, they won't be too far away from the spawn already, so they will be back into the fight in a moment's notice, but it does seem like the whole goal here from the side of Rejects is just stagger them as much as humanly possible.
Oh, 100%. Delay, delay, delay. That is the name of the game. Managing to find another pick. That's Happy down. And further delay to this push. Now Neko falls. Stagger after stagger. Another down. Oh, this is a death blow delivered right to the spawn door. They have chased them as far as the map physically allows. The only thing stopping them are the laws of physics themselves. This is hard to watch with a minute left, Tom. We talk about good ult usage. Well, ult advantage for the attackers, sure. Although now it's just evened out. They need to win every single fight from this point forward.
Yeah. The terrifying thing is what I said. Normally, that third point can be the toughest. And guess what? Oh. The Kraken's back once more. Already looking to combine. I think even being utilized on both sides. An attempt to do damage, but there's only one man coming out on top. And that is Gaius. Been superb on this character. It was banned in the last map for a reason. And they decided to try and go 1v1 with the Beast. And while it really is not going well, the Thing looking to just pound that backline, but doesn't want to overextend. Just look at the clock. 20 seconds up and coming left on it. They do not need to overextend, and you know what? They do maybe a little bit.
Because they've got Karmic Revival, bringing the team right back online. And once this push comes to shove, that's when Soul Resurgence comes in. Not only that, they've got Invisible Boundary, or not Invisible Boundary, it's a cloak, of course. So Eternal Bond online. A lot of healing ultimates for the defensive side if they need them. And now they will.
with the ults on the other side. They'll just counter this, completely nullifying the effects and allowing them to still stand ground and fight all the way to the end. But Euphoria are the ones winning that fight. It's clobbering time by the looks of it. The ult not needed. He is dealing with them here and now. But there's another fight coming, and they have to win that if Euphoria want a chance.
Well, that's the thing. Cloak went down on the other side. Hippopotamus fell before using the ultimate in that previous fight. So that means that everything is coming back at them. They can literally throw all of those ultimates in a matter of moments, looking to heal, looking to pull out that Kraken once again, and maybe cause a clobber in time. They are looking to just force them off that point. That's all they really need to do. That overtime is already ticking down with players dropping left, right, and center. And here comes the Kraken looking to clear out the healers from the back line. That's already one dropped, and that clock is getting dangerously low. They need to make sure players don't step off the point for even a moment. The res could be everything, bringing back those attacking players from the fray, but they are still taking casualties, still losing players, and that clock on overtime is ticking so dangerously low. They cannot leave this for even a second, and unfortunately, they have.
1, 2, 3.
What a showing so far, not just in this game, but today from the side of Rejects. They have looked absolutely phenomenal, and fighting for the side of Loki here. He may have been banned, but he still takes ultimate victory. Yggdrasil is his. And now it looks like this series is shaping up to be Rejects. They have played a phenomenal game, and just look at that scoreboard, man. Yes, guys had a great game, 40-6, 25 final hits as well. You cannot downplay the impact of that, especially when you look at even just the max final hits on the other side. But take a look at JT, man. What is this guy made of? Another lights out map. And to be honest, considering the role he's playing, dude, I'm just going to say it. He got snubbed. That MVP was his. That's crazy.
I'll also say as well, he seems to be unbannable unless you're going to ban two Vanguards. And that's just for reference. That's a terrible idea. Like, if you're only targeting Vanguards, you're also going to leave yourself in a hole. But it really is one of those matchups where, again, I think everybody's pick'ems are now wrong. Sorry, Rachel, if you're watching this, you are also wrong, as am I now, because nobody had even 2 maps going to whichever team was up against this Euphoria squad. But I think that's the difference. Rejects look like they've really sort of grown into this one, looking to sort of fly that flag for Japan. And honestly, now just 2 maps away of the next 5 from taking this one over the line.
Yep, they are knocking on victory's door at this point, and the pressure is on for Euphoria, the squad that we expected to be the dominant victor in this tournament. But it looks like they might, well, they've got a long road ahead of them. I don't want to seal their fate just yet. And after the way that today has gone, I don't want to pull a caster's curse out. I think I said Euphoria, nothing's working for them. They got 4 kills and took the payload within 3 seconds. So hands off the wheel on that one. I'll just let it go how it goes. Tom, it's been a pleasure going through these games, and we have got plenty more for your viewing pleasure at home. For now, though, we're going to go to a break. Up first, the highlights.
stopping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories, and yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smash. Psionic burst! Disappear!
That almost hurt! I've got you! Fantastic! Ha! 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 Oh! Ha! Ha!
You have been sheltered by the light for far too long. The time has come for darkness to reign. Soon, your resolve will begin to crumble. You'll be stretched too thin. There will be nowhere left to hide, and your fire will cease to burn. For no light shall survive in my empire of eternal night.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Marvel Rivals Invitational for Asia. Grand Finals underway 2-0, and you may be thinking, it's going exactly as I expected. 2-0 to Rejects. Now, how's that for a little curveball? It's Euphoria have struggled. They didn't even get off the first point in the last, and this has been a dominant display from Rejects. Will it last for the whole series, or will we see a resurgence from Euphoria? Well, only time will tell. But for now, Tom, I think it's fair to say that there are some new fan favorites looking at some of these players, players like JT stealing our hearts and making a name for themselves early on here. And it's worth mentioning as well that Euphoria are the season 0 winners, but grand finalists, right? The two teams sort of mashed together. So even more of an accomplishment taking down the favorite when they have such a historic record within this game already.
Yeah, I think as well, you look back to the hero shooters and it has always been the sort of like the Koreans at the top. So I think with Japanese esports continuing to grow, it's exciting. Like obviously it's very early days in the state of the game, but seeing players like this like do so well, I think talking to Flo earlier seems like someone who is enjoying playing the matches, like having fun while doing it. So I think that they've got a great squad, and I think with this now getting into the sort of like mid stages, because that's the thing, if this is a 4-0 already over halfway, you have to now look at, if you're Euphoria, what do you ban? Because first map you went for Winter Soldier, you went for Bucky. It made sense because we saw Bucky in the second map. It was a good ban. It was disgusting from Gaius, but they still suffer with the problem of facing off against JT3. And it's like, okay, you could target the Magneto. I think that's a fair ban, honestly, with how well he has been playing. But he's also really good at the Thing Venom combo. So if you could target one aspect of his game and you're probably going to be met with another. And that's what sort of makes this so difficult with, like, I say only having a couple of bans. Like in a lot of games you don't have it at all, but like only having those two choices of like, okay, do I want to nerf like maybe their healers? Like I think that's what Rejects have been doing, like going, oh, you love the Loki, you're not having it. And they've done that in both of the maps. Or do they try and go somewhere else and go like, okay, well, the Bucky did destroy us in the last, so let's get rid of that just to be safe?
Well, I believe I hear the music in the background that tells me we're going to Tokyo Dome. Last time I said that to you it was a hell of an exciting time. And this time is no different. We're going to be moving on to the convergence map, I believe, of Shin Shibuya. This will be very exciting, starting with having to clear out the point to release Spider Zero and then escorting her all the way to the Budokan. I think looking at this for the lore, for the map that's in it, there's a couple things I'll let you know as we go throughout it, something to do with Steve Rogers in there. But the key thing for me is this is where Euphoria and Rejects played before. We actually saw them in game 1, match 2 of yesterday, facing off against each other on this very map, and it was Euphoria that won. But as we've seen, this shoe is very much on the other foot here today.
Yeah, it's been a different look. I think that I think Rejects, as they sort of said in the interview earlier, they haven't had a lot of time to practice, so their practice has kind of been day one of the tournament. So your first match, probably not going to have the best time, getting better and better as they go along. And I think that's what has been the sort of enjoyable experience for me, is watch them fight. Like they even said it, Flo said it, they found synergy in the game between like heroes that they haven't like practiced for weeks. Like the Thing hasn't been in the game for weeks. So that's been massively enjoyable. Their target ban is going to stay exactly the same. They've been removing the Loki. I think that's been a great shout. And back to the Winter Soldier ban. Like, you know, you get wrecked in the map and you remove it out. It's fair enough.
Yeah, that might be the right play. You know, I'll give it to them.
Probably is.
Smart idea they've had, because he was getting protected. I'll tell you that. It will be Adam Warlock that is protected instead. I'll tell you what, you know, we talked a big game about November 24 and how they kept banning all of his agents. Neko's got to be fuming, man. I mean, he's just having a rough day here. He's excited for one game on Loki, and he just isn't getting the chance to do it, making that comfort zone somewhere he cannot reside in. The Thing is going to be protected on one side. Star-Lord again being dismissed, and I do wonder if that's just crazy respect for Happy or just a general disdain for Star-Lord in the last two maps.
I think it is literally just, again, like if you know they're going to protect Adam Warlock, you know that they want to have that combination of the two, like being able to bring him back in awkward situations or in battles. So you just go, okay, we're not going to allow that. Now, I will say the Magneto ban is big. Like, as said, I think there's aspects of the gameplay for JT3 which are very good when it comes to him playing the Thing, and I expect then that they'll double that up with the Venom dive. I think that's been their bread and butter throughout this tournament so far. However, when things go wrong with that, they always back up to probably a Magneto or Strange. So getting rid of the Magneto, I think, is huge, because if you could beat game one, like game plan one, then you might actually have a chance to take this team down.
Well, there's a portal to the Spider Islands, but it's at the end of this long road. Let's see if they can free Spider Zero first, and then they can make it all the way to the islands. I'm excited for this one for a number of reasons, and I think mainly looking at the fact that we saw the hover over Luna Snow and Namor. I don't know if that's going to get carried through to the actual game, but reality is, last time we saw these two teams played, that was a big focus for Euphoria, was removing that potential, and now it's left open and capitalized on by both squads.
Yeah. I think just the power of that aquatic dominion, like being able to have an extra ice squid, it just does so much damage with the refresh rate as well on that ability. So I think that's a huge pull-in. Now, we haven't actually seen much Punisher since yesterday. I don't think this is the first time it's being pulled out. Obviously, good opportunity to do large amounts of damage, and no surprise to see the rocket thrown in tandem. Obviously, the chances for unlimited ammo are always nice.
Yeah, they certainly help, don't they? The high ground has been taken, or at least is being contested by the attackers as well. For now, there seems to be no access. They've gotten themselves a touch on the side itself, and now presumably going to be just dragging them down. Yeah, it's just right clicks, and nothing but right clicks, keeping them alive down there. And despite the fact that they've made it through the choke point, Rejects can't get on the point itself. There's just too much damage waiting for them. You got to deal with the turret up top. You got to deal with Strange down below, who's just getting pump healed. But now it's a little bit of a different scenario. These players that previously had the high ground have to get down and battle. Happy's there, picking off one as they do. Somehow ASD is barely hanging on to life. The healers putting in work to keep him alive as Euphoria dominate in the duels. It seemed like every gun was pointed at the Punisher, yet somehow he stayed completely fine.
Oh, really big team fight. And I think as well, like, again, one of those aspects for this squad that was so difficult to deal with was that Magneto. It being gone from play has made a pretty big difference. You see JT now back on the thing, and they've already got rid of the Venom. It seems like it wasn't working. This, though, is where I do think Happy can bring extreme amounts of value. We've seen it already from him, playing the likes of Adam Warlock already, Hela as well. His aim is as crispy as it gets. So give him the Trident of Namor, there's going to be damage.
Well, the blessings of the deep, yeah, they could certainly be blessings for this squad. That's a lot of damage going through. Guys able to take down one, and the butterflies have found him. It's going beautifully. A dance on the site, and, well, top marks for the side of the attackers. It's Rejects running riot and taking everything. At this point, should be a formality. I hear a portal, though, and a chance, perhaps. The ultimate coming through from ASD. There's one found from up top. A little more to add to it. And okay, a deep ult from Dr. Strange. That's something that I'm not sure was worth it, was what I was going to say. Biggest misread of my life. My goodness. It's ended up slowing them down, getting damage in, making him get back to his teammates, who now are grouped up, already taking the point. Groot's forced to make a last-ditch effort to bail into the point, giving up his life for just an extra couple seconds, and that was best case scenario. Never mind what I was going to say. Ripasuko knows this game a hell of a lot better than I do. Beautiful play.
It always seems to be the case. You doubt these guys for even a second, and somehow they turn it into a win. Again, we see them look to take a lot of that deep control. Now, I will say a decent resistance on that early point from the side of Euphoria. Bought themselves quite a bit of extra time to sort of fight with going into the next stage. And I do think ASD as well on the Punisher has definitely been causing them issues. Speaking of issues, though, you ban one thing and you're left with another. This is clean, though. Just a decimation of this attempted push forward. Even going to be Kadia being able to close out one of the final kills. ASD looking very, very comfortable right now on that Punisher. And the combination you get out from Rocket, it does so much for your squad.
Now, this is firepower, as I'm sure we're going to hear Neko say fairly soon. It's been a little ult farm moment as well. Both squads with clobber in time coming in. Stampede as well underway. The squirrel impact being kind of negated by this man here. Infinite ammo in this man's hands is dangerous. These big guns coming out even more so, but the ult is there to keep them alive. Somehow Luna Snow, with the fate of both worlds in her hands, has kept the team in fighting form, but now they need a little bit more. Invisible Boundary comes into play. The battle inside it, it's looking good for the side of Rejects with another found. That was on the back of Absolute Zero from Luna Snow. The default attack doing damage. The also the dance of the butterflies. A desperate attempt from November 24 to land a little bit more value. And it looks like that will be delivered on. Looking for more again. It's an overextension. One that gets punished. The payload isn't moving. The payload's not moving. This guy's just dancing around on Rocket. That's beautiful.
Neko was literally just going round and round. And that's the thing with the guy is playing the Squirrel Girl is, okay, you have to sort of pre-fire. You have to lead the shots in. And when you're Rocket just dancing, it makes it so difficult. Eye of Agamotto has landed on the Groot at least, and they're going to try and push them all the way back towards that spawn. Make sure there is no hope for them battling for this first. They managed at least to get onto the point, but I don't think there's any way that they managed to hold this one. We are going to our third and final, and well, JT's looking to try and get there a little bit earlier. You banned his Magneto, and he's looking to clobber them for it.
Yeah, this is the problem. You ban his Magneto, you put him onto the thing, and there's really not much of a difference for your game. You're just as miserable as you were before, just in a slightly different way. This is a clean push. 0.37 meters when that contest came in, and just stepping off the point for 1 second, a millisecond, and it's done and dusted. Now, the chance to contest, though, before they get halfway to the checkpoint, it will be this choke point duel, but the tank staying up aggressive, absorbing quite a bit of damage, getting those healer ultimates back up and online. We can already see that if Danger comes in, Fate of Both Worlds is online for Hippopotamus to bring them right back up to fighting form. Dance the Butterfly leaves them low and is capitalized on by November 24. That's a healer down, Strange gone, Groot out of the game, and a full reset needed now for the defense. Even then, they are going to have to rush this payload. Time is of the essence. Now, that one I'm not so sure about.
Oh, we've seen the pop attempted by Punisher, looking to try and clear out anybody that he absolutely can with a final judgment. It's only going to be the singular kill, and that was the thing. The whole idea, the concept just moments ago was to try and deny them with that ult, but the thing is they don't even get remotely close. And I actually think this time November 24 needs to be given almost all of the credit. There is a moment where you see Rocket throw out that damage boost, the Seer ultimate, something that on its own has received a lot of critique, but in a team play setting combined with final judgment, that's a team wipe. And the second it goes down, immediately you see the dance of the butterfly in play and kills Punisher. And that, oh, we saw it just now. It came in a little bit early on. It got one kill and the point still crossed over the line. So it was all about that timing. And November 24 is a world-class expert of rocking your timing and ruining your plans.
Really beautiful gameplay. It's pushed us to here, and obviously your Eye of Agamotto as well that came in right at the end. I said I'm not sure about that one. You know, that's an Eye of Agamotto, I'll say, won't have the same impact as the last, but it was just to get a quick switch onto Captain America, have that little bit more mobility around the point, ability to contest further, because I think these more static tanks were being punished so heavily in those late fights. So an understandable switch, and so obviously you're not just going to waste 50% of the ultimate. You might as well use it. The game's about to end. 3-0 though. Rejects.
Where's this going?
On the defense. They've made it the full way on the attack. Yeah, where is this going? They're gonna have some. They're gonna shoot on.
I wonder, well, because there's also where you wait, if your opponent will do a portal. No, yeah, it literally is just going to be an attempted dive on them. Just basically catch them from behind. I think, yeah. Maybe they were going to try and do the portal off the map if their opponents were going to try and take the high ground. We've seen a few teams attempt that, although I think it's more likely to work in your ranked games than in a game like this. But already, this immediate attempt at a brawl has left quite a lot of damage being taken. I like the pick of the Hulk. Maybe just try to be a little bit more disruptive and aggressive in those moments. But, well, it's an early start already on the board for Gaius.
2 healers down. Yeah, it's a huge problem now. I don't know what you're going to do on that defensive side. There's been a shutdown. Okay, we'll block out for Ripasuko. He's closing the distance. He's doing the damage. Not afraid to get his hands dirty. And yeah, look, at the point where Namor is sitting on high ground, it's a very dangerous position. I think that's something that on this attack Euphoria now are going to have to try to deal with, because you can't have him just up there picking off the healers and having free reign of the place.
That's the thing. You have that. You have a get out of jail free card with the bubble to make sure that you're not going to be falling too easily. I like this. We're seeing the fact that JT is consistently moving back towards his teammate tank, basically trying to get into a position where they can help out the other vanguards. And well, Riverzoko's already going to get rid of Happy, trying to beat them at their own game. We saw this before where November 24 was challenged on this Psylocke, and I will tell you for free, that challenge failed miserably. Happy has been one of those players to really look good throughout this tournament. That's unfortunate. Strategist ult just a little bit too late, and now they've all been caught with the Eye of Agamotto. They're trying everything to break back into this side here, but they are losing a lot of the battle. That is a big kill coming out, though, from the side of Kadia.
Seems to have helped out, indeed, but look at the high ground. Who's just firing down from up there? It is, of course, Namor. He's dropped down. Falling back a little bit, but a little bit too late by the looks of things. Just about makes it around that corner. Gets himself healed back up, but while he's sitting away, cocooning himself, the big fight on the site has to go down. 1:30 on the clock. But that payload's almost unleashed. Big hit from Fun, looking for more. Hulk really will smash this time. Namor not getting out of there alive. The pick's coming in for the attack, and it looks like they've done enough to get this across the line. Just housekeeping, punishing those last few players.
You activate the World Breaker, the Mega Hulk, and you're immediately frozen by Luna Snow. It's got to be unfortunate, but the job's done. That was the goal. Get yourselves in, get yourselves onto the next point, and while Fun really is having a wonderful time already, forcing Doctor Strange all the way back, we'll group up with the rest of the team as they look to get as much ground. And again, this is something we mentioned throughout the tournament thus far from the side of Euphoria. They are not a team that likes to sit back. They are constantly looking to try and pressure as far forward as they can without overextending. That's the big thing, though. You don't want to get caught, because then you go all the way back to your spawn.
Yeah, they very much can't lose that mojo, though. Getting aggressive and running down that clock, it could be the difference between 2 fights or 3. Getting to this getting this payload to the checkpoint, excuse me. Namor, he's got a good angle. Oh, but they've just about made it into the invisible boundary. That's a brave play.
Oh, no.
Going diving in. They've just given Namor the pick. Oh, this is devastating. There's no way out. The only question is how many will be staggered and how long will it take to get back? Beautiful.
That was the thing. I feel bad for Flo in that moment. It was a choice between dancing with the butterflies or going straight back into the Namor. And honestly, Namor probably was the lesser of the 2 evils.
Yeah.
I don't think you're surviving that ult as a squishy character, but that is an unfortunate truth. Already getting over halfway on this second point in relatively good time. It's whether or not there is going to be a response here from Rejects.
Well, there's one at least. The Luna Snows will be traded out. Euphoria lose one of their tanks as well. Happy trying his best to recover on that kill. 15 HP. Ripasuko barely alive, but makes it out. The tank for the defense. He's still in trouble. I thought he was out, but he got pulled back in. The Squids finishing him off, and Euphoria running riot with these picks, finding every single thing, and the Hulk buying them precious time. Now just a few meters away from hitting that checkpoint. They need to run. Rejects need to contest it now, and it looks like the portal will be used. They'll try to step in, but it's too little too late.
It has such a hefty cooldown on it as well that it probably means there's not going to be much of an opportunity to reuse, although saying that, at this point, you're not really going to use it. You spawn directly in spot, so chances of it really having a mass use is fairly slim at this stage. I'll say Fun on the Hulk has been a huge pickup. I think we saw this a lot in OCE. The Hulk usage was really massive for the squad, but he has definitely been a difference maker in this one. Obviously, the only goal here is to get it all the way as quickly as possible. November 24 still fighting tooth and nail, though. Again, just causing them issues on this Psylocke. It's been a joy to watch him play this specific character.
We got that little reroute up top. And November 24 is very much lurking in wait. 84% of the ultimate, and seeing if there's going to be someone that steps out of line a little bit too far. Namor talked about the danger that this man poses, and you see it there. Damage done, connected on the kill with the teammate trade. Ripasuko is going to struggle to get out of here, but luckily gets inside the invisible boundary. It's right back up to fighting health, and it's a chaotic battle that sees so much damage being output by this Doctor Strange. A pick found, and slow as they might, the payload is still moving. It's November 24's time, and the response of the ultimate for ultimate trade going very much in favor of Rejects to start and to finish. The Hulk got out of there.
We saw both Dance of the Butterflies go in there, and neither was particularly impactful. I think we've seen the same as well, like the use of Fate of both worlds a couple of times now from this attacking squad that hasn't necessarily saved the players that they needed in the moment, but at the right time, Euphoria have got themselves into a possible position. Time, however, already ticking down. 50 seconds at the marker, lower than what their opponents had. And at this stage, there's going to be consistent respawns at a close position. Happy trying to pressure. They want to try and get rid of Gaia's, and that's exactly what they've done while still standing strong, looking to try and get him behind them. And that's so much damage from ASD. That might be the turning point of this one. Just looking to try and clear out those remaining Vanguards. Even still, though, some damage has been done. There's an opportunity, as said, with the respawns to get back into play before they try and take over that line, but they need to deal with this aggressive position of Fun before they can.
You know, it's bad when not even Invisible Woman's ult can help you. That Invisible Boundary doing next to nothing, but here it comes in now for the defensive side. I mean, it's certainly helping them out, winning all the duels, and there's nothing to say in response. All they can do is watch as just a few meters separates these two, but it will be enough by the narrowest of margins. Again, they've done it. A matter of meters in between them. Oh, that is devastating. And for Euphoria, Tom, I can only imagine the feeling seeing this turn from a BO7 into 4 maps in a row needed.
Well, for them, it's still BO7. They need to win all 4.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. BO1 for your opponent is 4 times.
Unfortunately, but I don't know how they're doing this. Like, we talked about it in the matches that we had yesterday, where Euphoria were massively clutch. Like, it came down to late round decisions, the late round moments that completely changed the game. Today, Rejects have been by far the clutchest team. Like, they have been so good at exactly when they're placing their ultimates. I think in this one, you have to look at flow. Like, the timing of that barrier pretty much saved them. Like, their whole team was in a battle that looked like they were screwed. They win that fight. They get everybody back into position to just hold the line. And by that point, everything had kind of already been used for that attacking side. That final meter, 1 meter, couldn't go over the line. That is genuinely devastating.
You know, I've heard Al Pacino say it's a game of inches. He was talking about life, but I didn't know it was relevant to Marvel Rivals as well.
Look as well at Flo's damage blocked in comparison to Neko. I know that obviously both players had a great game, but it was a difference of 10,000 block. So it was 19,000. And that's a lot of that is, though, like utilizing those ultimates, but also using the shields. It was something that we spoke in the interview earlier about what, like, that was something that became a hobby for the Invisible Woman player. And honestly, it's really impressive how much that's able to do, and something I feel like I almost have to start like properly focusing on.
Well, Tom, there is a big focus on the side of Euphoria. There was from us at the start of the tournament, at the start of the day, at the start of this series, but it's certainly shifted focus now to Rejects. The squad is just one map away from taking the grand final, from taking the grand prize of 40K, from also putting us 4-0 in the grand final, dominantly delivering that beatdown. It would be incredible to see, and it may still happen, but let's see if Euphoria can bounce back after the break. For now, enjoy these highlights.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. sparks in you. And in a unleashing wake up, hope angel fries raising distance, smashing through time walls.
Psionic burst! Disappear!
That almost hurt! I've got you! Fantastic! Ha! 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 Oh! Ha! Ha!
You have been sheltered by the light for far too long. The time has come for darkness to reign. Soon your resolve will begin to crumble. You'll be stretched too thin. There will be nowhere left to hide, and your fire will cease to burn. For no light shall survive in my empire of eternal night.
Support ultimate being used by Kanga. No support ultimates left for the side of Oz endgame, and this does mean that people are starting to fold. Certification, Nikos, both supports are down from Oz
And
endgame.
off angle as well. Tarax on a massive off angle. 3-piece coming through nice and quickly, and that will be the clean up now for the rest. Rude's used that ult for very low HP. Tricky survives, gets enough healing to be able to make it work. Isaac follows up on Oz 6, and this is a situation now where Fury look to be able to get a full reset on Oz endgame. I don't think Oz endgame is going to really throw much more into this one. They don't really have a lot. Isaac's going to make sure nothing happens. Another double stun on the back line, and there's your
Beautiful.
reset. It costs an extra
Absolutely
ultimate,
beautiful.
it forced him out.
That eternal bond feeling at least is going to keep that invisible woman standing. I've got news for you though. The Cypher cracking edge once more. Info going to be hit by that one going low. That's the reset. And there's more where that came from. Crimson desperately trying to get away with that tainted voltage and secure the kill and give another reset. Hypnotic using it more for mobility than anything else right now, which I think is completely fair. As Taxi will be surrounded and dragged down.
When their tanks get low, but it's going to be Renzi with 2 KOs. They get Donald extremely low, and you know, they're able to heal it up at the start, but not for long as Renzi cuts them up.
Gets caught out there. That is brutal stuff. Tries to go in for an item of Agamotto, but it ends up being their undoing instead. And that's Adam finding a double. Nasty little meteor, and my goodness, Inspo and Crimson, both Lunar Snows in that moment, taken down. A moment, but it should be a decent showing for Kanga. They've lost Inspo, however, Platinum Star just don't want to lay down. They are not taking this one. That is Ace going absolutely ham, man. That is a double off the clap. This guy is ridiculous.
I mean, just some insane plays there from Ace and Platinum Star. I mean,
fate of both spells. Battlefly being used by 6 as well. They will be able to get a KO onto Netra. 76% on the point right now. But wait, it's slipping.
Making the comeback. You get the combo though. What you see there is Niang comboing off a Tinny Falk who goes down. The Iron Agamotto hits first, allows then Niang to be able to drop in the extra Horn of Proteus.
No strategist ultimates up here for Platinum Star. This is dangerous now for Cronus to go in. This damage will stick. Again, the Dagger Storm though, good in the pinch for AoE skilling. If you don't have one of those strategist ultimates, Pyrax, I think this is going to be way too much now. It is going to be a complete wipe, folks. Pyrax for 3, absolutely dirty stuff with the Goddess of Death.
Now Aces once again goes in, gets one pick, gets 2 picks. Going for another reset, and another reset, and a 4th reset. Is that a 5th?
Last minute left to go here, so not quite last fight. Right, there will be more to come through, but the problem here is
Atlas using the God of Mischief on the other side, trying to use one as well. So you do get one of those big key ultimates out. Oh, no! Sick KO there. Kanga. It's going to be Tyrax actually finishing off Shroods in midair.
Shroods was trying to go for the move. Yeah. Looking for Dance of the Butterfly in midair to deal with Tyrax, but it falls
Dude,
back.
Tyrax going crazy.
For both of these duelists end up looking straight at Shroods again.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Marvel Rivals Invitational for Asia. This is the grand final. 7 maps could be played here today, or it could just be 4, because it's 3-0 to Rejects, the underdog, the lower bracket team, and one of the first to enter the lower bracket. But here they are, standing tall, 3-0, and they just need one more map. Tom, do you believe in the 4-0? Or are we at least going to get a bit of a closer show?
I predicted 4-1, but I predicted it in the other direction, so I won't pretend like I have any clue what's going on at this stage, but I've enjoyed what I've been seeing. I think both of these teams have shown like a real grit, a real back and forth, so I think there's still potential for Euphoria to turn this around. I do think that they have been struggling though to find what to remove in these battles. Like I think that we're looking at a team that's like, okay, we want to get rid of maybe the Psylocke, and then they're bit by the Winter Soldier, so they have to ban that instead. And it's like, I don't think they've really found a way to truly make their opponents suffer. Even getting rid of the Magneto in the last game, it didn't really seem to matter that much, did it? It still didn't go their way.
Yeah. As far as the bans, I'm happy I'm not the coach to come in here and tell them what the correct play is, because I don't know what it is.
It's ban Loki for Rejects.
Yeah. It's definitely ban Loki for Rejects, and maybe on the other side it is just take the Psylocke out, man. Just get rid of it at this point. November's having too much impact. Huge.
What are you then not banning? Winter Soldier?
I don't know, man.
Magneto?
It doesn't
like,
matter.
That's
At this
they've
point,
got too many
There's
good
just
ones.
so much. But no, we heard it from Flo earlier. You just can't let the Psylocke in. So I feel like it's the greatest evil that we're looking at the moment. But I believe I've seen the loading screen, and I'm very happy, Tom. I'm very happy. I thought we were going to go through today without Midtown, the new map, and that is not true. We are going to go to the Empire of Eternal Night, where Dracula has taken over New York. He's kept the moon in position up above it, so there's no sunshine and lots of vampires. This should be super exciting. I think this map, I've obviously seen it played quite a bit in ranked so far, but as far as like getting to see these two teams, the cream of the crop, going toe to toe, this is going to be a real treat.
Yeah, and also a lot more opportunities to potentially have a few tricks up your sleeve, because that, as you mentioned, there hasn't been a lot of game time or gameplay in general. The only thing I'll say with that is it does kind of make me feel like this plays into Reject's hands, because that has been pretty much their entire tournament. You said they've had like a day and a half, two to really practice. So it's almost funny that you're going to go to the map where there is sort of the least amount of potential preparation. I like that they've decided we're just going to defend ourselves here and go, no, you know what? We like JT playing his Magneto. We're going to hold on to that instead. I wonder now if we see an Adam Warlock ban, just as like the other side of things, just to get rid of that Star-Lord buff that they were going for in the last couple.
I think that makes sense. Yeah, and it's exactly what they go for. Tom, getting the hang of this, huh? That's a wonderful little set of picks and bans. It's evolved in this specific, in this specific series. We've gotten to the point where they're now banning each other. You got Magneto being protected. That's a relatively uncommon one. I don't think a lot of teams have been coming in banning the Nito, but when it's JT on the other side, yeah, it might be the right call. He's been picking off supports non-stop. No Namor ban, so of course we're going to see more of Namor.
Yeah. I think it's the second. If you don't, like, a lot of people recently have been banning the Lunar Snow just because it removes that team up from Namor, and then he's not as powerful. Still decent, but nowhere near as powerful as having that extra little squid and allowing you to sort of revolve and have the extra damage. So I think that is one of those cases where you kind of look at it and go, okay, I think opportunities are going to be a little bit more slim for them to sort of get something done without it. But yeah, if teams are gonna let it through, it's gonna be that little bit tougher.
You know, as the guy in my ranked lobby said, just shoot the squids. He's not that OP. We lost that game. We didn't even push the payload 1 meter. The squids killed us. But it is a valid point. You got to manage the squids. It's like Moon Knight's Ankh. If you leave them to just sit there and occupy territory, they will occupy your mind from that moment forward. High ground being defended. Squids established on the other side, though. It's ASD who's got quite a bit of control. Those squids have to be destroyed, but it's keeping these players back. They want to be on the payload, at least firing down upon it, but it's taken them a while. A little bit of free ground for their opposition. And Euphoria, well, I don't think they expected to lose Happy in that battle. Well played by the Doctor Strange of the defense.
This is the thing. We've already spoken about. You remove one avenue of their Vanguard, they have another avenue to go right back to. Guys as well, I think he is the only Squirrel Girl you're going to see in this tournament, but the amount of damage that he's able to achieve with it has been impressive. Will be taken down by SD, and you have to bear in mind, in these early points, these losses are always going to hurt the defenders that bit more, needing to fall back, needing to attempt to try and regroup without that extra damage. And we can already see JT under serious pressure, trying to use the duality of the shields to at least get them back a little bit further so they can look to battle once again.
It was nice to see Squirrel Girl for a little bit. And the other Empire of Eternal Night map fits the lore a bit better, but she knows Ratatasker's here somewhere. Oh my goodness! JT again, man! You just can't give him those chances. He's got a clear shot, left, right, left, and those supports are down. That support, that duelist, it doesn't matter. Unless you've got more than 250 health, this guy can one-shot you, and you're seeing that in action. Great stoppage by the defense.
I'll say as well, like, I saw the name of the sort of right click being that mag cannon, and I was thinking, oh, cannon might be a little bit of an overstatement. I think it's an understatement. I think it needs to have the word like bazooka or something a little bit more ridiculous, because the amount he is able to just wipe squishy players out with it has just been a nightmare for every single team. Moto going to be put into play and actually being attempted to combine. Removing the healer is the goal for JT, and it is successful.
Yeah, it is just a natural reaction. You hear that ult coming in. Meteor M comes into play. Same thing, though, on the other side. Euphoria firing it into the Namor. Down to the Butterfly for November. And this is why you ban the Psylocke. He is just running free in the back lines, taking everyone down. And another big stoppage from that defense. The payload is not moving anytime soon.
Yeah, the scary thing for Euphoria as well is in that moment they've used both of their strategist ultimates, so those are not going to be able to come back online for this next battle, which when there's a minute left on the clock, that is a scary prospect. They do have a dance of a Butterfly of their own, but they've also got to be careful of those backlines. Again, we're going to hear that Eye of Agamotto go through, but there has been a response in terms of the heals. Not going to allow them to really capitalize off it whatsoever, but eventually they do get that damage done. Finally, they can look to pressure forward, and with Hippopotamus being gone, it should now be a chance for them to get that first point.
Yeah, it definitely is. Only a couple meters to go. Staggers in play as well. If anyone does want to contest this, it will be a brave play, but hold on. The portal comes in. They've got a quick rotation by the looks of things, and now they're very much here to play. But there's been stoppage after stoppage for the defense. They got caught out, not having any healer ultimates, and the dance of the butterflies was in play. Happy has just lit up November 24. Another coming in now for that defensive side, and it's looking to be a cleanup as the ultimates come into play. Lots of defense here for the attacking side. They've got lots of health to work around, and you can't really output that. Buys a little bit of extra time as the defense lose 2 more. Meteor M put in for good measure, and free space to be found towards that site once they deal with Magneto. I don't think anyone else can really get here before we hit checkpoint, so overtime will be canceled. We're back to the timer, 2:30 on the clock.
Definitely got a little bit dicey in the mix. I think, again, we're going to see the value coming out of that invisible boundary to keep a lot of the players alive in those brawls, and you can immediately see this attempt to fight for the high ground. Obviously, one of the fun things with this map is the way that it fixes itself when you break it, the reverse opportunity that can force people off that top, making it a little bit harder to try and fight for that ground. We know, though, again, this middle point is an incredibly difficult spot to try and fight for. Dance of the Butterfly thrown in once again. A hefty amount of damage for November 24. Who could have seen that one coming? Oh, me, no, definitely not. This guy again on the Psylocke, ripping them apart. No chance.
Like I say, you got to choose the lesser of 2 evils, and leaving November 24 with the Psylocke, it appears to be a greater evil than Null himself. He's made it out as well. The shields placed by Invisible Woman just blocking those shots as well, even if they did chase him down. Up top, Namor sitting in wait and almost gets his chance. Well, had his chance, but he whiffs it. Can't quite connect the kill, and now there's backup Namor of their own going to go up and defend that. For rejects, they have a choice. They can decide to dive on this Namor, take the left side and sweep back around, but it looks like a bit more focus on the payload itself. Oh, that was almost a kill. Desperately close was Guys, and he's trying to find him. The ultimate has found Happy, and the flank up here. No squids online, but he's got his spear ready to go. It's all about finding that Namor on top.
Sakamoto has gone into play, but there's quite a bit of healing within that side. They've got to try and deal with. That's the attempt to get rid of the healers. They did manage to remove Flow. That's at least 1 gone, and you can see the amount of damage that's currently in. November 24 has done well from the back line, but Happy with that Dance of the Butterflies is already going to put this one to bed. That should be the space taken. It seems like Fun is definitely not just going to forget that November 24 was in that back line, and Hippodamus has to be careful not to go down, but again, those shields are there to keep him standing.
November 24 is out. I think he just activated Dance of the Butterfly. Look, it's on 2%, 3%. That ult just got cancelled. That could have shifted the tides completely. It could have gotten them back onto that payload. Now they've got to do it with just meters left and no picks, no damage. In November 24, only just making it here right about now. The damage in return, though, very much there as Euphoria hit everything. Invisible Woman popping the heals and the damage. It's 2 found. Another. That is phenomenal work from the Invisible Woman. The force physics and just a left click. Standard as it is, the cufflinks go in and the round is theirs, at least for that checkpoint. Still a bit more distance to make up.
I feel like, though, at times that can be the toughest checkpoint to take. A lot of very tight angles to try and make your way through. So definitely a higher chance now to make it towards that endgame. We also, of course, are seeing that switch up of NLE, obviously by name in the team, but NLE Chopper has come back into the roster for this one, and I definitely think that we're seeing it being noticed. Doing fantastic work when it comes to that Doctor Strange. ASD as well has been flying and continues to do so. That's Flow gone. Removing both of the strategists from the backline could completely turn the rest of these fights. Already, Gaius is going to remove Happy once more.
Bagamoto, there's one in return, though. Waiting for the heals to fade, and we could have it. The healers dove on the back, and it's not even the ult. It's not even needed. Just a straight up attack into their back lines, a walk in from Doctor Strange, and he is very much being their shield. November 24 picking up kills and one last contest. That's what they're realizing they've got here. The defense chocked and loaded with ultimates. Invisible Boundary is there to work with. Meteor M is online as well. They've made their way to the point. They found themselves a pick as well with JT, but there's a big fight from ASD. He bought time last time. Instead, now he is taking heads. KO's found. And the payload moving once again towards this destination. It looks like actually they might have time for just one more contest because they went down so quickly, but this is the last shot.
It's going to be tight just to try and get back into that choke quick enough without taking too many casualties along the way. That's the problem. Just 4.5 meters, but we've seen this before. They're right at the depths. That seems to be where they can come alive. Happy already, though, is going to remove one of those strategists, make things that little bit more difficult. But look how close the overtime is. They need to try and eliminate these remaining players while still sticking on towards the point. Aya Vagamodo comes through, which should allow them to clear, but actually Mr. Fantastic just shielding on. They are going to get it over the line right at the depths. OT was what they needed, and it will be the 3-0 to start with no time left on the clock.
Oh, that was a close one indeed. If that was just a couple meters, and again, we saw them push past it by the narrow margin, it would have been devastating. But now, best case scenario for these attackers is in overtime. They've got to fight all the way, and there's no room for error. Now, I don't think Guys is going to play the Human Torch. I would say I doubt Guys is going to play the Human Torch. But I'm surprised, Tom.
Already in the tournament.
I'm very surprised that we've seen Storm and Human Torch left open throughout every game, most of the games. There's occasional Storm bans at the start, and yet it hasn't been brought in at all. And I think it speaks to, obviously the ult and the ult combo, very strong, but in terms of their place in the meta and in terms of the value of having someone like November 24 on a Psylocke, it seems like it just doesn't weigh up.
I think the other thing as well is that it's like, I think we've seen, and maybe not so much in this grand final, but we've seen a lot of Storm. I think that you can still get mass value from the Hurricane without it being on fire, whereas I think the overall value the Human Torch is bringing at the moment from the rest of his kit isn't worth just for an ult wipe. You can get an ult wipe with the Hurricane. You don't need to invest everything into bringing Human Torch in as well.
Yeah, exactly. Just give that little bit more versatility to your toolkit, that little bit more ability. Well, NLE Choppa has gone down. We'll make his way right back up there. Unfortunately, he is being tagged up heavy. Shield needing to be used. ASD waiting for his opportunity. There go the squids, and here's the fight. Gonna try to take down Storm. That's a big pick found from the side. Great value. He's not gonna get out of here, surely. No. Doctor Strange was hot on his heels, and the picks really, if you trade 1-to-1 as the attackers, that's fine. You're so close to your spawn. The defenders have a little bit of a walk back, but it's not 1-to-1 trades. Euphoria are coming out ahead. They're keeping players on this point. Payload has been stopped.
Just fighting from the backline, those strategists able to do a fair amount of damage. Obviously, yeah, as you said, it always becomes that little bit more difficult when the defense are the ones to lose their players, but keeping it even and trading out effectively definitely helped them quite a bit. We're seeing Happy get very aggressive up into their face, but hasn't had the same level of success in this series as we've seen throughout the tournament so far. Again, we're going to have to see some of those strategic ults thrown into play just to try and buy time.
And here's the beauty of that Omega Hurricane. You just wait out the ultimate, but actually there's another in response. The defensive side puts through the invisible boundary. Had a little bit of space to work inside it, but there's one in response, a small gap found, and it's November 24 picking off a healer and a flurry of frags that put them right back into winning ways. November 24 might go down, but that payload keeps on moving forward, and that is all they need.
There should be at least one chance to maybe find a response here. They're going to have to go for it pretty soon, though. Otherwise, the point might get there before they can even contest it just on the 2-meter marker. Portal also being utilized at the exact same time just to get them back into position. But these fights have not gone particularly well. Fun going down immediately is definitely a problem. You mentioned Galactic Legend, but they're also losing battles elsewhere. It's a bit of an awkward one. But LNE has done fantastic work. And now what was a pretty decent play from November 24 ends up in the team being wiped out. The problem is they did get it over the line at the same moment.
Yes, they absolutely did, and exactly as you said, it's the issue, right? Like you've won a fight. Look where their spawn is. You can see the door right there. And they're immediately back on the payload, and if you lose this fight, you're the one that's going to be staggered. That's going to be good distance. It probably makes up for the delay that you've put in. So it's important not to overextend on that fight. Give them a little bit more space so they have that longer rotation. Unfortunately, Fun, he doesn't care about giving anybody space. My guy is just in there for the kills. He's already ripped one up, and that's going to delay them. You can see stepping back already. Defense doing a pretty good job of holding on to this more aggressive position, but expect any moment now they're going to have to give that up. Ultimate's being farmed, though, and they will be online more so for the side of the defense by the... Oh, no, actually, we're coming up around the same time. Flo's about to have ulti online as well.
So we're going to come down to a stagger moment. Who can pop them at the last moment? Instead, it's going to be the Eye of Agamotto that comes through first. A trade out with the fate of both worlds. An attempt will be there to try and find that elimination while the ultimate is going, but it hasn't worked out for them. Instead, it's the backline fight. That's huge. Getting rid of Flo. Hurricane thrown in at the same time, but again, the fate of both worlds is going to deny both teams utilizing those strategic ultimates to try and hold the line. A late moment. Eye of Agamotto is a clean-up kill for NLE, who looks to continue this battle onto the opposing straight, even taking out the Lunar Snow as well. Has done a great job to hold this line, even picks off one more for good measure. This man was on the sidelines at times when it comes to this squad with having multiple players, but I think there is an argument that he should have been here the whole time.
Yeah, you can see that Felix and Neko, they put everything into keeping NLE Choppa alive. Really put their heart and soul on the line. He was being healed just a ridiculous amount, and the shield usage, getting the shield of Seraphim online to block those critical kill shots. Really nicely done. Now we get another chance to run this clock down that little bit further. Galactic Legend, though, in play for Euphoria. It's being blocked out. That's a big problem. And nothing. No, not a single thing to be reported home about.
It pulled in all of the bullets as they went to fire. That meteor has just saved the entirety of the team. That is a perfect counter from JT at that moment. Buffs his damage a little bit. There's going to be a response attempted, and actually the Eye of Agamotto hasn't worked. The thing is, on the other side, those picks are still going in the other direction, giving at least a slight advantage, but keeping Flo alive seems impossible. And the fight back once again coming out from Euphoria is sublime. They will hold on at least that little bit longer.
A little bit more damage put in here by November 24. Will manage to pick up one. It's the Luna Snow. Down goes Happy.
Okay.
And a big push now onto the remaining tanks. Limited healing available. They give up on it. It's fine, though, because it's gotten them the space that they needed. No need to overextend. Sticking with the payload. Doing the housekeeping. Getting rid of those squids as well. Lighting up the tanks. Building up that ult charge. Almost back to another Meteor M for JT. Look at the ultimates. The attacking side, they've got 2 support ults online now. Huge for them. No matter what's thrown at them, they should be able to outlive and outlast. And with Magneto going down, it's looking like Euphoria very much on the back foot. Dive in, though. The swap up. Oh, the Wolverine doesn't actually land the kill. Pursuko ends up getting out of there. Meteor M comes in and finds one. That's a healer down. That is a huge pick for the attacking side, thinning out the defenders, leaving the tanks isolated with limited to no heals. This one's done. We've made it to the checkpoint. Surely even Wolverine getting in, diving out, won't be able to do enough. They simply cannot stay alive up this close. They simply can stay alive up this close. In fact, Meteor M comes in. It's a big contest coming out of the defensive side. They're not giving up on it just yet. It's all thanks to Fun. I don't know how this man has stayed alive. The heals have been phenomenal. Eventually, he'll go down, though. There's just too much damage to sustain these players. Eye of Agamotto used deep. And with that, players on side are isolated.
They're still going.
They're still here. The portal from behind. Back on. Now there's a rotation coming in from Snow. How the hell
is this still going on? There's another portal. This is from their own strange to try to block these players out so they can't possibly walk back through that doorway. Maybe we've finally seen the checkpoint. Oh my god.
I feel like at that point, November 24 just had enough, wanted to get back in time, so he actually switched over to try and battle with the Star-Lord instead. Obviously known for that Psylocke, but it just wasn't quite shredded. Happy has also switched up and was playing the Wolverine, but yeah, that battle was just tank after tank, just sticking as much damage as possible. The strategist doing so much to keep them alive. That's the thing though, I mentioned it before. It can be tough on that, getting up those stairs, getting into position. Once you get to this point, there's definitely opportunities, especially with Galactic Legend available. There is a real chance for November 24 to do damage.
And he's taken, well, he has been trapped inside the building. That's not ideal. He'll be out of here any moment now. He's trapped in a cage. It's because it was rebuilding. It takes a minute, but he'll be back out in the fight. There you go. You see it breaking up top. He's back in. He was literally put in jail for 15 to 20 seconds, but Galactic Legend now may be a part of this push, looking for the backlines play. Already the dive in doesn't need it. Namor firing away to take the kill, but it was a lot done by November 24 as well. The deep backline push from both of them is cleaning house and conserving these ultimates for the big fight coming. Namor, Gaze about to have his as well. This should be a trump card, but there's 4 ults online for the defense as well.
This is all coming down to the wire once again, right down to those last few seconds. All it takes from their opponents is just a singular drop, and that could turn the game on its head. Overtime already called both times in a similar place, but the problem is we've seen that Galactic Legend come into play, but there are healer ults on the other side that he has to try and wait out while they look to try and force things forward. The counters have been working. The thing is though, it seems like maybe at the final hurdle, just similar to their opponent, it's going to come down to those Vanguards trying to hold the line, trying to hold on once again as they each run in one by one. They're being obliterated, and it will not be enough. It is OT, and it's going to be exactly the same amount of time available.
Time to switch things
Neck and neck, but there's one difference between these two teams. One is desperately fighting for survival in a series that they will need to sweep cleanly. That's the bottom of your screen, the orange team of Euphoria, but Rejects on the cusp of victory, and after edging out that victory right there to bring us to overtime, I feel like they've got the upper hand in terms of momentum. But will that actually translate to a win? Listen, I'd love it to see the Squirrel Girl again. I think that first choke point, it's given a lot of opportunities. I think we are going to get to see it. They've left spawn by now.
Yeah, you'd expect.
All right.
I think it's been something that Guys has been pretty happy to do. Can easily switch back up to Psylocke, also give him a little bit of extra pace to get back into position later in the round. You've got... Yeah, I think that they literally are just going to try and get as many picks as possible. That's the thing. It's less about playing that long game anymore. It's about doing getting those picks, and that's why you see November 24 go over to the Namor, which again, normally you'd expect to see him on the Psylocke. So they're just looking for those early aggressive picks, because you wipe them once and that can be enough.
They've wrapped around the right. Not quite the angle that they were expecting to be seeing here on the Reject side. They'll be backing off, conceding some of that space. Namor left take upper control around that right side. November 24. Interesting to see him hit those shots from up top. The whole point here is just to let them push that payload a little bit. And then once it gets in, you start to really dive on them. November 24 comes from the other side, but he's being spotted. There's actually a scrap up there. I believe it was NLE who just went hunting him down. So pushed out of position. They won't have that option anymore. And it really just comes down to a game of farming up those ults and seeing if anyone on your opposition steps out of line for a free pick.
I think that's why they've got that Wolverine as well, hoping to maybe drag one of those Vanguard players away. I think it's a big problem for them so far, is having those Vanguards, and that's exactly what they've done. as Rivasoko going to be down, someone who has always caused them issues in a lot of these fights. This is going to allow them to push it so much further than maybe expected. In fact, NLE is pushing forward, taking every single one of those players down. A huge battle for them to win. Every single meter is going to count when it comes to this stage. And I think that Wolverine choice might actually save them here.
It certainly helped out. That distance that they've managed to acquire off 1 minute stuck in a perpetual state of overtime, one lost fight, and that's as far as you're getting. But for now, there's nothing lost. You can be a little bit more risk averse here because you've got your spawn right behind you. Normally, at least. And considering it's an OT, really want to be on your guard. Decent damage being done. A player dragged back, but able to get out just the same. Doctor Strange forced to fly away. Magneto under threat as well. In comes the invisible boundary. Eye of Agamotto as well. It's caught one outside. That's invisible boundary down. That Squirrel Girl down. Huge picks coming in. NLE Choppa, baby. He's on the server. And it's hard to miss him. Not hard for him to miss. Or wait, it is hard for him to miss. It doesn't matter. He's insane. What an incredible play. And at this point, they're getting halfway to the checkpoint. They're going to be one fight away from pushing it even further.
That's the thing. Just look at that overtime bar. It was so desperately close to them maybe getting off that point a little bit too long. You can see ASDFD is trying to get into a position to catch out one of those Vanguard players. As said, that has been the main saving grace throughout this. It's just those players up top. If you can get rid of one of them, everything completely changes. And already, that's exactly what Felix has managed to do. Eliminate the Doctor Strange. You can see the counter being thrown in on the other side. The only goal is to force them off of this site for a matter of seconds. A split second will do, but they are still going strong. They're still pushing forward. You almost wonder if they did this the first time around. This could have been an incredibly different looking story, but they are still driving all the way up towards that second point, and they're not even going to get anything off the back of the Hurricane. I don't know how they're managing to make this look so clean, but it seems like they're going to make it to the second point with no contest at all.
They barely stopped. They didn't stop. In fact, yeah, it was just plain sailing for this squad, taking every single pick. And indeed, I was wondering, the Omega Hurricane put through, it seemed like a little last-ditch effort, and it was because you're having this role swap. They're realizing this just is not working. You're not finding the picks on this defense, and already they have pushed so far. 2 checkpoints and 50 meters deep on the third. We need to see a response from this defensive side. They need to put it in the ground here, or else this is going to be just an impossible task when it comes to making this push of their own. Overtime. All they need, look at the bar up top. All they need to do is push them off this payload for half a second less, and it's theirs. But so far, that's been impossible. Deep Eye of Agamotto, and it's full focus on the healers. Not even the bubble can save them. It's devastation. NLE Choppa, where have you been? Oh my! He gets the kills, and a few extra meters for the payload going down is not ideal. But there's backup here on the side of Rejects, though. Finally, they're finding those picks. It seems like they may have put this to bed at last. But my goodness, what a distance they're going to have to make up on their push.
If they do the same, I'll be massively impressed, because that's the thing. You're now talking about all that really needs to be done for the side of Euphoria is have your ults online once after they've pushed it for a minute. That's it. I know that sounds like a lot easier said than done with what we've just witnessed, but they got so ridiculously far. Think about what happened in the first 2 rounds. Like, it was both teams pretty much getting to OT just to get it over the line on stage 1 and stage 2. If they can do that once, the game ends. So I think this is going to be a brutal run that needs to come back. But what I will say is, at this stage of the game, at this stage of the day, I'm never going to doubt Rejects, because they have pulled off some of the craziest clutch plays that I have seen throughout the entirety of this game.
Well, they stopped them.
50 kills.
Yeah, 50 eliminations. So, you know, he helped with those, but 24 final hits. That is, when you look at November 24, all the praise we give him, and he had a good game there. Good, not good enough. Not good enough so far, despite his Psylocke, despite the impact on the Moore. Still, neck and neck in terms of eliminations with the Doctor Strange. My goodness. Well, a minute on the clock, and this has to be just a straight up obliteration from the side of Rejects. We cannot see one crack, one weakness if they're going to make this push happen, but it's been narrow margin after narrow margin. They are 3-0 in the lead, and this map on OT, Tom, if they finish with a couple meters extra ahead of their opponents, it will be breathtaking. For now, the early contests are looking very good.
It's just such a margin that they have to break through, and already seeing that Hela come into play, they have gone pure duelist for this one. Just looking at the combination of Hela and Namor, I'm not sure it's something you would necessarily run throughout a normal matchup, but it's just trying to take down those healers, make sure that one of these fights goes their way, because just look at it, we're already down to that 5-second mark. From this point onwards already, it has to be flawless.
Yeah, and they've been pushed off the payload. In fact, now they may be pushed off it for good. JT down. The scrap on the site, strange. Well, it's strange on strange, but NLE's the one seemingly going down. Look at his health bar. How is it rising? He's right back in the fight. He should have been dead to rights, and yet he stands his ground long enough that they can at least... Well, sorry, it's actually the attack side pulling in. Invisible. Boundary, okay. Another pick for the side of Euphoria. They're starting to clean up, starting to find what they need. Down goes Neko, but we'll be right back in the fight. A little bit of a delay indeed. JT for one. Meteor M landing a good kill, and the attack side, they're back.
Oh dear.
They're back into it for a moment. Oh no, the damage is incredible from up top. The goddess of death, just when they thought they had a chance on that payload, that was put to bed quite quickly.
Yeah, that's one of those moments where, as I said, you see that first run from Euphoria, you see that clutch right at the end, like basically taking them all the way to point number 3. And at that moment, I did not believe that it would be possible for things to turn around. Where has this man been? That's all I'm going to say. Like, we've had him sort of missing in some of the matches we had earlier throughout the maps. Obviously, a fairly deep roster for this side of Euphoria, but absolute mammoth performance. 25 final hits on that Doctor Strange, looking at up there with some of the highest damage. 85,000 damage blocked as well. Like, that is one of the best performances we've seen. I don't know, maybe that's the beginning of something here for the side of Euphoria, switching up the personnel, switching up the players that they have within the server, and it seemed to work just about.
My man has the same final hits as November 24.
Yeah.
I'm so confused by what I've just witnessed. We've heard a lot of talk about NLE Chopper. We've heard a lot about, or we've seen some yesterday, but this here, listen, they say save the best for last, and I guess they realized it's time to win the grand final. Let's get NLE back on the server. That's a phenomenal turnaround. OT ran the distance, but they get it done. 3-1 now, but it's a BO7. First to 4 takes it, and this would have to be the start of a very impressive reverse sweep from Euphoria. That said, if there was a team to do it, these guys came in as the favorites. They've already tasted a grand final before. Looking back at season 0, this was the two teams that made it mashed together. If they're gonna have a chance, it's in the coming maps. It's in dominance, and it's in getting NLE Choppa on the server every goddamn time by the looks of it. For now, we're going to go to a break and give you folks at home a chance to watch the post-match highlights. Let's see what NLE was doing all over again.
dropping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise and open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smash. Psionic burst! Disappear!
That almost hurt. I've got you. Fantastic! Ha! 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 Oh! Ha! Ha!
You have been sheltered by the light for far too long. The time has come for darkness to reign. Soon your resolve will begin to crumble. You'll be stretched too thin. There will be nowhere left to hide, and your fire will cease to burn. For no light shall survive in my empire of eternal night.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Marvel Rivals Invitational. This is the grand final of Asia, and we are currently 3-1. Managing to get a win on the board. And look, it's looking good. If you predicted 4-1, to rejects, but now there might be a bit of a turnaround. Maybe it's the 4-3 on the board. NLE Choppa has stepped on the server. We talked about this. We've had teams playing like 8 players and they have this rotation. Tom, I'm gonna hope at this point there's no more rotating NLE in and out. Keep the guy in. He's on the main roster. He is the roster.
Yeah. You kind of think so, right? They did a similar thing in one of the matches earlier today where they also rotated out Happy. And, well, I wasn't happy with that decision because it didn't go particularly well. So I think, like, yeah, no offense to some of the other people who've been in, but I do think that, especially with maybe some of the bans that are coming through, like, it just got to a point where you go, okay, we need to not necessarily play to what is our standard roster, but play to what is the strength of the heroes that are being left in the pool. And I think that just starts to make a little bit more sense because Strange has been in every single time. He's been insane on Strange. It's an easy match made in heaven.
Well, again, you're going to see the slight towards Neko, who is hovering the Loki, hopeful, even at the depths of the series, but unfortunately, it will not be available. So Neko, again, having to go back to secondary choice. Bucky ban on the other side. Again, we've seen the value that has had. Keeping the Star-Lord in for Happy, I guess it makes sense. We've seen some good value from that. And the Thing in play. Really, I think the Thing's been the most... has had the most impact as a new character in terms of what we're seeing round in, round out. If you have the Thing and you have that dive, you have Venom or something like that as well, oh my, you're just doing so much. And a good side lock makes it even better.
Yeah, I like also the fact that this then gives them the opportunity to remove the Magneto. I don't think this is necessarily bad. I think for either side, they still have comfort in the fact that Ripasuko can go back to the Venom and they can have that dive composition that they were running a little bit earlier on. I think they get to keep as well the Star-Lord, which I think at times Happy has been enjoying. And I think as well, as you said, like JT back on the Thing or Ripasuko, depending on what they decide to run, gives them a nice balance. Because I think the double shield, when they didn't have the Thing in the last one, it definitely didn't feel as comfortable as when they had one shield, one the Thing, which they can do with either Strange or Magneto. So losing Magneto is not like a death sentence for them.
Well, that's it again. We talked about the benefit of flexibility and of having that little bit of extra depth to your roster, and we've certainly seen teams tested on that front today. We're back to the Intergalactic Empire of Wakanda, where there is going to be a big fight going down. Now, I think that probably in terms of the maps that we have, it's got to be one of the prettiest that's in play, but also quite difficult when it comes to the what is the other mode, your convergence. When it comes to domination, though, we've seen a lot of scrappy fights, especially on Waterfall. Iron Fist in play. Out of spawn. Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
It's happened. It's happened. And this is what happens. You know, NLE pops off in the tank. You go, let's get anti-tank in here.
That's the thing, yeah. I think that we've seen that with the recent changes, obviously doing a percentage damage of HP rather than just that raw damage that used to be the bane of all the strategists' lives. Already, though, what a start for Euphoria. ACSD has done mass amounts of damage, but you've always got to be careful when you see that Psylocke about.
And that's exactly why. A lesson learned, perhaps, but definitely taught the hard way. November 24th on that extra damage from the side, and you take a look at where ults are at, building up quite quickly for Happy, having a field day on the Hela, and that's exactly who the target is. November 24 on the dive, smelling blood in the water, and isolated DPS. Happy to oblige the fight, going deep for the duel, but will be taken out. It's a lot of damage waiting up top. Iron Fist not afraid to dive on it, and for good reason. Even someone like Venom might find themselves running away, but luckily as they're on the same team, they can pile in and just take those kills for free. This is a huge dive comp to try to deal with. I think it has a lot of potential, but once you do manage to group up and take that together, with this composition that's in play for Euphoria, I don't think they'll be under as much threat as if we were on some of the previous maps.
Yeah, I think as well, like a lot of it seems to be a more valuable counter to the Strange and not so much the Groot. The Groot actually gives more opportunities to actually section off that dive from causing issues. So as you can see, you can't get near the Groot, just putting walls down around you. This time though, they have got that pressure on and, well, it only works so well. November 24 will be there to finish things off. The Dance of the Butterfly has been used kind of in isolation. That is a bit of a whiff.
Yeah, that's not great. Whether a misclick or misposition, that's something that's going to be paid for. Could be huge value already found. And now instead, November 24 running around looking for an opportunity to pick off one of these supports to have that valuable pick. Instead, it looks like ASD is the one to fall. And Ali on his way back, managing to find one from up top. That's November 24. A big threat removed from the battle on the site. And they've grouped up. They've got their heals, they've got their DPS, and really, there just is not that level of depth to the support that a Venom on his own can bring.
Sissoko has tried his best to hold on to that site for as long as possible, maybe hoping that the strategist could get back into position by the time, but it is now coming down to crunch time if they're going to fight for this first spot on domination. 85% already in play for Euphoria. This is an incredible start to them, and we're yet to really see the mass change to try and maybe adapt in this scenario. It's probably because that ultimate is online. They want to try and get up in the face, but at least for now, it's not been the greatest of success. Groot incredibly low, eventually will be taken out, but it's looking like there's going to be an immediate response. In fact, so much damage being done. We're going to get the Venom ult in an attempt to try and drag things back, and actually, I think that's exactly what it's done.
Clobber in time, almost online. There it is. It's just come in. If the rest of the squad can get her in time, we could see it put through to try to finish this fight here and now. 99% on the point for Euphoria. A lot to fight through, though. Namor trying his best to provide that value from afar. Keeping the tanks alive is a challenge at this point. Namor popping off. Just one spear needed. And there it is. It lands straight into Hippopotamus. This is it. Surely another support in the target in the crosshair of Namor. Oh, he's having a field day. Every shot seems to be landing, and despite some players escaping with a sliver of health, the new target always falls. Namor delivering shot after shot. Iron Fist, try as he might, he won't be dodging these spears, yet somehow a steady stream of those players keeps on coming. Eventually they fail to touch point, and we find it 1-0 as we move on to Warrior Falls.
Yeah, that was actually really impressive, because I think there's a moment in there where you see the Dance of the Butterflies, which takes down both of the strategists that were on the side of Euphoria, and they still managed to get or two of the three, I should say, and they still managed to heal through it. And that's where ASD, as you were pointing out, just goes nuts. I also say that this is probably the first time that I guess the thing has really been in favor of Euphoria throughout this series. They managed to have fun 12-0 right now, yet to go down. And you think about how some of those fights went, it's actually very surprising that he doesn't have a death on the board.
We're about to see those doors open. 1-0 for Euphoria. A slow climb back here in the grand final, well and truly underway.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
2 chances to take this. Put us 3-2. And all of a sudden, we've got a game on our hands again. They have to continue with this push, as we said. It's been a very good showing. When you come to those second points, though, ultimates online. A lot of support ultis thrown in just to counter each other out. Flow keeping the squad nice and healthy, but Neko and Felix both have their ultis ready to go. They didn't even use them. Just scrapping straight into that fight, winning it easily. Only Happy had to commit anything. And just like that, the point is there for Euphoria. This is looking like a completely different team to what we saw just a few maps ago.
I think an aspect, again, you're going to have that triple support that they've been happy to run pretty much all the way throughout. And I think that this gives a lot of opportunities to players like Happy, who can play the Mantis in a manner of aggression, almost just damage boosting no more, but also damage boosting herself at the same time. Nonetheless, there is still going to be an attempt at a response. They're going to try and get back into this fight fairly quickly. Fun seemed like he was under pretty awful conditions, but he is still surviving within the battle of this site, and the Eye of Agamotto is going to drop down from above. That could be the elimination of everybody within those supports. 2 gone, 3 will make it. The Penta, only 1 standing, might as well just fall off the map. And well, Neko even does it just as a little bit of showmanship towards the end. That Eye of Agamotto could not have been more perfect.
NLE, man, you can't play this game without him. His value is insane. Like you said, perfectly timed ulti. The fact that they stagger, it's just a couple extra seconds, but it feels real bad to be on the receiving end of that. Rejects. Oh, that's a lot of damage. Way too much. Fun overextended. And now the punish, well, it will be there. Good dodge, though, by ASD. He's been popping off on this Namor and looks to do it again. Lots of players low up top, and it's ASD! He's climbing them all! This one put to bed for Euphoria, surely. They've got control of the site, more than enough players, and even with 1 player on there contesting, all it's doing is staggering them more because you're not stopping the percentage building up. They have 1 fight, if even. They're going to need a strange portal to get anywhere near this on the side of Rejects.
There you can see them all waiting back towards the spawn, looking to dive back through that portal. That was almost an immediate death on the other side, but they are going to be able to hold on at least that little bit longer. ASD from above, looking to just try and catch those eliminations. Spots out a Moon Knight. That didn't last long whatsoever, as now November 24 has taken up the Namor, hoping to try and find something in response, and they are finding a response, but they need to get back onto the site, losing players left, right, and center, and November 24 wasn't quick enough at all. That is going to be the quick 2-0, and well, it really does feel like after NLE Chopper comes back into the roster, we have got a game on our hands.
Something has changed, Tom. The wind's in a new direction. The smell in the air is not one I've seen before. This is a very different face to Euphoria. ASD, phenomenal in this map. The amount of damage done by Namor, we're looking at 14k, but 17 final hits. I mean, at the point where you're getting more final hits than the entire enemy team combined, yeah, we can probably say you deserve to win that one. Not too much to debate about there. 27-2 as well on NLE. Tom, I really am just, I'm blown away. As if Invisible Woman has used an ability as I was attempting to jump off the map. I have been blown away. This is incredible to see from 2 maps ago, the struggles that they were having, to now with a slight roster change, compositional shifts, and I don't know if it's comfort, if it's what, we might start seeing a Doctor Strange ban, goddammit. I don't know how you approach this.
The thing is, you say about like banning the Doctor Strange, I don't even think he started with it, but like we saw the Groot come in on the first map of that once, and even that caused, it seemed like, massive amount of issues. So I think that just bringing him into the roster, NLE Chopper, it feels like it has made a difference just in terms of what they get, because I think they swapped out somebody who maybe wasn't playing that same sort of shielding. I think they also swapped out one of the players that was playing a healer mix as well, and then moved Happy down. And I think that was one of the things, like he playing a more aggressive healer than what we saw before.
Well, Tom, this has been much more fun grand final than it looked like we were going to get. No 4-0s for us today. We don't like that. Let's get all the maps. A little bit more coming your way after the break. But for now, folks, please enjoy the match highlights.
trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more, that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fist and smashing. Psionic burst! Disappear!
That almost hurt! I've got you! Fantastic! Ha! 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 Oh! Ha! Ha!
You have been sheltered by the light for far too long. The time has come for darkness to reign. Soon, your resolve will begin to crumble. You'll be stretched too thin. There will be nowhere left to hide, and your fire will cease to burn. For no light shall survive in my empire of eternal night.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Marvel Rivals Invitational. Tom, we are about to jump into another map of our grand final, and it has been quite the journey so far. We're at 3-2. Either team could take it. We said there's no favorites anymore, but well, let me push you for a slightly past midway prediction Which way is this going? The Eneli Choppa devastation beyond that train? Or do you think that Rejects can do it from here on out?
It's a difficult one. I'm up for the comeback. I'm up for the full Korean comeback versus Rejects. Why not? Well, I think that especially bringing an Elite Chopper in has definitely seemingly made a difference. I think Happy, like, being able to play those more supportive roles while still doing vast amounts of damage has been very impressive. And I think we've just seen probably the best game from ASD we've had all the way throughout the tournament. So if he can keep that up, I wouldn't be surprised if maybe we get a Namor ban or something instead because of how good that was. But to be honest, I think getting rid of the Loki has been a pretty decent choice for them so far.
It has proven to be a good idea a few times over. Well, we're getting into our pick and ban phase now, starting with the ban coming in from your bottom side team of Rejects. And it will be Loki again. Neko really not having a good time. Bucky out of the play as well. This is what we've seen every which way. The question is, where does the protection go? We've seen Rejects play this map, and they were very heavy into the composition that we've hailed them for. Your Bucky, which is no longer there. Your Psylocke going for deep pushes, and then you have the Thing and Venom for those actual dives at the start. And I think, you know, seeing the Star-Lord protection coming out from their side, that will be that's from the side of Euphoria, of course. We're expecting Happy to be looking to pop off yet again. He's had some good performances, but I don't know, I feel like I'm missing like your Adam Warlock. The damage with the magic missiles day one was just nuts.
I think what's interesting about this one for me is that I think a lot of what we saw from Star-Lord being brought in, like protected, was forcing the opponents a lot of the time to go for the Adam Warlock ban. But I think after the last game, they just decided, okay, let's get rid of Luna Snow. High impact, supportive ultimate, and also buffs Namor. It's kind of like a 2-for-1 deal where you get to get rid of a couple of them. No surprise on the other side, they protect the Magneto, they immediately lose the Thing. Like, I think that this has become a factor for Euphoria where they go, we can't allow them to have both, so whichever one they don't protect, we will then ban.
Yeah, it looked like for a minute ASDF was considering playing the Namor minus the buff, but instead goes for Hela. It just makes sense as a pick. You get so much done. And Happy, obviously, like you said, the value of the Star-Lord there unquestionable. You got magic missiles themselves will be online. Obviously, the combo with Star-Lord of having your Adam Warlock, being able to not only use your res as your ultimate as Adam, but
Mantis
have yourself brought back to life, have other players brought back to life. Exactly. Well, in particular, obviously, your Star-Lord. Yeah, I think that, like, overall, a lot of potential to this composition. They're going to keep high ground control as well. It's very common to go for that teleporter up top. So it makes sense as well to be here early. But once you get down into that point, the amount of damage that will be raining down upon you makes it very difficult to actually just step in and start the cap.
This is the sort of composition I think they sort of really showed themselves on yesterday. Having that triple strategist, the solo in the form of the Vanguard, and having the opportunity for those two players over on the damage to try and do as much as possible. Similarly, though, you also have that opportunity for the double res on the other side. The same for the Mantis and, of course, from what we saw from Star-Lord already. So somewhat of a mirror matchup with a few tweaks here and there.
The deep contest. They've dropped down from the high ground to look for, well, apparently a healer on healer pick. That was through the whole pack as well. Felix just managed to destroy them, but Happy's gone down. Maybe have to reposition for the cocoon, get himself back into the fight. For now, ultimate applied by Mantis, able to at least step out onto the site, but behind there's been some players left out to pasture, and now the response coming in from the side of Rejects. They've got their own Mantis ult, and now ready to fight inside it. That damage completely mitigated, ultimate through, trying to get the res. Was there... Was there anyone to bring back, or were they out of range? It doesn't find anything nonetheless. He ends up rezzing himself. Mantis comes back into play, and again, Rejects not giving up on this site. Legendary, you hear it, the Galactic Legend is in play. Somehow Happy able to dance in and out of these fights without, I don't think he even took damage, let alone got healed it back up. He's just being given free reign on the Star-Lord right now. It's walking them back to their spawn. There's nothing they can do except tuck in and pray that their teammates have them covered.
He's got to be a little bit more careful at the moment because he's already had that team up utilized. There's 60 seconds before he can bring himself back to life once again, but being given the bubble and so much more, it seems like that there was a reason that many teams feared to play against this Star-Lord combination alongside the Adam Warlock. Rejects this time look to try and take them on, and as of right now, it's not been going the best. A large amount of damage from Happy, and even gets out of there for free. Now we're going to have that death raining down from above already. A double connection. That is already an immediate reset that has to come through for the opponents.
Yep, no chance to stick around and take that fight. And even falling back, they're being tagged up. Luckily, safely out of there. I say that and I expect them to get a kill almost immediately, but... Well, Happy's going. Happy is sending it in. Look at that movement on the way back out as well. Such a hard target to hit. We've seen it from his POV, but I think they're in third person. Seen it from the perspective of ASDF, it's even nicer.
Down to potentially their last go at this. 45 seconds left on the clock to even battle for that first point. Immediately, you're going to see the usage of that Eternal Bond. An attempt was there to try and deny it, but the attempt wasn't successful. That will leave those heals down on the site for them to try and battle around. Even still, though, Fun is the one doing the work in combination with ASD. That's another pickup, and as the res is attempted to come through, are they going to be able to actually stick the landing? It seems like they will. They have the majority of their players back up and healed. That could be the ult that completely changes this fight. In fact, I think it is. November 24 has been able to find one with that Galactic Legend, but even still fighting tooth and nail. The revival of a couple has come through on the other side as well, bringing this one back to a more level scenario. Still yet to even get past that first wedge, but they now do start to clear things a little bit more.
Uh-oh, 80% unhappy. The defense is making their way back. They've been contesting this whole time. Magneto steps back in, but this time he might go down so desperately low, and he will be dropped indeed. Someone needs to step in, and they will not get there on time, despite a big farm from that defensive side, just being a couple seconds, a few shots away from the big ultimates that could have turned the tide. They're eliminated before that can come through, and that payload starts to move.
I think that really was the guy is on the Adam Warlock, just being able to bring his teammates back from what seemed to be a pretty much impossible scenario. And I believe also having the Soul Bond, because without it pretty much is just bringing them back on 1 HP to be slaughtered again.
Yeah, the Soul Bond is always necessary in that situation. Or you have like an Invisible Woman ult or something like that, but unless there's a serious ultimate in play, you'd be in trouble. Here goes the Eye of Agamotto, the Soul Bond instantly to pop them all back up to full HP. Soul Resurgence used by Mantis as well. Lots of help coming in. Goddess of Death up top. The defense desperately trying to deal with this push, but they will not be able to stop them with that ultimate. Instead, it's the attack side managing to group back up, avoid those ults that were put into play, but their own ones didn't find the value they needed. They're still not setting foot on that payload. There's still an army between them and their objective. There's still a res ult for Neko. There's still NLE sitting around. Every which healer you want. And the ultimate online to give them that little bit of protection. They may need it as this push comes to shove, and it's Happy from up top that's dealing the damage. Still, the attack side, they haven't fully given up the choke point. That's what this dive is for. Happy with a little bit more. Eternal Bond comes in, a desperate attempt to keep control over this choke point, and it does seem to be working, certainly for NLE. He's found a couple of pieces of damage, kept his teammates alive, and as a result, the picks come flooding in.
It's again a mass role switch for multiple players. We've seen Gaia switch up to play that strategist, and the same for NLE, the star Vanguard in the last map, not having to play the Strange in this one. But now it's almost back to square one. Sure, you've pushed the point at least a little bit further, but it's making it back up that ramp again. 15 seconds. This could be the last attempt if they don't manage to get that little bit further. Galactic Legend alongside the Eye of the Anubis. It's done so much damage already. In fact, a chance to potentially clear out some. The Meteor being utilized in an attempt to target those strategists, but immediately there'll be a response. The defenders, though, are doing fantastic work. Happy now. Again, a response with that Galactic Legend, and that just might be it. He's eventually eliminated from play, but it won't matter. The damage was done. The payload was stopped. And that will only be the first point taken for the side of Reject.
Wow. That was one hell of a battle right there in the choke point, and I think we saw exactly what you highlighted earlier on, Tom. Euphoria's ability to read the ultimates of their opponents, wait them out. We see everything thrown at that payload from the side of Rejects, and then afterwards, Happy comes in with the Galactic Legend. That's it. He was just hiding away, waiting for the Galactic Legend on the other side to run out, waiting for Hippopotamus's ultimate to go as well. So there was no more Eternal Bond. There was no more heal. And at that point, it was as free as it comes. Combined with the fact that they don't have a chance to step back and wait it out, they have to go. Have to get on the payload right here and now. Your tank's in. Your healers have to step forward with them. And that leaves them wide open for Galactic Legend. Really nice ult usage, nice read. And now, a nice position that they find themselves in. Not too much of a push needed to bring this grand final all the way to the 7th map to push us to a 3-3 scoreline. And to put Rejects in a position that mentally will be hard to bounce back from.
Yeah, I'm honestly surprised that we're here in the first place with the way that those first few maps went, with the clutch capability of the players on the Reject side, but it seems like Euphoria have woken up just when it was necessary with a really solid defensive side. They now look to try and man the attack themselves. Once again, we're seeing that Squirrel Girl put into play to just try and send down constant damage. But it seems the idea from the attack in this stance is to try and wrap around, fight for that high ground once again.
Yeah, they've got some high ground of their own to fight from now, breaking open that wall. It's a good position to play from, just trading blows back and forth down on the site. Rip Asuko could be in a bit of trouble now. There's no safe angle to look at with the shield. And indeed, the shield is already gone. Time to fall fully back. And with that, the capture begins. That's not acceptable. Somebody needs to step down and interrupt it, and that's exactly what goes in. It's Ripasuko to put boots on the site. JT coming here to try to back him up. We've already almost got one tick of the point completed. If there's a wipe here, there's no chance to get back in on time. Really, look at the HP. Yeah. There's going to be a wipe. There's going to be a wipe very soon, in fact, especially if this is allowed to continue. It's, oh my goodness, another for ASD. How can he just walk around back? Give him another. Well, yeah, get the res in just so he can have another kill on the stat line. Eliminations galore, and the payload already
so fast,
coming up on halfway before they get that fight in with 5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, it seemed like the plan was for Ripasuko to sort of like just basically stop them taking it, and everybody else had to do the damage. Unfortunately, they didn't. He gets overwhelmed, and it's almost a free sight. Look, they are already halfway to where they need to be to close out this map in style, make it look easy, make it look like yesterday, where they were running riot versus this Reject squad. And guess what? They've got some of the ults to back them up alongside a Galactic Legend put in. And although initially it didn't seem like it was going to do a crazy amount of damage, that's already 2 of the strategists down now. November 24 can bring himself back, but at the same time, we've seen the usage of that Eternal Bond just to give them that extra little bit of life, that extra little bit of space, and they are getting closer and closer to closing this out and evening things up within a matter of seconds. In fact, Mitch, I don't even think there's anybody here to resist in time. They're going to try and utilize the Eternal Bond, but it wasn't even close.
2, 1.
Not even remotely, Tom. You couldn't doubt it for a second. And even if that ult comes in, you really think the whole team's joining in time? That one put to bed with a victory for the side of Euphoria. A big game from Happy as well. This is now starting to look scary. We've gone from a 3-0 start for the side of Rejects with domination on every map. We said it was incredible to even imagine that we were considering Euphoria the favorites, considering what Rejects were able to do in those first 3 maps. But now a completely different game sits ahead of us. And who ends up taking it on the final map? I have absolutely no idea. The main name of the game, like, we've just seen NLE come back in and have 2 phenomenal maps where we can say that, like, he's a big reason that they won, if not the reason, with Happy beside him on some, or ASD on some, but NLE was the consistent factor. Here, Tom, it's a well-rounded team performance, and it was night and day difference.
I think you not only had Happy ASD like popping off with a pretty big performance, but I think Felix as well. Like, you look at the amount of assists on the table, a lot of those will be those damage boosts, which just make life so much easier when you're going for some of those fights and you can just pick them off. Like, think about how much damage ASD was doing just off those picks off the daggers. That was an impressive performance, and I will be gobsmacked if we go into the next map and they don't immediately ban that Adam Warlock again. Like, having those constant resurgence of like, oh, Happy went down, he's just gonna go over there, he's gonna cocoon, he's gonna be back in the fight. Like, I just don't think that works for you, because it also gives him the confidence to just be so aggressive. Like, he was in their face the entire time. I think the bubbles that came out from the Magneto as well, like, you just can't allow them to have that combination.
Yeah, you saw that even from the very get-go of their defense. Happy was pushing into their spawn almost at times alone. You know, Hella was further back firing shots, but Happy was bare knuckle boxing them, getting nose to nose. So it was really impressive stuff. And I think now the turnaround, the pressure is on for Rejects. They've just lost 3 in a row. Now it's the final map of the grand final. The money is on the line, the pride that comes with it. That's what we're all here fighting for. They're all here fighting for. I ain't fighting for anything. I'm just chilling. I'm enjoying the game, as I know you at home are too. Let's take another look at the post-match highlights, and after that, we'll have a little break. We'll see you for the final map of the grand final after this.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do on those memories, and yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn, we can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Ready to unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Psionic burst! Disappear!
That almost hurt! I've got you! Fantastic! Ha! 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 Oh! Ha! Ha!
You have been sheltered by the light for far too long. The time has come for darkness to reign. Soon your resolve will begin to crumble. You'll be stretched too thin. There will be nowhere left to hide, and your fire will cease to burn. For no light shall survive in my empire of eternal night.
Support ultimate being used by Kanga. No support ultimates left for the side of Oz endgame, and this does mean that people are starting to fold. Certification, Nikos, both supports are down from Oz
And
endgame.
off angle as well. Tarax on a massive off angle. 3-piece coming through nice and quickly, and that will be the clean out now for the rest. Rude's used that ult for very low HP. Tricky survives, gets enough healing to be able to make it work. Isaac follows up on Oz6, and this is a situation now where Fury look to be able to get a full reset on Oz Endgame. I don't think Oz Endgame are going to really throw much more into this one. They don't really have a lot. Isaac's going to make sure nothing happens. Another double stun on the back line. And there's your reset. It costs an extra ultimate, it forces him out.
That eternal bond feeling at least is going to keep that invisible woman standing. I've got news for you though. The Cypher cracking edge once more. Inspo going to be hit by that one going low. That's the reset. And there's more where that came from. Crimson desperately trying to get away with that tainted voltage and secure the kill and give another reset. Hypnotic using it more for mobility than anything else right now, which I think is completely fair. As Taxi will be surrounded and dragged down.
When their tanks get low, but it's going to be Renzi with 2 KOs. They get Donald extremely low, and they're able to heal it up at the start, but not last for long as Renzi cuts them up.
Gets caught out there. That is brutal stuff. Tries to go in for an eye of Agamotto, but it ends up being their undoing instead. And that's Adam finding a double. Nasty little meteor, and my goodness, Inspo and Crimson, both Lunar Snows in that moment, taken down. A moment, but it should be a decent showing for Kanga. They've lost Inspo, however, Platinum Star just don't want to lay down. They are not taking this one. That is Ace going absolutely ham, man. That is a double off the clap. This guy is ridiculous.
I mean, just some insane plays there from Ace and Platinum Star. I mean,
Fate of both wells. Battlefly being used by 6 as well. They will be able to get a KO on Sinatra. 76% on the point right now. But wait, it's flipping.
Making the comeback. You get the combo though. What you see there is Niang comboing off a Tinny Falcon goes down. The Eye of Agamotto hits first, allows then Niang to be able to drop in the extra Horn of Proteus.
No strategist ultimates up here for Platinum Star. This is dangerous now for Cronus to go in. This damage will stick. Again, the Dagger Storm though, good in the pinch for AoE skilling. If you don't have one of those strategist ultimates, Pyrax, I think this is going to be way too much now. It is going to be a complete wipe, folks. Pyrax for 3, absolutely dirty stuff with the Goddess of Death.
Now Ace once again goes in, gets one pick, gets 2 picks, going for another reset, and another reset, and a 4th reset. Is that a 5th?
Last minute left to go here, so not quite last fight. Right, there will be more to come through, but the problem here is
Atlas using the God of Mischief on the other side, trying to use one as well. So you do get one of those big key ultimates out. Oh, no! Sick KO there, Kanga. It's going to be Tyrax actually finishing off Shroods in midair.
Shroods was trying to go for the move. Yeah. Looking for a dance of the butterfly in midair to deal with Tyrax, but it falls back.
Tyrax going crazy.
But both of these duelists end up looking straight at Shroods again.
It's grand finals time here at the Marvel Rivals Invitational for Asia, and we're all the way to our last map. The BO7 has gone the distance. This is what we wished for at the start of the day, Tom. I feel blessed to be living this reality with you.
Yeah, I did think this was the manner in which it would happen, though. Like, I think we had fairly high hopes for the Korean side of Euphoria, but they went 3-0 down, and we were just like, oh my god, the Japanese side of Rejects, they've come in, they've looked fantastic, and then it was bringing back an elite chopper, it seemed. Like, that guy coming in map number 4, and since then, they haven't lost, even if one of them had to go to OT to close it out. So I still feel like it's anyone's game, but I think for Euphoria, they are definitely in the driver's seat at this stage.
Yeah, that is fair to say, Tom. I think with NLE and Happy performing the way that they are, there is just no stopping this
and
squad.
ASD,
I don't think...
forget him.
Yeah, ASD did all right. Yeah, and you know, I think the Luna ban essentially is coming in because of him. The no more powered up is too much. This guy was just shredding. So you got to deal with him. You use a ban up for him. You could use a ban up for Happy or NLE, one or the other. But these guys all have second or third heroes to fall back on that are all equally as scary. So from this point, there's no easy solution. They're going to have to win that battle on the server. Spider Islands will be our battleground. It's Convoy escorting Spider Zero all the way to the end of the map. It's a long road, Tom, for one of these teams. It's the road to victory.
Do we now see them protect the Loki? That would be the interesting thing, because every other time it's been a Loki ban. All 6 maps, the first ban has been a Loki ban. So this is now whether or not they would rather protect the Starlord or the Loki. And there you go. It's going to be brought back into play. They've been waiting for that the entirety of the day. I wonder if now because banning the Starlord almost seems pointless, because you've already lost Adam, who that was the combination they were looking for, the constant revival. So I don't think they're going to go in that direction instead. And do we then maybe get the Magneto to close? Because that's been the sort of avoidance of, if they have the thing, we get rid of Magneto. If they have Magneto, we get rid of the thing.
Are they going to go a little bit more outside the box on this one? There's certainly discussion about where they want to take it. They're leaving it down to the very last second. But Magneto is indeed going to be the one they stick with. And we've got our list. This is a great game for Neko. I mean, you look at the advantages so far. Bringing NLE in, he's looked unbelievable. Happy there as well. Nuts. ASD playing in Namor has looked untouchable when there's a Luna Snow, which is potential here. And now Neko back on comfort for Loki. This is a big change to the games that we've seen so far. The question is, like, because looking at this, Tom, honestly, I look at one side and I think, okay, rejects, they might have gotten a comfort, they might feel okay, whatever. I look at the other side and I think they look so damn strong now that I think this would be their best performance so far. If that's the case, well, I think I know who's lifting the trophy.
Yeah, there's also a part of me that thinks, like, they've got to be fairly big in your head if you're going to now change the game plan on the very last map of, like, for the first 6 we were no Loki, and now for the last one we're like, yeah, Adam Warlock kind of screwed us in the last one. We're just going to get rid of that instead. I feel like that you might just see Euphoria smell blood in the water, realize that we have them on the ropes, and as you sort of mentioned, a fan favorite being able to come back in the form of that Loki, I think that could be huge for them.
Nice little old farm to start this one off for Groot. Yeah, NLE, the guy that we're on board with right now, really has turned the tide of this game. At least as soon as he joined the server, a completely different game was being played. Now, you look at the position that we're in. NLE fired up, ready to go. We know his Strange is nuts. ASD, just wait till they push up to a point where those squids are seeing them. That's going to be unbelievable with a bonus from Felix. That team up in play. Neko, though, is really where my eye is drawn to. He's waited all day to play this hero. I want to see what he's got planned. For now, already losing NLE. Huge pick from guys playing in here on the Squirrel Girl. That's going to be the first.
Gonna try and catch them in a trap. That's Fun in trouble, but they should have the focus of the healers to sort of keep him alive that little bit longer. Obviously, the other tank has already been lost, and immediate usage, I believe, is the portal as well, just to bring NLE back into position. I think even switching away from that group just to have those extra shields versus this Squirrel Girl.
The thing is, someone like Happy here might have a relatively easy time flying around doing that damage. There's not a lot to shoot him out of the sky. It's going to be a team effort to try to deal with him. The shots, though, landing with the acorns, dealing so much damage, moving towards that ultimate being online again. It's a big push-up from Ripasuko, shield in hand. He's trying to claim the space for his squad. He's got the heals with him as well. They are just firing those shots in, but then the ult comes as the heal goes offline. The dive is in as well. And that is surely the end indeed of, well, most of the squad. Sure, Happy goes down, but he'll be right back into the fight. And they have very much delayed as intended.
That was the goal, just to try and slow down as much as possible. I think we even saw the fate of both worlds come in 3 times, courtesy of Loki. That's the benefit. You can bring that ultimate through again and again, just to almost bait them into using theirs with your first one, and then having a second time to make sure that you're getting mass amounts of either heal or damage boosting. It really does make things that little bit tougher, and obviously this gives opportunities to set back up when you have a combination of Namor and Loki. You might be thinking that's not a direct team up, but it does mean you can have basically little minions stacked up all around the map, just firing off at opponents.
The Stampede is in, but not much to be found as a result. That, though, invisible boundary should cause big problems. The fact that they have to, well, give it up. Can't really fight through that as ASD is attempting to, only because 1% away from the ultimate. Here it is now, online and ready to go. If Blood's in the water, it will be fired right in to take the kill, and that's one healer down already. Luna Snow dropped and dealt with. Big push up as well from Fun, taking the kills easily, and the heals coming in from Felix make it impossible for any sort of a response there for Rejects.
I wonder if we'll see at any point that sort of switch back up to attempt the dive. Like, they've got the ability to have that Venom online if they so desire. It was something they were running in the previous days that was so valuable for getting them space. The problem, though, is when you have Eye of Agamotto online, you don't really want to be switching away from having that hero available. For now, though, they are running into a brick wall. 30 seconds yet to even make it to that first point, and there's still opportunities. I'm looking at Loki again, having the ultimate available to be stolen, but that's huge. Happy gone immediately.
Yeah, but that is it. The Luna Snow will pop is going to buy them a little bit of time, hopefully, for the rotations to come back in. The dive up against this squad, they haven't been able to deal with ASD. He always has that get out of jail free. Big dive in, though, by November 24. Picking up one, it's Felix down. That's been a big part of the healing game for their squad, certainly of the ult game, and now there seems to be nothing much that can be done. Payload's hitting it to the checkpoint. If it doesn't, I will be incredibly surprised. There's a player or two that could dive in, but only seconds to be bought, if even. And the ult charge they give might not be worthwhile. That is the checkpoint reached. 1 out of 3, 2.5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, that came down to the wire. It's scary when the first point becomes that difficult, knowing that, again, it normally gets more and more difficult for the most part as you go along. Even still, though, looking at Ripasuko alongside that duo of JT, they were deadly in those first 3 maps of really pushing that front line and then giving space to someone like November 24, who's done exactly what his job was, immediately just clearing out that backline, attempting to do damage with the dance of the butterflies, but it's actually going to be that response from the likes of Namor, and actually a lot of damage coming through from LNE. He, again, just seems to find so much value from this Strange.
I don't get it, man. I keep looking at fights and thinking, oh, okay, well, this one's basically done, right? It's just maybe you fall back, maybe you're eliminated, but that's it. That's the question that needs to be answered. And NLE, he pops up and lands 3 kills a lot of the time. Phenomenal, really. How this guy is not just being fought for in the starting lineup. I think today that might change. Big play as well. You can see that Flo has been eating damage into those players, dropping down abilities and just making it impossible for them to continue that fight forward. Fun falls, and the rest of the squad very quickly follow suit. The attacking side making ground halfway there.
Yeah, this is looking much faster than what we saw on the previous point, where they had a fair few more struggles. I think as well, not a particular amount of ultimates online. Again, I'm looking at the opportunity for Loki with the God of Mischief to pick and choose what ult would be viable in this case. Fun up close, does have clobbering time available. If they can combine it well, that could be an opportunity. It is going to be Luna Snow falling, and then in the backlines, you have Flo gone as well. This is those strategists fallen, and that means everybody else has nobody left to help them. Fantastic work with mere seconds left on the clock, and now Happy does what Happy does best. Get right up in that front line. Don't allow anybody to get even remotely close. And unless we're going to see them almost full sprint or pull out the portal, it is the portal.
Yeah, Horn of Proteus online, though, for Namor. Galactic Legend just now farmed up by Happy, and of course on the side itself, Luna Snow not going to let anybody fall by the wayside. This is a strong position to defend from in the overtime. There goes Eye of Agamotto as well. Of course, it's NLE to really tip the final domino. Galactic Legend comes in as these players are completely isolated, and overtime comes to an end. That is a statement from Euphoria. They don't allow the second checkpoint to be reached, and now that is their goal. Touch that checkpoint, and it's all over. The reverse sweep is theirs.
It's been a journey. Let's put it this way. 3-0 down. A change up of not just composition, but of players. A switch up of bans to disrupt what their opponents are doing. They couldn't deal with the thing Magneto, but they have found ways to battle and brawl versus anything else that was put onto the table. We're starting to see some of those star performers really come online. For the side of Rejects, it's definitely going to be a tough fight. Not an impossible one. Like as said, the one thing you can give credit to this roster for, if anything else, is their ability to be clutch. Well, let's put it this way. Up until this point, they didn't really need to be. It was all in their favor. Yeah. It was all on the table for them to take things over the line. Now we have to wait and see if they can find their footing at the very last moment. It would be one hell of a story to take the victory away from their opponents. As you mentioned, a team that was made up of finalists from the last tournament, but maybe not going to be the victor once again.
Hey, at least they'll still be finalists. There's always that.
That is true.
But from here, yeah, it needs to be a clean and clinical conclusion to this one. There's the mural of the spiders. But there is a battle within their ranks. We're not going to get to go all the way to the Weaver today. We won't see the web of life and destiny, but we will certainly see what it has planned for these teams. Rejects, they need to hold strong. Stop Euphoria, the clear favorites in the tournament. Here and now, every choke point has to be a massive drain to the clock that is in their favor. They find the opening pick to start with, but it is just one domino that needs to fall. A small snowball at the top of the hill, and it can do a lot of damage at the bottom.
I like the idea coming out from November 24, just basically throwing down those squids to try and deal with any of the strategists in the backlines. That's exactly what he's done again. Second player picked off, just trying to make it more difficult for those aggressive Vanguard players who won't have the support of their healers because of what he's able to do in those back positions. That's something that I definitely think Euphoria are going to have to adapt to, because he's been consistently getting into those back lines early in the map.
We saw Loki try to use the doppelganger to get away, but even invisible, you can't evade the eyesight of ASD. The crosshair is on you, and it delivers every time. Big push up now. Coming close to ultimate online. There it is. Ripasuko just found the Eye of Agamotto. Unlikely to be used this aggressively. Great shield as well, offering that little bit of protection. Here's the push up. The chance to put into play the Eye of Agamotto if things get a little dicey. The dive straight into the healers. And unfortunately, the kills are going the other way. The first domino has already toppled.
What's he going to do here? I'm just looking at the fact that, again, we see that Galactic Legend available. If there's maybe one of the strategists a little bit too far ahead, that could be a problem. Instead, though, actually, if they portal past, that will actually leave them with that Star-Lord behind them. They might not even realize it, because you wouldn't expect somebody to be in this position.
There we go. The Shanty unleashed. The Eye of Agamotto in play. JT with another Ripasuko. The tanks are putting up numbers. It was ASD to draw first blood, but that river ran red quickly. 1:30 on the clock. So close to the checkpoint. Euphoria, the clear favorites we thought starting out this tournament, but they're struggling.
Yeah, they don't have a whole lot to be able to break through this choke. It seemed like they were decently set up in the last, but the ultimate usage combined together did the majority. Now on the attack, though, still having that Galactic Legend available, having an Eye of Agamotto for themselves as well. There's a lot of potential for a team wipe here, but I think there's been a counter. You've seen that Invisible Woman ult just going to keep the majority of this defensive side alive. In fact, they will all still be standing. November 24 is even trying to battle and brawl up close, but that hasn't gone to plan. The first to falter in this, what could be the last stand for them. If they manage to take this over the line, it could all be done here.
running down that clock. The name of the game, Euphoria, though, they bought themselves 2 picks. That's what they have to push forward on. Guys, having swapped, well, goodness gracious, having swapped to the Mr. Fantastic, the idea being you're reaching overtime, that ultimate or even some of the abilities can just remove players from the payload, but he doesn't get a chance to use it. Big play. That was their chance to contest back on the side, get the squids in. Instead, Namor's out of play. Big DPS removed, and the damage swings firmly in favor of the attacking side. It looked like they were up against the ropes, but they've come back swinging. NLE still with an Eye of Agamotto as well. Neko about to have ult online. It's no longer the Loki, but the invisible boundary will certainly help out. This is now putting the pressure back onto Rejects.
This is the thing. They almost managed to get it over that second marker. Euphoria's goal is to succeed where they failed. Yeah, this is that top rope coming in for NLE. A chance to drop down from above and really let that ultimate have the impact that's necessary. It's been utilized on the other side, but probably going to be countered out by the usage of that invisible boundary. Even still, ASD is going to be the first to draw blood in this fight. Another one coming up Eleni now, and as they try to retreat, they fall into that backline player, into the person that's causing them issues. And just as the heal runs out, it is a wipe down, already eliminating every single player. A chance to jump right up close to the finale.
Oh, Jeff. They've heard Jeff. Okay, he's gonna get away. He's all right. There's no way you hunt Jeff down from that position, but look who came out to try and help him. Could have been dangerous, and instead it has given a little bit of charge towards the ultimate. Now Jeff's ult gonna be great for removing them from that point if we do hit the OT. That's gonna be very easy as well to farm up for guys. Plenty of heals put down in a very straight line. This is an opportunity, but they have to get to OT first. There's a minute and 15 to go, and the pick is immediate from ASD. The flank up the back is coming in, and it's Happy doing so much damage, cleaned up by his teammates. Devastating blow in the final hour as Happy snipes him out of the sky. This is looking like it's done and dusted. A couple meters between them and the championship. They've done it. The Marvel Rival Invitational goes to the side of Euphoria. They were 3-0 down starting this grand final, but they made it all the way back with the reverse sweep.
It really is one of the most insane things I think I've witnessed. We're in the very early stages of Marvel Rivals esports, but it literally came down to seconds. That was it. Seconds on multiple maps, in fact. They had to get one of their first victories in OT in map number 4. They then had to climb back in 5 and 6. And then in the final map, map number 7, is where they take it over the line with, as said, a few seconds to spare, a few big ultimates, a few big decisions by these talented players. It is an impressive resurgence, and for this squad, well, I saw it in chat earlier, will they be one of the teams that never quite claims a crown? No, they won't. And second time around, it is Euphoria who are able to get themselves a championship.
Well, I don't know if he's been reading a lot of the real NLE Choppa's quotes, but you know, from now on, I'm going to refer to this man as the real NLE Choppa. What a phenomenal play this guy has had. The second he stepped foot on the server, it's a different identity, but you can't just give it to him. I think here as well, the low-key value from duplicating so many of those ultimates at really important moments in the fight. ASD throughout this entire, I would say especially the last 3 or 4 maps, unbelievable, man. And the idea, the notion to leave Luna Snow Namor open for him, to leave Star-Lord open for Happy, I mean, you got to have 7 or 8 bans to even make a dent on this roster. They've got so many fallbacks to go to, but here it felt like they got to really play to their strengths, and that, well, it may well have been the difference.
I feel like it's one of those things where throughout different esports, you'll have that conversation of, oh, we've never seen a reverse comeback. Well, we get one very early on. It took just a limited amount of time for a true story to be built already for Euphoria, but what a performance it was.
Yeah, there's a reason this is a squad that had a lot of their players, or all their players, in that grand finals last time around. Season 0, well, 1.5 is looking good for this roster as well. Excited to see so much more of them in the future, and that future starts now. It's time to take a look back at the post-match highlights. We'll be back in just a moment. What a phenomenal game that was. And the reverse sweep, just the cherry on top of what has been a phenomenal tournament here, seeing the level improve across the board. And the really impressive thing about this, Tom, is that we hear from Rejects, and I imagine it's the same for a lot of these teams, that they only had that one day to prep. Obviously, they're building a comp with a hero that just came out. So anything you've built around the thing or anything you've built around the Human Torch is going to be fairly new, fairly underprepared in terms of the time you've put into it. You're not going to have months of preparation. But even still, they managed to come in with these comps specifically built around that and look so clean. It was really nice to see Rejects play here, and a shame they couldn't get that crown for themselves. I think that would be a monumental victory for them, even regionally as well. But they have done such a good job anyways. I think they can leave here with their head held high. A 4-3 grand final after mostly blowout games. That is just a blessing.
Well, they played all the maps they possibly could today without losing. So there you go. And if they lost, then they could have played a few more in that lower best of 5. But yeah, I think also just a talking point for Rival Esports as well, that they went toe-to-toe with both of these rosters. Both of these rosters ended up so close. So it's like, it really was, no offense to RSG, a 3-horse race for that title. And an exciting way to close out the day. But it was the team that we kind of had the expectation would take it over the line. But I think as well, just for the Japanese scene, this is, even though the manner in which they lost is obviously horrific, like you don't want to go 3-0 up and then lose in a best of 7, it's still a good sign that there is talent, there are people interested in this game, there are people playing this game from the Japanese region, because when they put their mind to something, they normally come up pretty good.
Well, that's it. You think about, I mean, certainly in TAC FPS, as there's a big gap in the market, let's say. Speaking of the market, you guys at home can put some cash on the line right here and now. Grab yourself the 60th wedding anniversary bundle. We've got to watch it here today, and I think, actually, I was the same as you, Tom. I saw the skin. I thought it looks nice. It's a great little set. But then you see it playing on the server, the extra sound cues. You know, Invisible Woman's basically playing the piano if you're healing right, and if it doesn't sound like a good tune, means you should be doing a better job healing. I like that. It's a little skill check for you. But yeah, this bundle obviously is also 57% off. So it's not just a bundle that's available for you, a couple skins. If you get them now and you get them soon, you'll have that little bit of an extra discount as well. So you'll have fireworks going off in your head.
So, like, I'm gonna be honest, I am very tempted after seeing it played so much today. I think Invisible Woman especially was a must-have in a lot of scenarios, like with what she was able to do. So I think good opportunity for high-level play.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, this was a phenomenal set of games that we've had here in the Marvel Rivals Invitational for Asia. Of course, there is plenty more going on in the Marvel Rivals space, Marvel Rivals Invitational space even, because next week EMEA will be kicking off. That's going to be 3 days at the weekend, 2 weeks in a row, and then North America afterwards. So there is so much action still to go down. You know what, coming into today, I probably would have brought my EMEA bias. I would have told you, like, and it's the best region. After what I saw here, I don't know, man. I don't know. I'll let the fans decide.
No, it's definitely going to be a tough one to beat after some of the performances we saw. Will they get all 7 maps in a final? We'll have to wait and see. You'll have to tune in and find out.
Not going to be as good a final, is it? It's not. This was a golden standard set right now. A phenomenal game. I'm over the moon to have gotten to witness these teams, the players that we got to interview Flo as well. It was a phenomenal interview. Yeah, this was really cool. It's been a lot of fun going through this with you, Tom. Thank you for joining me on this journey.
No, it's been a joy. I think that getting to see Japan versus Korea in the final is something that I've watched it in baseball. I've now watched it in Marvel Rivals. It's always entertaining. It's always good. So I'm hoping we can do this again sometime.
Yes, absolutely. I'm sure the day will come. But for now, I believe that's all that we've got time for. Tom, it's been a wonderful event, a wonderful tournament. We even got to see Squirrel Girl as well. Who would have thought starting this out? We got to see Black Widow. could do without that, but it was an interesting composition as well. Lots of different ideas, and I'm sure there will be plenty more ideas in the future. Remember, EMEA Marvel Rivals Invitational next week, so stay tuned for that. For now, though, folks, for myself and Tom and the whole production team, also huge shout out to our production. No issues today. Also, observers did a phenomenal job. I feel like I caught all the action. I don't know how you guys did it, but thank you so much for your work. It's been a pleasure. From us, though, peace out. We'll catch you next time.